Okay.
El sonido. ¿No?
Hello?
development. On behalf of my colleagues on the outgoing Bureau of the Conference, I wish to extend my gratitude to Her Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Mrs. Vera Sangui, and to all ECA staff and management for the support given to us during our tenure in office. I now declare open the 53rd session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I would like to switch into French for my opening speech. Excellence, Madame la Secrétaire Exécutive.
Your Excellency, Madam Executive Secretary of the ECA, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a great honor to be able to take the floor today at the opening of the 53rd session of the Economic Commission for Africa of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which, as you know, is taking place in a very difficult situation that is also accompanied by many uncertainties. I hope that I would have wished that I could have been present in person at this meeting so that I could interact with you directly. Unfortunately, the context of the pandemic that we are facing limits us all to holding these meetings at a long distance. I hope that together we can pursue our mission and objectives to protect our co-citizens and especially the most vulnerable among them. I would also like to reiterate on this occasion my thanks to the members of the Conference of Ministers of the ECA for the trust that has been entrusted in Morocco, and by entrusting the Bureau of the Conference of Ministers subsequent to the meeting that was held in March 2019 in the context of the 52nd edition of the conference. I note that this opportunity is for us a possibility to thank the excellencies, the ministers responsible for African Ministers of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, Ethiopia, Togo, and Equatorial Guinea for their active commitment and their precious contribution to the work of this Bureau that I had the honor to preside over. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency, the permanent representative, the ambassador to African Union and the ECA, Mr. Mohamed Awushi, for the excellent work that was accomplished under his presidency during the meetings that were held at ambassadorial level, held throughout his mandate. It would be remiss of me not to commend the efforts made by the ECA under the leadership of Madam the Executive Secretary as an integral part of the institutional regional landscape in Africa and its constructive support to the member states in order to realize these ambitions that animate us, namely an Africa that is inclusive and transformed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you're well aware, this 53rd session of the Conference of Ministers should have been held in March 2020 in compliance with the statutes of the ECA. And its postponement to 21, like many other international events, was one of the results of the shocks that were submitted and that were put on the countries concerned. This crisis, which is an unprecedented one, has not only made it difficult for our economic models, but it has also put into question our resilience and our capacity to renew to such a point that the post-COVID world in many ways is going to be very different from the world that we knew before. At the world level, the pandemic COVID has also plunged the economic situation of the countries unprecedented since World War II. The economic activities have been jeopardized by the problem of the supply chains and the slowing down of investments in the climate of uncertainty. On our continent, the crisis for the first time provoked, for the first time in 20 years, in the reduction of the GDP in Africa, mainly because of the lockdown measures that were taken on the economies, the weakness of the external demand, and the decline in international prices and the slowing down of investment flows. Africa has also paid a good price, a very high price in human lives, with approximately 4 million people infected by this virus. If the economic impact was different economically from region to region, nevertheless, it did underscore the vulnerabilities of all the African countries, whether we are talking about the weak structure of economic structures, the overdependence on the export of raw material, and the low development of digital infrastructures, or the lack of health and social protection institutions. Therefore, the theme that was chosen for this 53rd theme of this meeting, namely Africa's sustainable industrialization and diversification in the digital area in the context of COVID-19, is really pertinent, given the fact, the role that industrialization and digitalization could play to face the challenge with which Africa is faced. In fact, the new digital technologies not only help to improve the resilience of Africa, but also it can also start off sustainable industrialization process that will contribute to diversify the African economies, increase their added value, reduce their dependence on external factors, increase their productivity, and improve their capacity to create jobs. This process, of course, is going to bring about a paradigm shift in terms of development policies, but what will offer as many opportunities as challenges to our continent. Indeed, with regards to opportunities, by engaging the sustainable industrialization, Africa will have historic possibility to make up all its problems without prejudicing the welfare of future generations. The integration of digital technology in the process and also in the industrialization process will enable many African countries to push forward their growth models and introduce diversified models based on the creativity of new technologies. And indeed, this new technology offers the possibility to find a spot in the chains at a higher added value rate without, of course, counting the future of e-commerce, which conceals a great potential in the context to mobile technology. These will be so many opportunities for the 10 or 12 African young people that will reach the labor market on a yearly basis. As far as challenges are concerned, the success of sustainable industrialization and the digitalization of the economy will depend on the capacity of Africa to make up for all these shortcomings and deficits, especially in terms of infrastructure, skills, and of course, financing. Here, once again, this is a collective initiative which goes beyond national borders and which calls for a sustained cooperation among the African trades in the context of a federative approach which will enable an exchange of experience. The launching in January last of the operational phase of the free trade area of the AfCFTA is, in this respect, a major step forward, which definitely acts as a catalyst to the industrialization of our continent by abolishing intra-African barriers and also encouraging the development of regional ecosystems. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will not spend too much time and reiterate how important it is to push forward our industrialization process. So I will not preempt what the eminent analysts will have to say on this budget. Nevertheless, I would like to come back on this issue of funding, the financing of this structural transformation of our continent, which is now in a context where budgets have been drastically decreased. In this respect, I would like to praise the quality of the work and the orientations and the economic policies of the ECA as the internal mobilization resources is concerned and fighting against illicit flows and the establishment of new partnerships that are all means of assisting the African countries to develop their financing policy, especially the digitalization of the industries. Nevertheless, if finances are not enough, of course, we have to deal with the challenge of other aspects, and we have to work towards fighting against climate change and others, to mention but a few. The mobilization of new resources or new funding resources which are innovative, especially through the PPPs, will become of paramount importance. A more active involvement of the international financial community in these efforts is of paramount importance to support the African countries in their process of economic transformation. In this context, I would like to commend the efforts made by the ECA after the outbreak of the pandemic to mobilize the support of the international financial advice, namely to say suspending the debt servicing. And this is extremely important so that the African countries have access to financial markets and also receive loans from development banks. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the successful organization of this 53rd Conference of the Ministers of the ECA, taking place in difficult conditions, is a concrete example of the capacity of Africa to react, to innovate, and to rise up to the challenges of our area. This capacity should be the driving force of a common ambition to achieve our development and the transformation that we want to attain, and which brings us together. In this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco, faithful to its commitment for African cooperation and the emergence of a strong and autonomous Africa, is at your disposal to assist you in this endeavor by sharing our experience, especially as far as the integration of integrated industries. I would like to wish all the best and full success to the Bureau of the meeting that is going to be set up in just a few minutes to come. Thank you. Now, with your permission, I would like to introduce Mr. Edo, who is the CEO of Mark Media. Mark will chair the panel. He is a journalist of international reputation. He's a development consultant, and he's a very familiar face for many of you. He has moderated many African ministerial meetings in recent times. Mr. Edo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and all protocols duly observed. And congratulations, Your Excellency, on the successful completion of your tenure as chair of the Bureau. Now, your steady hand has been vital during what has been an extraordinarily challenging 12 months due to this pandemic. Now, for matters of housekeeping, we have simultaneous translation in Arabic, French and English. To choose your preferred language, just click on the button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Participants' microphones will be muted during the presentations. Always mute your microphone when you're not presenting. And when you're speaking, make sure your camera and your microphone is on at all times. The theme of the conference is Africa's Sustainable Industrialization and Diversification in the Digital Era in the context of COVID-19. And the program for today goes until about 6:15 p.m. Addis time. We have 3 high-level dialogues as well as the annual Adebayo Adedeji lecture during the lunch break. The speaker this year is Robert Davis, former Minister of Trade and Industry for South Africa. I encourage all of you to please start sending in your questions for the panels by using the Q&A function below. Finally, spread the word on social media about this event. Use the hashtag #COM2021. A recording of the meeting will also be available online after the conference. I now yield the floor to the Honourable Minister and Chair of the outgoing Bureau, sir. So you're on mute. You need to unmute yourself, Your Excellency.
Merci, Edo. Maintenant, je passe la parole.
Thank you, Edo. And now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Vera, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa.
Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, thank you for your presence here today. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Madam Mia Mottley, who is also the joint World Bank IMF Development Committee Chair for this year. Ms. Minos Shafik, Director of the London School of Economics, former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England. My dear friend, Ken Ofori-Atta, it is an immense pleasure to have you here with us today. It was great to talk to you this morning and really, really good to see you back. His Excellency, the Minister of Economy and Finance and Administration of Morocco and the outgoing chair, again, thank you. And again, we remember Marrakesh and your stewardship of the meetings in Marrakesh. We meet today at a time when the international economy is actually, if you have read the recent newspapers of the Financial Times and The Economist, talking about recovery and a transition from response to recovery. But Africa is still figuring out how to do its response and how to get out of it. We have had 3 crises, a triple crisis of first, of course, the health pandemic, then an economic crisis and a climate crisis, and if you want, probably a youth crisis as well. We have lost 2 to 3% of our GDP based on ECA estimates, trying to fight the COVID-19 crisis. As ECA, we have continued to talk about the need for liquidity in our African economies, because one thing is clear in this crisis. While we talked about coupling of the world economy prior to the 2008 crisis, I think there is a decoupling of the response in the 2020 health and economic crisis. Of course, Africa has done much better in terms of its response compared to the rest of the developed world. And a lot of the predictions of Africa suffering from the COVID-19 crisis, of course, the data is still sketchy and we're still going to get a few more of the data back, shows that Africa has not suffered as much as everybody else. And hopefully with the vaccine, we will never get to that point. But we have seen 4 million cases, 107 thousand deaths and about 3.5 million recoveries. That is much better than most have seen. But we have seen, as we have heard many times, an economic crisis that has hit particularly our vulnerable countries the most. Debt accumulation and the conversation around debt is a conversation that has prevailed since the crisis began. Debt from developing countries, but also debt from developed economies. And I think just so that we have a sense of the conversation, and this is what we'll be talking about most of the time during this sessions today and tomorrow, is debt for what, debt why, and debt how. And as you can see on this graph, advanced economies, the AEs, if you look at the second side of the graph, have a debt to GDP levels today averaging about 125% debt to GDP, whereas emerging market economies have 50%. Essentially, going into this crisis, following the 2008 crisis, interest rates collapsed. We have what we call lower for longer, which essentially means negative interest rates for a very long time. A lot of respected economists thought because interest rates were negatives, and in some sense, actually, there is conversations about in the UK now, paying people for negative interest rates. Because interest rates are so low, we're subsidizing interest rates. This is the conversation that's happening in the developed world. And as you can see, immediately after the crisis on the graph, for those of you who are looking on your left, immediately after the crisis happened, central banks across the G7 economies repurchased $7 trillion worth of assets, which means they put into the economy $7 trillion worth of additional liquidity so that businesses, economies could survive the crisis. This was not the same response that the developing economies had. We had a conversation that said the debt is too high. And so I think what we're trying to say at the Economic Commission for Africa is the problem on the continent is not a problem of debt management. It is a problem of additional liquidity to ensure that we can respond to the crisis and then start talking about the transition to the recovery. So for us at this conversation in the next few days, it's going to be about the importance of a quick response. If you can just go back to the next slide for 2 minutes. I want to show you the speed of the response. If you look at the slide, WHO announces we have a health pandemic and central banks go into overdrive, repurchasing assets and putting $7 trillion into the G7 economies. On the continent, we took a while to get a G20 response for a debt service suspension initiative. And we are still thinking about getting special drawing rights to get additional liquidity into developing economies. This is the conundrum, and this is the bipolarity. This is the decoupling of the economies. Decoupling was the health. Africa did better. The advanced economies didn't do so well. Second decoupling, the advanced economies injected $7 trillion and are continuing to inject 20% of GDP in fiscal stimulus. In the developing world, 2% of GDP for the response. We have to work towards a recoupling of the economies because what at least the health pandemic has shown us is that if there's anything, we're intertwined in our response and in our recovery, and particularly in the reset. Next slide, please. So what we see and what the Economic Commission for Africa has done has shown that had the international economy responded to the $100 billion stimulus call we made in March, growth on the continent recovered much faster. We didn't do it then, but we hope we can do it now with the special drawing rights issuance and on lending into African economies. African economies still need liquidity, next slide. And so we're working continuously with the developing and the developed world, and we welcome the G7's response in the meeting on Friday to begin to really think and ask the IMF to think about what will happen to issuance of new SDRs and particularly vaccines. We can see that the reason why the US just announced that they're back into a recovery phase and they're going to get probably their strongest growth in the last 10 years. We are seeing growth happening again in the UK. So the developed world is getting back into growth. Growth is coming back. Africa needs to get back, and we are getting back. But our growth has to be a growth that comes with jobs, because at the end of the day, that is the question, is we have had a structural shift in our economies. Our economies have closed down. They've closed down for a year. We've lost jobs. We've lost schooling. We've lost education. I think the slides are not moving anymore. but we've lost education. One of the things that we have seen is that only 20% of African kids are back in school post the COVID crisis. We need more kids to go back into school. Poverty has increased. We have poverty going to almost 100 million more people falling into poverty. We had begun to win the fight against poverty. The poverty levels had fallen finally below the 50% mark to 48% of Africans were still living in poverty. With the COVID crisis, we will get back to the higher end of that curve. But more importantly is the vulnerable. Many of our economies have more vulnerable than they have poor. One of the specificities of African poverty is that when you fall into poverty, you stay lower for longer. So in the developed world, lower for longer is interest rates. In the developing world, lower for longer is poverty. We need to make sure that we cannot do lower for longer in poverty, which means then that we need more liquidity to respond to the crisis. We see that we spend a lot less on stimulus packages and fiscal responses to the social protection in our economies compared to the developed economies. This is why we need the liquidity. We need the liquidity to create jobs. We need the liquidity. As you can see on the slide, Africa spends about $6.1 billion in social protection, whereas in North America, they spend $290 billion in social protection. Again, a decoupling and a gap that is too wide for the economy to recover with it. So what we're calling for is additional injections of liquidity into the African economy, a conversation on debt, but a conversation not so much on debt, but a conversation on the importance of investment, the return to investment, which means a conversation on the education of our kids. As you can see on the slide, a lot of African kids dropped out of school. They will not go back to school. Kenya is one of the countries where you had the least number of kids that dropped out of school and will stay in school post the crisis. But I think what we have also been able to demonstrate is the fact that Africa has responded in a way that we did not expect it. A lot of African countries are now using more of the internet, schools have access, but we know, as studies in the African Development Bank, Africa 50 and others have shown, is that Africa can invest in technology and our youth can use technology to the betterment of jobs and poverty reduction. Where will we get the liquidity to do this? Special drawing rights, $500 billion will hopefully be issued at the World Bank IMF spring meetings. Special drawing rights, $217 billion will go to the developed economies. But as we have seen, they already put $7 trillion into the economy and 20% of GDP in their economies. So we are asking again that some of those special drawing rights that go to the developed countries be on lent to the developing countries, emerging markets in Africa in particular, so that we can respond. Our private sector has not nearly the same kind of response and support as has had in the developed world. For us to create jobs, we need to work with our private sector. We need to ensure that the private sector can stand up and provide the jobs that are needed. And here I want to talk about the Afri-Exim Bank, which has been able to provide almost $8 billion in lending to 470 banks in the last year just to respond to the crisis. How are we going to provide liquidity into our economies? We've always talked about moving from billions to trillions. The ECA and many others in the private sector have worked together to come up with a scheme that will allow us to create what we are calling a liquidity and sustainability facility, using special drawing rights to create and double liquidity by getting money from the private sector, particularly from markets where we have $13 trillion worth of investment that is ready. However, this investment will not come if Africa does not put together a comprehensive development package, which includes better transparency in the use of resources, better fiscal discipline, better transparency in the illicit financial flows. And for this, we need the international community to work with us to ensure that we can do that. Of course, we're going to have to recover green. Shown, and the Economic Commission for Africa, working with Oxford University, has shown that if we build back green, we create actually more jobs. We've done some studies in a couple of countries that show that you create 250% more jobs, you add almost 320% more value to your productivity. One of the characteristics before the crisis was we were creating value out of resources, out of financial systems. We need on the continent to create value out of productivity. We need to make our factories work. We need to make sure that our services work better for our economies. This means that we need to do better in public financial management, but also to crowd in the private sector to work with us as we build an Africa that we want. So a comprehensive package for building forward together is hopefully what we will be talking about in the next few days, and hopefully that we can collectively as a continent work towards Agenda 2063 and the Africa we want. The African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement provides us with the springboard for that, and we hope that many more countries will clearly ratify it and that we can continue to work better and stronger to build a future that recouples itself, that multilateralism gets stronger, and that the three anchors of decoupling that I just spoke about come back together. In the health crisis, Africa, like everybody else, gets vaccines. On market access, Africa, like everybody else, gets the same market access rates. And finally, on job creation and the recovery, Africa, like everybody else, recovers at the same speed as the rest of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madame Vera Songwe, for this excellent and brilliant presentation. We give the floor now to Mr. Ken, Minister of Finance from Ghana.
Are we good? Great. Thank you very much indeed, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Let me truly to be on stage, the Prime Minister from Ethiopia, and Prime Minister from Barbados, who takes over as DC chair as I exit. And it's actually a miracle to be. I had COVID in November 23rd, 2020, and resulted in some post-COVID complications, which kept me in the US for about 5 weeks. So I just got back. But I think for me, the learning is that nexus between healthcare and finance. We, as ministers of finance, and really looking currently at the global landscape and feeling quite sorry for sort of the state of the world with this whole push on vaccine nationalism. I think we had maybe 400 million vaccines that have sort of been ordered, and 90% of it remains in the developed world, which really puts Africa on the back foot, given what we have done last year. And so we need to look at that. But that in itself shapes the whole global landscape that Vera has given such a clear picture on. The realization for all of us is that by 2050, Africa will have the most youth and will be a quarter of the world's population. So the whole issue of liquidity and the fluidity of this pandemic, if we do not tackle it now, and also what we saw with global supply chains, especially last year, Africa not industrializing, creates a problem for the global world. So on the finance side, you know, we have this conundrum of liquidity, which obviously, even with the recent 1.9 trillion intervention by the US, indicates they are not only helping lives and livelihoods, but moving very quickly towards recovery. We, as Ghana, are going to the market maybe in 10 days or so, or maybe quicker than that. And it is quite clear what we are facing, because look at economies like Morocco, like Greece, and Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, and you realize whilst Greece may be going at about 0.8, 1.9, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire may be doing anywhere north of 4.5. And the question becomes, how do you support debt sustainability when the system is so rigged against you and the ratings are similar? And this is simply because maybe the ECB has different policies that is helping Greece to come to market. So you have this tension between the multilaterals who have encouraged us to go to market, now seeming to bring us back for them to intervene. And therefore the urgency of us coming to some conclusions on this liquidity such that we do not exacerbate the debt sustainability situation that we have. So first of all, the issue of vaccine nationalism, hoarding vaccines, is morally indefensible, and it is medically self-defeating because in the end, various variants will then occur, which then really rolls back all the work that the West have done. So it is in everybody's moral interest to make sure that we sort this thing out. Ghana is going to have to spend another $240 million into this in a period in which revenues are down and expenditures are up. And I think that goes for the generality of African countries. So there needs to be a sit down to really tackle this problem that we have. And it is urgent and it has to be immediate, and it will solve a global problem. Now, when we look at sort of the injustice of this economic conundrum, really, in the end, as we have said over and over again, the whole financial architecture has to be relooked at. It is not, there's enough money out there, as we have seen, north of 10 trillion that has been able to be marshaled to support the West and Africa stuttering behind, and that cannot be helpful to all of us. So I guess in a nutshell, for me, in my experience, COVID, and knowing that post-COVID issues are even going to be more prominent going forward. So the health, the economy, the climate are going to be key. How do we give liquidity to Africa such that we will be able to get into a recovery phase? How do we get a new approach at vaccines so that we don't have 90% going to the West? And therefore give a chance for variants to develop here, which then will erase the work that the West has done. How do we push the SDRs in a way in which it will support our market-driven activities at pricing that makes sense to us and the world, and it's not usurious? And those are going to be key issues going forward. Because the debt sustainability issues then becomes a problem of the architecture, not necessarily us. We are therefore expecting a very strong communique after this to tease out the issues and show that the interventions in Africa is really for global good. If we are to sustain industrialization, etc. I think the minister from Morocco did talk about digitalization. Africa now is about $347 billion, clearly at 16-17% of GDP. Move to the 32 OECD of digitalization, that's $1 trillion of domestic savings that can then support industrialization, reduce illicit flows, etc. Vera, I just want to thank you for this forum. It's going to be critical as we put our ideas to communicate before the spring meetings and put together a coalition of the willing to make sure that we stop the pandemic going through 3, 4, 5, 6 years and rolling back all that we have done. The numbers, of course, of people getting into poverty are sobering, and as Vera said, it's much more difficult to bring them out, and we can stop that. And we should know by 2050, Africa is going to be a quarter of the world's population. For global prosperity, we need to intervene now, and it will be much cheaper for us to do. So Africa's industrialization is a good strategy not only for Africa, but for the world. In the words of the G20 persons group, to bend the arc of history, we must succeed in Africa, where the poverty, demographic, and environmental challenges are the largest, and so too the opportunities to contribute to world growth and the global commons. Our approach to beating this pandemic will make a difference between a lost couple decades and a rapid recovery that puts us on a successful growth trajectory. Thank you so much for this. Appreciate the opportunity.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur Ken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, Minister of Finance of Ghana, for this excellent presentation. I will give the floor now to Madame la Baronne Minouche, Director of the London School of Economics, former Deputy Governor, Bank of England. You have the floor, Minouche.
Honourable Ministers, it is such an honour to be able to speak to this incredibly distinguished audience today, and I wanted to thank Vera Songwe for the invitation. I wanted to pick up where Vera and the Minister, Honourable Minister from Ghana, left off. It is quite true that the advanced economies have been able to respond to this crisis with whatever it takes. And most developing countries have only been able to respond with whatever they can afford. Now, the availability of SDRs and potential recycling of those to developing countries is a potential opportunity to deliver a better recovery. What I want to focus my remarks on this morning is that this opportunity is one in which we can define a new social contract in Africa. And I'm going to draw on some things from a book that I just published this month called What We Owe Each Other, a New Social Contract. And the opportunity that I'm describing comes from the fact that many African countries are in the midst of transitioning from a social contract that relies heavily on families to support the young, the old, the sick, and the unemployed, to one where society helps to carry some of those responsibilities in exchange for everyone contributing to the common good through work in the formal sector and through paying taxes for as long as possible. I know that those words would ring well in an audience of finance ministers. The goal would be to get a better balance of security and opportunity across the continent, drawing on the lessons from this crisis. So let me start with security, and I want to start with what worked well. In many African countries during the pandemic, there was considerable security provided by cash transfer schemes, and Vera showed a very interesting chart to show how cash transfer schemes were rolled out and got cash into the poorest families, and those were expanded rapidly across the continent during this crisis. And some increased amounts because they knew poor households would be adversely affected. Having that cash transfer delivery infrastructure in place was hugely beneficial for protecting the most vulnerable. And we know from hundreds of randomized controlled trials around the world that those cash transfers are effective at improving nutrition, school attendance, and productivity. But the crisis also underlined the importance of achieving universal health care across Africa. And here, the track record is more mixed, but the objective is clear. The World Health Organization recommends that an essential health package would cost about 5% of GDP and should be universally available and consist of things like prenatal care, immunizations, treatment of communicable diseases like pneumonia, tuberculosis and COVID, bed nets against malaria, and treatment of cardiovascular illness, and access to medical care. Many developing countries are choosing a two-tier model whereby the poor and those in the informal sector are covered through the public healthcare system by the government and paid for through general taxation, sometimes complemented by contributions from households. And those employed in the formal sector, meanwhile, contribute through payroll taxes to an insurance-based system, and the better off rely on the private market. But the pandemic has shown us that we can do much more digitally than we ever thought possible, just like events like today. Many developing countries will never be able to achieve universal healthcare based on the prevailing model in which medical interventions take place in dedicated facilities overseen by highly trained doctors. Digital technologies open up the possibility of completely new models of telemedicine, patients having access to high quality information and controlling their own medical records, using wearable devices to monitor vital signs like temperature, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation at home at very low cost, and even using artificial intelligence for diagnosis and robotic delivery of many procedures. In isolated parts of Rwanda and Tanzania, drones are already being used to deliver vaccine and blood. In future, it will be possible to receive treatment from doctors or healthcare professionals located anywhere in the world. And one effect of that may be to reduce the pressure on healthcare workers migrating in pursuit of greater earnings. So just as Africa leapfrogged to mobile phone technology without ever building a fixed line telephone network, I think there's a real opportunity for Africa to use digital technologies to leapfrog to a better, more cost-effective system of universal healthcare. Now let me turn to the theme of opportunity. With the exception of a few countries, I think it's fair to say that the economic consequences for Africa have been more severe than the health ones. The first recession in a quarter century, limited fiscal space, and high debt levels constraining government action, and continuing uncertainty about how to create livelihoods for a growing young population. Again, let me start with what has gone well. Almost every country in Africa has achieved universal primary education and is on its way to achieving universal secondary education. That is a huge achievement. And as many girls as boys are in school in most countries, contributing to lower population growth and even higher levels of female employment. There are challenges around educational quality, disruptions caused by the pandemic, and questions about how to use digital technologies more effectively. But here again, I think some incredible opportunities for Africa to leapfrog to blended models that would be both cost-effective and higher quality. But future growth will increasingly be digital. And as the very good issues paper prepared by the Economic Commission for Africa for this event says, Africa will need to invest in digital skills, digital infrastructure, and the middleware to create growth opportunities in agriculture, manufacturing, and increasingly in services. It will not be possible to follow the East Asian model of using export-oriented, labor-intensive manufacturing as your engine of poverty reduction and growth. Africa is making the transition to middle, hopefully high-income status in the digital age, and the strategies for providing opportunities to citizens will need to reflect that. A new social contract that provided citizens with support to engage in the digital economy, enabling them to do so in the formal sector, providing public services such as health and education that are digitally enabled, and encouraging people to work and pay taxes for as long as possible to contribute to the common good. That, I think, is the basis for a new social contract in Africa. And for governments, that means making sure everyone, from farmers to physicians, have access to the skills and the tools they need to seize opportunities in the digital age. In the beginning of the COVID crisis, many people spoke of the dichotomy between lives and livelihoods. And then we learned that there is no trade-off. The two are completely intertwined. I think a better social contract in Africa would provide security for all lives and opportunity for all livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much for your statement. Now we give the floor to Madame Mia. Madame Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Chair Joint World Bank International Monetary Fund Development Committee. You have the floor, Madame Mia.
Thank you very much. Good morning
Mr.
to
Mia,
everyone.
sorry.
Excellency Mohamed Ben Chaboun, Minister of Economy, Finance and Administrative Reform Morocco and Chair of the Outgoing Bureau. Excellency and my brother Ken Ofori-Atta, Minister of Finance Ghana, and it is so good to see you recovered from COVID. Baroness Minoucha Shafiq, Director of the London School of Economics, my alma mater, and former Governor of the Bank of England. Vera Songwe, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the ECA, and of course my sister. Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. All ministers present, members of the diplomatic community in Addis Ababa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Or should I say, my brothers and sisters, we meet again across the annals of history. For whenever the beacons have been lit, we've always answered each other's call to do battle with a common enemy, side by side. We met 100 years ago in Northern Africa at the start of the long war for political independence from the yoke of empire. We met later in protracted battles for economic independence. We met in Southern Africa to vanquish the last vestiges of minority rule. Ours, my friends, is an ancient bond of blood and soil, steeped in history and forged in struggle. And we meet regrettably again this morning on the battlefield of COVID. Our health statistics are relatively good, but our economies are devastated. Our government's relative success in treating the global pandemic's health side has served to hide the true economic devastation of COVID from the world. Three things have driven that devastation. First, our colonial past has left us both highly dependent on trade, travel, and foreign direct investment. And so our two regions have been two of the hardest hit. The facts are there for all to see. Second, the world's few countries with reserve currencies were able to deploy $7 trillion of quantitative easing, as you heard from Vera just now, allowing interest rates to remain near zero while engaged in massive fiscal stimulus to offset the implosion of their private economy. Our countries could not do that to save our private economies. So while the advanced economies spent 8% of GDP to boost their economies, developing countries could only struggle to spend 1 or 2% of GDP. Third, our public and private financing flows have either disappeared or been too little, too late. The inadequacy of the DSSI is something for us to reflect upon. This has been the centerpiece of the international community's response to COVID. This debt service suspension initiative really needs to be examined by us. While the advanced economies have added near $11 trillion of new debt, the relief that the 72 low-income countries eligible for relief under the debt service suspension initiative will be in the vicinity of $11 billion, 1,000 times smaller than the 11 trillion new debt to the advanced economies. And while we welcome it, 80% of countries eligible for the DSSI will receive relief worth less than 1% of their GDP, 60% less than half of 1%. Let me be very clear. This debt service suspension initiative is welcome. But to spend much time debating whether we should extend it by a few months will not address the crisis that we face today. And it will not save us from what is coming next, my brothers and sisters. The ingredients are now in place, regrettably, for a debilitating emerging market debt crisis, the kind that plunged Latin America for a lost decade when these ingredients were last in place. Because of the cost of the pandemic and costs relating to the climate crisis, like the outbreak of locusts across several East African countries in 2019, the debt as a percentage of GDP in over half of our countries has jumped from high before COVID to the edge of sustainability now today. The credit rating agencies are free, as we would have expected them to be. They have already several African countries on credit watch for participation in the DSSI, raising thereby their cost of capital. Over the past decade, the amount of government or government-guaranteed debt in Africa to private creditors has grown from negligible proportions to 43%. This debt is primarily in US dollars and is set on the basis of US interest rates. In Latin America in the 1980s, there had also been a rapid rise in US dollar-denominated debt held by private creditors. What triggered the crisis on August 12, 1982, was the strengthening of the US dollar amid the 1981 tax cut stimulus. Unless, my brothers and sisters, we act fast, proportionately, and comprehensively, a strengthening US dollar and rising US interest rates can be the trigger that turns this health crisis into a debt crisis. That is the problem that the world is facing. The DSSI does not solve it. It requires a greater, more systemic effort, one that goes beyond the poorest countries to those countries cut out from the international capital markets, one that goes beyond government debt and beyond China. I seek your support this morning for a recycling of the $500 billion of SDRs that better matches the problem and the problems we face. Additional fast dispersing resources are necessary. Firstly, to scale up the resource transfer needed to address COVID and climate change, we call upon the rich countries to pledge half of their new and their unused special drawing rights, to recapitalize development banks like the African Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the World, the Asian Development Banks. They must use this capital to leverage more long-term lending to those heavily impacted by COVID and by the climate crisis, to support green, yes, resilient, yes, and inclusive development, yes. The current resources available to the regional development banks are not sized for an economy stopping pandemic. They've not sized to deal with the climate crisis and how it is impacting us disproportionately, particularly those of us between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. But it is not just the level of lending that matters, it is also the speed with which it is lent. Our needs are immediate, and the development banks have been well-meaning, yes, they have been, but they've been slow, with lending tied up in efforts to draw up conditionalities and with the staff blaming their boards in many instances. We've experienced this in the region, our region. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We do not need to ask, but countries that have suffered double-digit declines in GDP last year need genuinely fast dispersing long-term budget support. The development banks and their boards must commit to the timing of their disbursements. One fast way to provide relief while preserving the preferred creditor status is for the IFIs, the multilateral development banks, and the regional development banks to adopt natural disaster and now pandemic clauses in their lending, and to encourage others to do so as well. In the Barbados version of these clauses, and ours was regrettably only natural disaster, we wrote them into all of our domestic and international debt after our debt restructuring in 2018 and 2019, such that once it is independently verified that there has been a natural disaster, there is an immediate suspension of debt service for 2 years, with the payments added on at the end of the existing term. This frees up close to 10% of GDP in Barbados's case. Debt reduction is a vital corollary of additional resources. But more lending on its own is problematic given higher levels of debt. The new lending by the regional development banks must as much as possible involve partnerships with the private sector and tapping into private sector savings so that the investment does not sit solely on stretched government balance sheets. But it is only essential that the corollary of any plan for new resources is a plan for debt reduction that does not scare the bondholders, and at the very least is on the scale of the increase of COVID-related debt. I want this morning to propose that rich countries pledge the other half of their additional and unused SDRs to developing countries if they use them to buy back their debt denominated in the currencies that make up in the SDRs and by an amount equal to the increase in debt from 2020. This will yield three benefits. Firstly, there would potentially be a significant debt reduction that will likely forestall a drop in credit ratings. Appropriately recycled, the new SDR allocation is formidable. The total external debt of African countries held by private creditors, for example, in 2019, was just 40% of the new allocation. Secondly, if developing countries, all developing countries, use their SDRs to offer to buy back their debt at or just below par, this offer by itself, without any resources being spent, would increase the liquidity in debt. Investors would know at any time there's a buyer of their bonds. As Vera Songwe has so well articulated again this morning, illiquidity is a significant cause of our high debt costs, as unlike in advanced countries, there are no ready buyers of our small debt issues. As a result, a vicious cycle ensues where high debt servicing costs undermine debt sustainability. We will look on as we wait to see what you are able to attract as you go to the market in under 2 weeks. Thirdly, all of the countries whose currencies are in SDRs are currently engaged in substantial quantitative easing, as I've said. The United States of America, China, the Euro area, Japan, the United Kingdom, all to a combined $7 trillion in 2020 alone and early 2021. Swapping around 60 billion of the new SDR allocation for US dollar to buy back US dollar denominated bonds held by US investors has much economic equivalence, dollar for dollar, with quantitative easing programs. If there were any concerns about wider effects, and I do not see why there would be, most of these concerns could be addressed through a modest reduction of existing quantitative easing programs. This is not the place for detailed blueprints. It is the place, however, to ask for your support for scaling up the response to COVID and for more comprehensive, faster support that reaches those countries most impacted by COVID, most susceptible to an emerging debt crisis and to climate crisis-related costs. The bond buybacks must reach vulnerable middle-income countries and private creditors, as well as low-income countries. And yes, we need a vaccine clearinghouse, for we are in another vital battle together, that of obtaining vaccines for all. We tell the world that vaccinating part of the people or part of the world will not work, provide fertile ground for vaccine-resistant variances. But it is falling, my friends, on deaf ears. In times of war, vital markets subject to speculation, hoarding, and price gouging are rationed and not left to market forces. Market power is at play here, and I tell you because we are in the middle of it. Some large countries have purchased 5 times or more vaccines than they need, using complex, opaque option arrangements that make it hard for vaccine producers to plan and to sell further production. So much for debt transparency. Small buyers do not even get a look in. Some long-term solutions have been suggested that are worth serious consideration. One step we can also take is to reach a clearing arrangement for excess orders of vaccines. We should require written clearing agreements from those who have ordered more than they need. Once those vaccinated exceed the herd immunity threshold, they would agree to retain some more modest surplus and ask the producers to produce and deliver the excess at cost to developing countries. And even then, we're at the back end of the queue. Those excess vaccines should be over and above the amounts agreed to under COVAX, which only deals with 20% of our populations. There must be early intervention. The doctrine of necessity is also at play. And so if there is no international commitment To provide equitable and affordable vaccines for all, IP restrictions on growing production will become more of an issue. And this is not a straightforward issue, for any use of any waivers ought to be limited to the issue of vaccines for this crisis. Before COVID, as you have already said this morning, my friends, Africa was on the march. We had looked forward to our CARICOM Union Summit last year. Alas, it was not to be. But if we can get back to the journey, the 21st century, we truly believe, will be the African century. Africa rising will impact not just the continent, its people, all those of African origin, but yes, the entire world. COVID has stopped us in our tracks, all of us. But brothers and sisters, I know the recent journey has been relentless and exhausting. But we have reached a critical point in this twin battle of finance and vaccines. We need a more comprehensive response to the deepest crisis of the last 100 years. One that brings additional resources to those most heavily affected and critically also reduces our level of debt. We cannot leave vaccinating the world to unchecked market forces. We need a global approach and global leadership to vaccination, rooted in strategic moral imperatives. These are not nice to haves. These are the imperatives that are morally rooted. There is no turning back, and we must reform the line, redouble our effort, and press forward. I would like this morning to propose that we need to, at all costs, come together to work to promote our common interests, given that our advocacy in our individual regions is not gaining the appreciation or the traction that is needed to allow us to be seen and heard as low-income and middle-income countries. It is time that Africa needs to take leadership on these issues for the rest of us globally. And it is timely. Africa is already in the chair of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, one of the largest global bodies of countries previously viewed as colonies. We can use the OACP as a coordinating mechanism. And we must then create a subcommittee of ministers of finance this week, yes, supported by a small group of our best technicians, so that they may better refine what we must articulate and maintain with laser-like focus. And why is this necessary? We must tell the story, our story, that of low-income and middle-income countries, whether as small island states largely dependent on tourism and travel or single commodities, or whether as large and middle-income countries who have little or no access to the international capital markets, but who nevertheless are facing serious vulnerability to the twin crises of COVID and climate. The true front line of climate, as I said earlier, is not simply those of us in the Alliance of Small Island States, but those of us between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. For all of us already paying the price of the climate crisis, as we've seen as recent as this year with Mozambique. A climate crisis driven by the behavior of advanced economies with respect to the increase in greenhouse gases, not by us, but by them. We simply do not have the money, the fiscal space, or the policy space needed to build the green, the resilient, and the inclusive development of which we speak, especially after this last year of fighting COVID, without the critical intervention that is necessary. We don't and cannot move the needle on these policy issues of access to appropriate concessional funding or the use of appropriate criteria to truly assess our vulnerabilities, multidimensional as they are, affected our best chance of survival, not even yet talking about prosperity. And the need, my friends, for global leadership to eradicate this awful inequity of vaccine apartheid. For us, our health must be resilience. And regrettably, our new poverty has become vulnerability. This subcommittee of ministers of finance, must request a meeting with G7 countries and the heads of the multilateral institutions to put forward our proposals. We must come to the spring meetings with a simple yet coordinated message. History has taught us, my brothers and sisters, that it is only when we meet together and rebuild our platform of solidarity will we win the big and defining battles of our time. When we remain separate and apart, it allows the status quo of us and them. And you may ask, who is us? We are the ones that have been excluded from the corridors of international decision-making in the 1940s architecture of the United Nations and Bretton Woods institutions, as we were not yet sovereign countries. We are the us that are on the front line of the climate crises between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, looking on and waving our hands to a deafening silence and to inaction on matters that are critical to us, like the Warsaw Mechanism on loss and damage that is yet to get off the ground after the Paris Agreement. We are the us who, in utter frustration, wait and wait and wait on vaccines, or we pay astronomical prices to middlemen to access them. It is instructive that Britain, when it had finished the war, had it been forced to service its war debt immediately as the war ended, Britain would never have had the luxury of rebuilding its country and resuming its development trajectory. They found a creative way to treat the astronomically high debt that was incurred. As I speak to you in Addis Ababa this morning from Bridgetown, neither distance nor time zone must stop us from this moment and finding creative solutions as we fight for the development of our people and our countries. The beacons, my friends, are once again lit. Let us answer the call and shape our destiny, for we all know that a price will be paid with the costs of adjustment to climate and COVID. The question is, how will that price be paid, and when will it be paid, and by whom? Like with everything else, we know that the earlier, the better. The only issue for us is, will we fight this battle alone, or will we answer the clarion call of history and come together yet again for the large battles? I choose that we come together. Thank you, and may God bless the decisions of the African Ministers of Finance at this important juncture of global history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Madam Prime Minister, for your brilliant submission. And now we shall listen to the official opening address of His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and Chair of the World Bank IMF Joint Development Committee, Excellency and my good friend Vera Songwe, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the 53rd session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance and Development, organized by the UN Economic Commission for Africa. This timely topic points to the need for African economies to respond effectively to the accelerating pace of digital transformation and generational challenge of climate change. Among rapid global technological and environmental shifts and the new normal introduced by the COVID-19 pandemic, African leaders at every level are tasked with developing innovative responses. Innovations need to respond to the livelihood needs and prosperity aspiration of a growing youth population, particularly 1 year later into the COVID-19 pandemic. However, a year later, here we stand. Africa has demonstrated it's not only capable of facing this crisis, but it is also ready to help formulate and implement solutions. Finance and development ministers from throughout the continent, together with UN ECA, have been at the fore of discussion on the response and have proposed solutions that have benefited not just the continent, but the world, such as the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, and now the quest for SDRS. Africa was in a race to embrace economic diversification, the fourth industrial revolution, and digitalization in a sustainable and inclusive way. COVID-19 came to test our readiness and our resilience. From the crisis, we have not only demonstrated Africa's readiness to confront challenges, but also Africa's steadfast commitment to focusing on growth through innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as leaders, I find we are pressed to discern and respond to two sources of disruptions: nature and humanity itself. Nature's signals are becoming louder and more frequent, and an ever more alert and interconnected world population is becoming more demanding and less patient. In this disruption-prone world, each one of us must get at least three crucial agenda items right. First, the digital transformation. Second, the climate-smart economy, and an institutional framework for implementation and accountability. Africa will account for more than half of the growth of the world's population between 2019 and 2015. And the continent's population, unlike the rest of the world, is projected to continue growing through the end of the century. In a world of shrinking working age population, Africa provides an abundant and increasingly educated workforce. There is no doubt that Africa will over time be a vital linchpin to the global economy. However, it must do these three things well and quickly to improve its chance of success. First, on the digital economy, we must scale up our investments, a trend turbocharged by the COVID-19 pandemic. The digital economy is both a source of growth and a key competitive enabler for other productive sectors. Our ambitious youth, capable and hopeful, connected and technology savvy, are busy addressing problems and diverse as public service delivery, healthcare access, and digital finance. Policymakers can and should do more to support the digital transformation agenda. As we committed to track spending on education, we must also track spend on enabling the digital economy. The good news is that this is an area where the private sector is keen to invest. So most of us, what need to do is on creating the enabling environment. Put in place the policy reforms to facilitate innovation and investment once the basic backbone public sector investment are in place. In Ethiopia, for example, my administration approved a national digital strategy last year to guide the digital transformation agenda. In this strategy, we have identified 4 foundational building blocks for the digital economy: the establishment of a national digital ID, building payment platforms that work across, strengthening e-government applications, and finally, enabling e-commerce. These are supported by reforms in the energy and telecom sectors. In parallel, we are also investing in digital skills, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. Already we are seeing good results as a clear demonstration of a soundness of our national development strategy. Our renewed focus in the digital economy has started to attract large investments in the ICT park, mainly around data centers to enable data mining. It has also attracted investments in digital innovation and training centers, device manufacturing plants, and business process outsourcing companies that hire hundreds of people. This should, in turn, increase our fiscal revenues as it creates jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, the second goal that every African country must adopt is making our economies climate smart and resilient in diverse ways. In this regard, a climate smart manufacturing sector plays a critical role in increasing our exports and foreign currency earnings, in creating employment opportunities, and in creating a spillover effect of knowledge and technology. Without a strong manufacturing base, we cannot build diversified national economy. In Ethiopia, we have made an extensive and targeted effort to attract and retain quality investors with sound capital and finance, strong technological transfer, and export contribution potential. All our industry parks were designed and constructed in strict compliance with environmental safety and protection standards as eco-friendly and green industrial park. Let me also highlight another mega trend that may be favorable for Africa in at least two ways. The renewable energy sector. Firstly, for most of the developed world, adapting to green energy has been costly, politically and financially. Africa's energy supply and distribution base is far from depletion. We can have the opportunity to build an energy system that is green from the get-go. Secondly, Africa is well endowed with the natural resources needed for green energy and also wind and solar energy supply. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is one expression of Ethiopia's boldness and agency to ride the waves of the energy disruption rather than fall victim to it. Through the GERD, we plan to light up every Ethiopian home and fuel every Ethiopian factory. African women were not born to spend their days gathering firewood. Sustainable energy projects like the GERD will transform their lives in meaningful ways. As another example, Ethiopia has also taken bold leadership on climate action by launching its ambitious climate resilient green economy strategy that aspires to build a carbon neutral and resilient economy by 2030. Over the last 2 years, this strategy has been fully mainstreamed into the recently launched 10-year National Prospective Development Plan. We have also recently intensified our commitment in the fight against climate change by launching our Green Legacy Initiative in 2019, aimed at planting 20 billion seedlings within 4 years. In the last 2 years, we planted 9 billion seedlings. In this coming rainy season, we will plant another 6 billion with the intention to share another 1 billion seedlings with neighboring countries. We envision a green continent literally as we cover our land with trees and otherwise as we invest in renewables. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finally, as we embrace disruption and volatility as the new normal, we must build resilient institutions capable of implementing reforms to help us withstand the challenge of the future. However, unlike investments in the digital economy and in a climate resilient infrastructure, institution building is a painstaking, long and less tangible process. It requires reforms, consensus building, monitoring, and course correction. It is the best anchor we can build as we prepare collectively for the next crisis. We need continental institutions, regional institutions, and national institutions to all stand together. The African Union, the UN ECA, the African CDC, the African finance ministers are all part of this institutional fabric and have demonstrated the power of collective ambition and action. We must build on that to prepare for tomorrow's challenge and also tomorrow's promise of a bright Africa. With this insight, I would like to officially declare the conference open. I wish you all fruitful deliberation and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is now final with the excellent speech of His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of FDRE. I would like to ask the chair of the experts committee to inform us on the consultations carried out regarding the composition of the new bureau. Honorable Ambassador Ondo, you have the floor. Thank you, excellent outgoing chair. We have to go to Malabo so that the Honorable Minister chairs this session. Thank you very much, Excellency. We are waiting His Excellency, Mr. Valentin Maillet, Minister of Finance of Equatorial Guinea. I believe he's online and he is able to take the floor from now on and lead us in our deliberations. Yes, Ambassador. Ambassador, can you please tell us the global composition of the Bureau first?
Gentlemen, we apologize for the little glitch which should not be expected in these days when everything has to be done globally and across oceans and rivers and land. So we thank you for this. My name is Lana Kamara Joyner, and I would proceed to announce the membership of the new Bureau for the 53rd session. The chair of the Bureau would be Equatorial Guinea. The first vice chair would be Madagascar. The second vice chair would be Zambia. The third vice chair would be Sierra Leone. And the position of rapporteur would be occupied by Morocco. So briefly go over this again. The chair would belong into the Central African Republic, would be Equatorial Guinea. The first vice chair belonging to East Africa would be occupied by Madagascar. The second vice chair belonging to Southern Africa would be occupied by Zambia. The third vice chair belonging to West Africa would be occupied by Sierra Leone, and the position of rapporteur, which belongs to North Africa, would be occupied by Morocco. Herein lies the composition of the 53rd Bureau.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the proposal of composition of the new bureau? If there is none, it has been approved and decided. Now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Valentin Elamé, Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning of Equatorial Guinea, to take over as the new chair of the 53rd session of African Ministers of Economy and Planning and Economic Development. Allow me first to use this opportunity on behalf of all colleagues of the outgoing Bureau to express my gratitude to the ECA for their support during our mandate. I invite currently the Minister of Finance, Excellency Valentin Elamé, Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning, to take over and lead us. Minister, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Du Royaume du Maroc. Je voudrais d'abord
the Kingdom of Morocco.
Soumettre l'ordre du jour.
I would like first to submit
pour cette séance.
Agenda for this session.
Je pense que vous avez tout ça.
I think you have all received the agenda and you have it before you.
Je vais ajouter
I would like to add one item on the agenda.
C'est le communiqué du ministre et puis la déclaration.
The communiqué and the statement that will be adopted tomorrow.
Si vous êtes d'accord avec l'ordre
If you
du
agree
jour,
with the agenda,
on peut procéder.
we can continue.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Excellencies. As you all know, Africa has nominated a sole candidate, Dr. Adebayo, for the post of Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Complementing the decision of the African Union, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia would like to request the African Ministers of Finance to support the nomination of Dr. Adebayo, who has a proven track record of leading, formulating, and delivering innovative and meaningful policy change across the developing economies. Hence, I would like to suggest this is to be included in the agenda item under any other business and as a statement from the ministerial outcome. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody agree?
Je sors la législative.
Donc, on peut inclure le point sur l'ordre du jour.
So we can add this agenda item under AOB.
May I? Kenya is seeking to take the floor, sir.
Okay. We have the floor.
Kenya wishes to support the position of Ethiopia, and we request that this be included as AOB in the agenda.
Chair, the Republic of Djibouti also seconds the proposal of our friends Ethiopia to add this agenda item under AOB.
Anybody else want to take the floor? in order to adopt
Excellency, nobody wishing to take the floor here in Addis Ababa.
Okay. So thank you very much. I will start with the statement of the minister. I would like to address that in French. Excellence, Monsieur
Excellency
Abiy Ahmed,
Mr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister
Federal
of Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Excellence, Madame Mia
Excellency,
Motley,
Madame Mia,
Premier Ministre de Barbados.
Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Excellence, Madame Vera Songwe,
Excellency, Madame Vera Songwe, Under Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellence, Monsieur Mohamed,
Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Ben Chaboun, Minister of Economy, Finance and Administration from Morocco, outgoing Chair of the Bureau. Colleagues, Ministers of Planning, Economy,
Honorable representants des organisations internationales,
honorable representatives of regional and international organizations.
Monsieur Tedros Adhanom, Directeur Général,
Tedros Adhanom, Director General.
Monsieur John Nkengasong,
John Nkengasong, Director of Africa CDC. Distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my country, Equatorial Guinea, I have the honor to take the floor in this first 53rd session of the African Ministers of Finance, Economic Development and Planning.
En effet, comme un pays qui assure actuellement la présidence rotatoire du bureau de la conférence,
we are now the current chair of the conference,
et en ma qualité de ministre des Finances,
as a Minister of Finance, Economy and Planning, I'm going to make a few comments on the conference and the various items where COVID-19 is affecting our respective economics and the health of our respective population. Excellencies, Ministers, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Economic Commission for Africa and to the members of the outgoing Bureau for having chosen the theme of the 53rd session of the African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which is industrialization and sustainable development, diversification for Africa in the digital area in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Pandemic which is causing serious damages to our respective economies and the health of our population. As we say together, we need to build our capacities in these times of difficulty. We need to address the challenges and we need to translate these challenges into new opportunities. And I believe with digitalization, all connected activities must be a priority in planning our economies or in designing our economies. I also believe that we need to encourage the ECA to build the national capacity and African institutions so that they make good use of the advantages brought by the digital era. We need to recognize as well the commendable efforts made by national infrastructure sector and access to internet. Excellencies, ministers, I would like to use this opportunity to recognize the work done during the last 3 days by the Committee of Experts from the 17th to 19th March 2021, chaired by the Ambassador of Guinea Equatorial and the representative of the Permanent Mission within the African Union and the UN ECA. Dr. Santos Obamando. I believe that ministers would analyze the report regarding the draft resolution that this committee is submitting to provide policy guidelines, policy guidelines. Excellencies, ministers, the government of Equatorial Guinea, despite the current difficulties we are facing due to these sudden explosions which devastated Baka on 7th March 2021, and it left the city devastated with hundreds of deaths and injured. Guinea Equatorial is ready to continue working with the Commission, African institutions, and friend countries in implementing actions envisaged by the 54th session of the Commission. I would like to congratulate the Executive Secretary of the Commission and her team, as well as the members of the outgoing Bureau, the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Mohammed bin Shalom, and his team for the works carried out for the past year in guiding, informing African economies and fast-forwarding them. As the new chair of the Bureau, I would do all my best to implement and support the Commission and other African institutions in implementing the actions of the 56th session and implementing the African priority vision. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Edo. Mr. Mark Edo, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and a heartfelt congratulations to the incoming chair of the Bureau, Valentin Elamay, the Minister of Finance, the Economy and Planning for Equatorial Guinea. Now we move on to the first of 3 high-level dialogues for the day. In this first panel, we will be exploring the theme of the 53rd session of the Commission, Africa's Sustainable Industrialization and Diversification in the Digital Era in the context of COVID-19. I want to encourage you all to join the panel by typing your questions into the Q&A function in Zoom. Start sending your questions in now great panelists, and make sure you state your name, your affiliation, and preferably which panelist your question is directed at. This year's theme embraces the need for African countries to achieve rapid economic growth through environmental conscious industrialization and diversification. If I could just stop for a second and ask all my speakers, please, if you could put your microphone on mute. Would you please put yourself on mute? There are some people with their microphones on. If I could ask you to just mute your microphones until it's your time to speak. Thank you. Okay, so once again, this year's theme embraces the need for African countries to achieve rapid economic growth through environmentally conscious industrialization and diversification, while taking advantage of digitalization. Now, we're all aware of the COVID-19 pandemics, how much it severely affected the economies of Africa, and those opening speeches very much alluded to that. It's pushed the continent into a contraction for the first time in more than 20 years, and it's eroded our fiscal position and bloated our debt. African countries need a growth engine to build back better or build forward better from COVID-19. So here's the question. Industrialization has been the proven engine for economic development, but is it still a feasible strategy for sustainable growth in the digital era? And does increased automation and the rising skill intensity of industrial work limit the capacity of industrialization to absorb the more than 170 million young Africans set to enter the workforce over the coming decade? Does climate change diminish the viability of traditional pathways to industrialization? In the face of intensifying climate shocks, must African countries chart new green routes to growth and diversify away from current dependency on fossil fuels and commodities? Well, in this session, we consider these pressing challenges, but also the opportunities for growth, for job creation and sustainable development that digitization and the green growth transition may offer for African countries as we chart our recovery from COVID-19. I've got a great panel for you, and they are the lead speaker, His Excellency Uzziel Ndagijimana, who's the Minister of Finance for Rwanda, Lee Yong, Director General, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, commonly known as UNIDO. Hulin Zhao is the Secretary General, International Telecommunications Union. Ahmed Shaid is the Minister of Finance for Ethiopia. Dr. Ahmed Kamali is the Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Administrative Reform of the Arab Republic of Egypt. And finally, last but not least, Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining for the African Union Commission. So let's begin. I'll start with our lead speaker, the Minister of Finance of Rwanda. Our lead speaker, His Excellency Uzziel Ndagijimana. You're very welcome to start this panel off. So you're an economist by training. So I'll ask you from your perspective, on whether industrialization is still valid and optimum, whether that's the development strategy for African economies, and if so, whether our approach to industrialization or your approach in, say, your country, Rwanda, and in Africa broadly, requires tweaking, adjustment, to account for this new impacts of digitalization and climate change. So you have the floor. Maybe give us 3 minutes in your opening remarks.
Thank you. It is a real honor and a pleasure to be given this opportunity to share some thoughts on the theme of the 53rd session of the UNECA. Let me first commend the UNECA for choosing this important theme, which put together 5 important aspects of Africa's development, which are sustainability, industrialization, diversification, digitization, and COVID-19. As a result of COVID-19, the IMF Economic Outlook of January this year predicts a global contraction of 3.5% and 2.6% for sub-Saharan Africa. For Rwanda, our GDP statistics published last week indicate a contraction of 3.4% in 2020. Natural resources dependent countries and tourism-dependent countries were among the most affected by COVID-19. And this shows the pertinence of today's topic on industrialization, diversification, and digitization. The immediate consequence of the pandemic was a sudden need for increased government spending to halt the spread of COVID-19 and to support firms and households affected by the pandemic. Rich countries deployed trillions of dollars as a stimulus, but African countries do not have sufficient resources to increase spending to the level required by the response to COVID-19. Hence, huge financing needs for the management of COVID-19 and for the economic recovery in the context of increasing debt burden, the real challenge today, which needs to be addressed nationally, regionally as Africa, and globally. According to the IMF, while global recovery is projected at 5.5% of GDP growth for 2021, the GDP for Sub-Saharan Africa is projected to grow only by 3.2%, meaning below the average, the global average, which is bad news. For 2022, Sub-Saharan Africa's growth is projected at 3.9%, while the global growth average is 4.2%. In this context, focusing on priorities highlighted by the theme of this conference, which are sustainability, industrialization, diversification, digitization, is the right strategy to respond to the economic consequences of COVID-19 and to build a more resilient and sustainable economy. The slow process of structural transformation in Africa has kept Africa dependent on export of raw materials to developed and emerging countries and import of finished goods from those countries. It has made Africa vulnerable to fluctuations of international commodity prices and unfavorable terms of trade. These production and the trade patterns have also hampered the growth of intra-African trade, which stands today at about 17% of total trade, which is the lowest intra-African trade rate, intra-regional trade rate globally. Therefore, concrete measures are needed to accelerate industrialization and diversification of African economies to take advantage of the young and the growing labor force and the increased intra-African market due to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is time for Africa to shift from the position of supplier of raw materials to supplier of semi and finished products in the global trade. It is equally urgent to shift from the current high dependency on one or two export products and to initiate the process of diversification of our production structure in order to increase our resilience to external shocks and create more jobs for people. In the case of Rwanda, industrialization is one of the key pillars of our national strategy for transformation, which aims at promoting industrialization and attaining a structural transformation of the economy, whereby industrial sector share of the GDP will grow 17% in 2017 to 22% by 2024, while the share of agriculture will decrease from 30% to 23%, and the service sector share will remain at 48% of the GDP. A number of measures are being implemented in Rwanda, including the development of industrial parks in Kigali Special Economic Zone, in the 6 secondary cities and 2 satellite cities, technical and vocational training schools for young boys and girls. The Development Fund has been established to support small and medium enterprises. Innovation Fund has been established to support young talents in digital technologies, and infrastructure development is taking place, while financial sector also is being accelerated to improve access to finance, and our investment code has been revised to be more attractive to both foreign and domestic investors. Africa, not being industrialized today, has a unique opportunity to develop its industrialization strategy and programs, which include measures for mitigation of climate change and for efficient and sustainable use of natural resources. With regard to digitization, Africa is making progress in embracing digital technologies and has talented and enthusiastic youth already doing a good job. But more efforts are needed in terms of hard and soft infrastructure, capacity building, and ease of access to finance for the young entrepreneurs. We have all seen how digital technologies have been helpful in ensuring some business continuity during various lockdowns in various countries. Digital payments have increased significantly in Rwanda. Young Africans are creating various e-solutions, and e-commerce is growing, although still at infant stage. In Rwanda, pre-pandemic investment in IT infrastructure and capacity building proved very useful during COVID-19 pandemic. For instance, 62 e-commerce local platforms have been instrumental during this period of COVID-19, supporting thousands of SMEs in doing business. Through the partnership with Alibaba, Rwandan companies are trading on international online platforms. The value of mobile payment services increased by 87%, while the value of mobile banking increased by 131%. To conclude, sustainability, industrialization, diversification, and digitization are the right strategy for Africa to recover from the disastrous impact of COVID-19 and to build more resilient and sustainable and inclusive growth and development. However, this strategy requires changes in the current national and international environments in areas such as vaccine availability, good governance, access to cheap and long-term financing, improved business environment for the growth of private sector investment, and the promotion of inter-African trade through the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance for Rwanda, for kicking us off there. Next, I turn to Lee Yong. Lee Yong is the Director General for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Now, sir, the theme of the 53rd session we're discussing is Africa's sustainable industrialization and diversification in the digital era in the context of COVID-19. Sir, how is industrialization changing, and what are the main risks and opportunities for African economies?
Thank you very much, Mordia. I really like this theme because it's quite timely and relevant to all the countries, not only just Africa. Before the industrialization process for Africa is also facing and opportunities. Our Industrial Development Report 2020 gave us the finding that industrialization is still a main avenue for the sustainable economic development. In such a case that we need to promote industrial development, industrialization in the country, in the region, especially in Africa. But one of the findings the Industrial Development Report is that 10 economies accounts for more than 90% of patents, 70% exports with advanced digital production technologies actually from those countries. 88 developing countries play little or no role in production or use of advanced digital technologies. And also up to 70% of manufacturing sectors in lagging economies are still using analog technologies. This is a situation quite challenging for developing countries. So that is why the road to the industrialization for Africa is very challenging, especially in the current situation, COVID-19 pandemic crisis, and also the global advanced digital regional development strategy for other regions done by the UNIDO. We find that those common two challenges also quite relevant, not only for Africa. First one is digital infrastructure. A robust digital infrastructure is fundamental, is critical for associating with the new industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution technologies. Second challenge is that skilled laborers, how to in skilling, make investment in skilling, reskilling, upskilling of the labor market, of the human resources. Those are quite important for any country, especially also for Africa region. I really would like to commend the very good strategy developed by the AU, the AU transformation strategy for Africa 2020-2030. This is a very important platform for all the African countries to move ahead. Together with Africa, we want the 2063 agenda. Also, IDDA 3, Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa, approved by UN, and also the regional, sub-regional, and the country strategy moving ahead with the industrialization strategy. And those are the very important prerequisites for the continent to move ahead with industrialization. But this is an opportunity also. It's really a very important time for the country to move ahead. I really would like to say that this meeting with the finance minister, minister planning, important decision maker of the country will support their national strategy, like Prime Minister of Ethiopia mentioned their digital strategy, and like Rwanda, like many other African countries, they already have the strategy. But important thing is implementation of the strategy. I just would like to stop here. Maybe I would like to floor for sharing some of the operations policy support to African countries later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Li Yong, Director General of UNIDO. Now I'll turn to someone we're very glad to have with us, Hulin Zhao, who is the Secretary General, International Telecommunication Union. And I think that yesterday I found out that Mr. Zhao has 6 webinars today, so we're very grateful that you've joined ours. My question to you is, tell us what the core challenges to the advancement of the digital economy are in Africa from your perspective, and how should both business, private sector and policymakers adapt, respond and work together to make it happen?
Yeah, Mark, thank you very much for your invitation. Indeed, I have a 6th webinar meeting today, and after this one, I have to open several others punctually. So I may not be able to stay that long with the delay of this session. If you allow me, I will not read my speech now, because I prepared my speech and then it takes much time. I think that first let me congratulate Africa to celebrate this 53rd session of this economic conference. I think that it's very important. And following the message I heard from Prime Minister of Egypt and from, for example, our Minister from Rwanda and the others, that I'm very pleased to see that they put the digitalization of Africa as a priority. And in his speech, he even put this in front of the efforts to fight against climate change. So that I'm very pleased to see the high attention to this important digitalizations in our continent. Now, with COVID-19, I'm very pleased to know that everywhere, including Africa, all recognize the importance of ICT. And then we also see the digital divide caused by this COVID-19. For example, many countries close their cities, close schools, then, school children have to go home, and then they can use the broadband connection to continue to receive courses. And while in many developing countries, there's no such kind of a facility. I know that some African countries even use a television channel to give the training courses and the school courses. So there's a big difference. And we have to understand where we are today. And according to ITU, we know that, Africa speaking, we already have 51% of internet connection everywhere, Africa speaking. While in Africa, it's only 29, something like that. So that is the big gap. And then we noted that in the cities of Africa countries, you have more than almost 30% of households have internet connection, while in the rural area it's 6% only. So this is the reality today. But I'm very optimistic that because Africa now has put the ICT high on their agenda, and they talked about one common market, one digital Africa market, and free market. All this we have facilitated this country. Now, I would like to also share with you my observation with what happened in Africa since beginning of this century. 2004, I was in Egypt. We heard from our event, all the Africa ICT minister come to announce their ambitious target to have 4% percentage of telephone occupation to 10% by the end of 2010. But since they put this high on the agenda, and because UN has the WISIS process to facilitate the development, and then by 2010, we have many countries already reached 80%, 90%. And averagely in Africa, it's already 70%. So it's far, far more. And now we also know that although is to some extent Africa continent is left behind the others, but you also have new technologies like 5G, artificial intelligence. I'm very pleased to hear from Prime Minister of Egypt that he also put this. So that is, Africa is not that kind of behind the others. While when you talk about the common strategy, you put the digitalization of Africa as a priority, that is the initiative we have facilitated. So I think that we also have to be understand to get the improvement, you need an investment. And the investment is a big challenge to us. For example, we know that to redouble the broadband connection in Africa, redouble the current situation, just redouble, you need $9 billion US. And to connect all Africa people online by 2030, you need 100 billion. Where you find the money? You ask anybody, they will not. And up to now, this ICT is mainly invested by private sector. Now, how can we attract the private sector to come to us? That is one thing very important. And because up to now in ICT, mainly is invested by operators, and mainly the international big operators come everywhere. And then the industry has their own problem with the ISPs, so they have some argument, but we put this aside. And then, that public money is not that important in this, but it's just a seed money. While in the countries, we also have noted that we have many partners from other side. First, Africa has a partner with China, partner with Japan, partner with India, partner with Europe. And this partnership, we have some kind of resources, but whether we can use them, smartly. That is, and then each of us, Africa, try to compete with the partnership with the other partners. And then this kind of things is also noted that inside the country, each ministry, education ministry, energy ministry, health ministry, they have also tried to get the money from our financial minister. I'm very pleased to have financial minister here. And then that how can we make the best use of this opportunity? Because investment is very limited. You have to put them smartly and efficiently. Therefore, I strongly recommended last year during the COVID-19 event, everywhere I said, now the way to do the business before will not be working. We needed to have smart, innovative ideas. And one of the ideas is to put the investment on national level for the nation and for continent level, so that you put this, then I think that we can have a better chance to get the best use of limited investment. And here I think that of course we have to work together. IT, we worked with ECA, Vina. Last year I joined her to launch the special platform for information technology for health and economic plan. And we also jointly, I joined together with UNIDO to a project like 5G in Africa. So this I think is quite important. But anyhow, I think that the better coordination and the harmonizations among our authorities to look at the business chances with the new idea, just following the advice from Prime Minister of Egypt, Ethiopia, that we put the digital as a priority. And here I also like to share with you that the ITU will organize the first time in Africa the World Telecommunication Development Conference later this year in Adebayo. And this is the first time ITU organized such meeting in Africa continent. It's because we see Africa need a lot of partnership support from everywhere, and also to bring everybody to Africa to understand what really our local people really want. And this, I think, that opportunity. So we like to catch up. And this, I'm very pleased that we have already a lot of preparations, and Africa members are very much excited to take this opportunity to tell people that Africa is not only looking for donors, only looking for some kind of free loans, this free investment. And Africa would like to open the market for the partnership with the others. I think that to encourage everybody to come to, and again, here is Africa, is ourselves who should set up our priorities. So the others should come to us to tell their plan to join us, rather than you just wait for the others to come with their own plan, and their plan with their own understanding, own interest may not be the best way for us. So therefore, I can also tell you some stories. I know that in some countries, that the world come to the country, IMF come to the country, and some other private sector come to the country. They have a different, project, and then that sometimes our ICT authority may not be engaged with this kind of thing. And today, nothing can be done without ICT. Therefore, any project you have with partners, we use ICT. But ICT, how can you use the current resources in your country with the best, arrangement to use this partnership? I think that this is something really we have to look at it. So I put the 4 eyes on my priorities. Infrastructure, including infrastructure to connect those not connected. We still have half population not connected. 30.4 billion not connected. So we have to extend to them. We also upgrade our technologies with 5G, Internet of Things, all these kind of new technologies. We cannot stay with the current technology forever. So this, I mean infrastructure. And then second I is investment. You don't have investment, then we will not have realistic progress. So the investment is absolutely important. So what I talked is also focused on this kind of issue. And third is innovation. And innovation is not only for technology. And in Africa, we don't have big industry, but I'm very pleased that we have a lot of SMEs. They're marvelous SMEs. There's a source of innovation for technology application. But also we need innovative ideas for policy to get our business done efficiently. And then last I is inclusiveness. We should not leave anybody behind. We have to, to work with everyone. And we worked with, for example, other UN agencies, like what I said with UNIDO, for this 5G project, and just like the project in Africa. We worked with IIO to try to launch a project to increase the capacity building, particularly youth skills for the youth, Africa youth, and from last year. And we also with UNICEF, to launch the project GIGA to connect all schools to the internet. I was in some African countries. I know that in their capital they already have 2G. While in the countryside they have no 2G even.
Yes.
There's no internet connection.
Yes.
So to connect every school by internet is absolutely important, particularly after the COVID-19. And this goal we set up during our WSIS process in 2005 in Tunis. We hope to connect every school by 2015, but still this is a big challenge to us. And we still left behind our target. So that we have to work hard. And I'm very pleased. This UNICEF GIGA project in Africa, we already have a couple of countries already on the track. We are negotiating with the country administration to see. And then not leave anybody behind. And now we are talking about the African women. African women also have some challenges, and they are our main facilitators for our development. But 20% of African women.
That's very true, Secretary General.
So we launched ICT for ICT every year. So this last year we jointly organized this celebration with UN ECA with Vienna, and this year we continue to push this project to facilitate our girls to follow the STEM. I know that you want me to stop. Sorry about that.
But actually many of the points you're making about access for rural and gender issues are coming up on the Q&A as well. And I want to make sure that I get to some of the Q&A and some of the questions and interveners. So I'm going to move on to invite Ahmed Shahid, who is the Minister of Finance for Ethiopia, to take the floor now. Honorable Minister, you are so welcome. We heard from the Prime Minister about some of the perspectives from Ethiopia. From your perspective, what are the opportunities for sustainable growth that stem from these new digital technologies, this fourth industrial revolution? And how can African economies like yours, like Ethiopia, compete in this brave new world, especially with this digital divide that we see? Go ahead, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I would like to express that I'm glad to be part of this important high-level ministerial policy dialogue, and I thank the organizers for making this event happen. As it has been the experience of many, if not all, developed countries, industrialization has been the engine of economic development and transformation. Industry-based economy has massive capacity to create enormous jobs, adopt new and advanced technologies, boost production of other industrial products that create value chains in the production processes. All this lead to collective betterment and a socio-economic transformation. It is convincing that discussing industrialization in connection with digitalization is considerably pertinent topic for our continent. This is because Africa has great opportunity to move forward through harnessing the untapped potential of industrial development. Since having potential solely does not help, an integrated approach is required to realize economic transformation from the agrarian-based to industry-oriented economy. In this regard, a lot has been achieved in many of the African countries and in the continent in general. However, the achievements are not up to the level where they are supposed to reach, and it could not answer the growing demand of youth population of the continent in terms of employment and the level of development. As you all know, any type of industry is dependent on the other sectors, such as agriculture and mining, in which Africa is known for both in terms of livelihood practice of its people and also its natural endowment. Despite the wide availability of agricultural and mining outputs, which can be intermediate input for local industries, Africa is largely oriented with export of primary commodities and import of finished products. Though this issue of import substitution or import competing has not been new concept for us, we need to challenge ourselves in taking bold actions that enable us to create and strengthen the linkage between the agriculture as well as the mining sector in the context of utilization of digital technology with that of the industry so as to consume our raw materials for our industrial development. In today's era, industrialization does not merely take the effort of creating linkages between or among sectors, but it also requires innovative approach supported with emerging technological opportunities. In this regard, the internet revolution and digitalization can be an important tool for industrial development in Africa, especially in time of the deadly impact of the coronavirus pandemic, where the virus has accelerated the uptake of digital solutions, tools, and services. The industrial development of the continent could benefit from the digitalization through ensuring effective communication mechanisms, modernizing trade logistics, facilitating possible market linkages, among others. An economy driven by digital technologies makes developing countries advantageous to diversify production, promote innovation, create knowledge, and disseminate information. Therefore, exerting unreserved effort to support the industrialization process of the continent with digitalization and diversification is critically important. That's why in Ethiopia's comprehensive homegrown economic reform program and the prospective 10-year program is geared toward diversifying the economy, the source of growth, in terms of digitalization, climate resilient green economy, diversification of the source of growth, and also enhancing the role of private sector. And in this regard, we are also privatizing our telecom sectors and as well as liberalizing so that we get massive investment in terms of telecom infrastructure and telecom services that will facilitate the growth of digital economy, which is very important also to drive our industrial development agenda, as well as also add value for our industrial agricultural development and enhance government service delivery efficiency. In this regard, having the potentials, agricultural intermediary outputs, and the widely available labor forces, Ethiopia has been putting extraordinary effort in order to unleash the potential of light manufacturing sector. That's why we are investing on industrial park development and agro industries as well. I believe that most of the African countries in the continent have also similar features that needs special emphasis. So sustainable and inclusive industrial development by diversifying our source of growth and also addressing and facilitating private sector investment is very fundamental to transform our economy into higher value level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll move on from Ahmed Shaid to Ahmed Kamali, Dr. Ahmed Kamali, Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Administrative Reform for the great nation of Egypt. And I know that both yourself and your minister are keen believers in the Sustainable Development Goals and accelerating those goals to achieve resilience and stability to your economy and the social fabric of Africa. Now more than ever, it's needed. So my question to you on the theme of this is, given the changing nature of COVID-19 pandemic, is industrialization still the optimum development strategy for Egypt and for African countries? You have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the chance to this distinguished panel. And just a small correction, the name of the ministry is Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. So just, well, this is a very important question. And let me start by saying that before COVID-19, Egypt has embarked on a stabilization and reform program that started in 2016. And actually, because of the success of this program, Egypt has weathered the adverse effects of the pandemic in a good way. I think that Egypt is one of the very, very few countries that has a positive growth the past year and this year. And we are expecting that growth in next year in 21-22 is going to be around 5.3%. Now, industrialization and digitization is a very important two sectors in Egypt. Let me start first by manufacturing is has a big share in Egypt. It is in terms of GDP or the contribution to GDP, it is almost 1/3 of the GDP comes from this a very important sector. And it is very important also to note that this sector provides decent job opportunities for the growing labor force. This is very important. It's not only that we care about reducing the level of unemployment in Egypt, which stands now at 7.3%, but it is very important to focus on the quality of the job opportunity. And this type of sector, like manufacturing, like ICT, are the type of sector that provide decent jobs, high value-added jobs. And this is the type of jobs that Egypt is trying to move toward. So, if we come to the communication and ICT, this is it's one of the fastest growing sector in the last 3 years. It enjoyed double-digit growth, and even during the pandemic, and given the use and the demand on technological solutions and communication, this sector has also enjoyed a very high growth, around more than 15%. Now, the contribution of this important sector, I'm talking about communication and ICT in Egypt, is not that big. It is around 2.5%, 3%. Now, we want to, and this is one of the things that we are introducing in the second wave of reform. As I said in the beginning, we have this first wave of reform and stabilization that started in 2016. This was very successful. However, in all of these kind of economic programs, they focus in the beginning on the demand side of the economy. However, in the second wave of reform, we are focusing on the supply side of the economy. And in order to increase productivity, in order to transform the economy. And in the core, or at the core of this reform, we are focusing on a number of sectors. And these sectors are manufacturing industry and communication and ICT, and also agriculture, because this is a very important sector in Egypt. Now, so we are aiming that the share of the communication and ICT sector increases to around, in 2 years, to around 5 or 6% in terms of the GDP. Now, this requires, and this is something that it was mentioned by the panelists, it's investment. It requires skill. And this is why Egypt is moving to improve the vocational training system. We are building 9 new technological universities in order to provide the needed skills for such transformation, because the transformation needs the skills and at the same time investment. And it is very important also to talk about investment, public investment in Egypt, where the sector is growing very, very much. It's for the coming year, the 21-22 budget is going to be around 6.7% of the total government investment is going to directed to the communication and ICT, because it is very important to have the proper infrastructure for such thing. One thing that is true for Egypt, and this is and true for all African countries, is the FDI. FDI, Egypt is one of the biggest recipient, or it is the biggest recipient of FDI in all of Africa. However, the composition of FDI is very, very important. it is very important to focus on or directing FDI to this type of sectors, to the sectors, the manufacturing sector, to the ICT sector, to the digitization sector. These are the sectors that are with high value added, that provide decent jobs to the growing population in Egypt and in Africa. The last thing that I want to say about the manufacturing and digitization, and I think this is very, very important, is that it's not a matter of a luxury. It's something that is necessary. African countries, and including Egypt, we want to change our status to be consumers of technology and digital production into also a producers of these very important industries, very important products and sectors. And this is not, and if we don't do this, this tends to have a very important repercussion on the inequality and the digital divide. Digital divide is something that if we don't transform our economies, this will have a repercussion on increasing the digital divide between countries and within each country. And this is something that in Africa and Egypt we cannot afford. We need to focus and we need to invest a lot in reaching this digital divide, because this has a very important repercussion on inequality and the achievement of the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamali, Egypt's Deputy Minister of Planning and Economic Development. I correct myself there. Now, there's a saying which goes, I think I'm getting this right, the reward for hard work is more work. Well, His Excellency, the African Union Commissioner of Trade and Industry, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, worked tirelessly over the last few years to help realize the launch of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the largest free trade area in existence, which went live on New Year's Day this year. Well, he was re-elected to the post last month, and his portfolio was expanded. Albert Muchanga is now the AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining. Welcome, Your Excellency. My question to you, I guess, is what is the role of the AFCFTA in supporting industrialization and supporting digitalization in Africa, and especially with regards to COVID-19 recovery? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. I'm very happy to be with you today. That there's no gender balance in this panel. Maybe next year we can do better. Having said that, I'll begin by saying that the African Continental Free Trade Area is a large market of 1.3 billion people. And out of that population, right now we have 350 million people in the middle class category. And by 2030, the population is going to rise to 1.7 billion people. And there are going to be 600 million Africans into income, middle class category. And in so saying, the recent report of the Africa's Development Dynamics indicated that 69% of Africa's growth is driven by domestic consumption. And in creating a large market of 1.3 billion people, rising to 1.7 billion people, then there's a greater scope for increased domestic consumption and greater scope for ensuring that the market thrives. And that consumption is broad-ranging. Agro-processed commodities, manufactured goods like motor vehicles, telecommunications, need for decent housing, and it's all growing. So, for the market to work, then it requires to be supplied with manufactured agro-processed in addition to the services. And we've mobilized the private sector to do that. And they've responded saying they're going to increase their investments across Africa and scale up. And one of the institutions that has already moved in is the Africa E-Trade Group. They've created the support platform, which is going to provide online sales, an element of digitalization. And within 4 years, they've said they are going to generate 600,000 small and medium enterprise businesses across Africa. So this is how the market is working. Now, beyond that, there's also an issue need to ensure that we promote inclusive, sustainable industrialization. If we leave somebody behind in terms of countries, then there will be no faith in the African continental free trade area. And in order to promote that, I've been working very closely with my good friend and brother, Lee Yong, the Director General of UNIDO, to come up with the mapping exercise on regional value chains across Africa. And when that is done, we're going to have a very good picture of the endowments and the comparative advantage of each and every African country. So we are going to have a situation where some of the African countries are suppliers of manufactured goods, others are suppliers of intermediate goods, and there will be mutual benefit. One of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is the disruption of supply chains. So with the development of regional value chains, we're also going to develop regional supply chains. That is a major development. Now, still on the question of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, Africa has received about 700 million doses of the vaccine to combat the COVID-19 pandemic under the COVAX arrangement. And Africa is required to supply at its expense or order at its expense 800 million doses, because we need about 1.5 million doses cater for 60% of the African population and attain herd immunity. The reality on the ground is that most of the advanced economies of the world have made advanced purchase contracts running over 2 years. So it becomes very, very difficult for the suppliers to supply African countries. Then there's also what is called the vaccine nationalism. There are export restrictions. They cannot export those commodities. So at the national level, there is social distancing. At the global level, there is both vaccine distancing, if I may call it that way, and economic distancing, because the countries do not want to promote interdependence in the provision of these vaccines. So Africa has no choice but to develop internal capabilities to manufacture these vaccines. And as a starting point, although we have a multinational company, Johnson & Johnson, which is going to start producing the vaccines in South Africa. And it's our expectation that those products will be supplied across Africa. So we have to develop internal capabilities. And we have a large market in the form of the African continental free trade area. And in order to make the market very, very attractive, we have a very aggressive program of trade liberalization. Right now, 90% trade liberalization has been facilitated. And we also have a very aggressive program of eliminating non-tariff barriers. We have an online mechanism on the monitoring, tracking, and the elimination of non-tariff barriers. And we are developing Made in Africa standard which is going to a criteria for companies to use that label to supply that market, and in the process, remove technical barriers to trade. So this is how we're going to promote the industrialization. And before I end, I would like to reaffirm what the Honorable Minister of in Finance from Ethiopia said, and this is that the recent meeting of the African Union reaffirmed, or rather, decided that Dr. Adebayo should be Africa's sole candidate for Director General of UNIDO. And we're happy that the document of this contain a statement of support. And I also indicated that Dr. Liu Ling and myself have worked very, very, very well in promoting development, inclusive, sustainable industrialization across Africa. So if Dr. Kebe is re-elected, we can build you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, the Trade Commissioner for the African Union, actually an expanded position now at the African Union, Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining. We have a number of interventions from ministers from the floor. So we have 3 ministers who've asked to make some short interventions, and I would please ask you to keep them short because I think we're pretty almost out of time. Could I call on Alamin May, Economy, Planning and Regional Development for Cameroon? Minister May, Alamin May, please. Please take the floor and make a short intervention, please.
Thank you very much, Mark, for giving me the floor. I want, first of all, to congratulate the organizer of this important event for making this possible for us to discuss on a very important topic today. I also want to commend those who have taken the floor to elaborate a little bit on the question which has been submitted to them. To be very brief, Mark, I would like to say the first thing we have to keep in mind is until we have strategies of industrialization using digital transformation to serve people in terms of job creation, we have not done our job. It is critical to be aware of the fact that what is most important today for the African continent, beyond all the steps, it's about offering to these 10 to 12 million people every year the possibility to work somewhere. I think we have listened to the presenters and the speakers today. Industrialization is certainly one of the paths to be taken, but not in the same manner it was done in the past for other countries. It should be pro-growth industrialization. The second thing is certainly digital transformation is going to help us. It's a catalyst. But we have to address the issue of infrastructure investment and skill acquisition. Infrastructure investment, governments, public resources will not be able to cover it. Private sector should play an important role in that. The government should be a conducive entertainer to help private sector come in. The second point I want to mention is about smart economy, environmentally friendly, and more inclusive. If we are in a continent where we have more than 1,000 gigawatts of solar energy, it should be taken into consideration to transform the continent. The third point is about institutions, governance, and social contract. Institutions, because until we have a very strong social contract based on strong institution, good governance, our countries will not be able to mobilize resources from the population, which are the taxpayers. In the long run, we have to think about financing. Financing should come from local tax levy, but also from investment coming from abroad based on attractiveness. Last point, I want to think also that, Mark, we have a very great opportunity today. Diversification, integration, using the African Continental Free Trade Area will reduce our vulnerability in terms of market product, in terms of adding value, and in terms of resilience. These are the points I want to make as comment following the brilliant presentation made by the different presenters today. And I hope that industrialization in a different way, using a digital transformation and focusing on inclusiveness of youth will help the continent not only get out of COVID-19, but also chart a new road towards development.
Thank you. Let me take one more now. Agok Makur-Kerr. Agok Makur-Kerr is the Deputy Minister of Finance and Planning for South Sudan. If you could just give us 2 minutes, please, given the amount of time we have left. Agok Makur-Kerr, you have the floor. We cannot hear you. I don't know if you're on. I can see you, but I can't hear you. You need to unmute your mic. There you go.
Yeah, how are you?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to add my voice and my comment. Yes, the presenter of today is very important to talk about industrialization, and also we are African. To implement all this, need also, first of all, to get a vaccine to overcome the COVID-19, because this COVID-19 is destroy our economic, not only in our continent, but in global. So this need African in this time to get for fighting this COVID-19. And also the investment in African is very important. Need also the investors to come in to African to be invested in different fields in mining, because African there's a mining more resources in Africa, need investors to come in. So in this, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and we hope we are going well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's so many questions, and if you have asked questions, do not despair, because we have two more sessions later on, and I promise that I'll come back to your questions that you've put in the Q&A box, and there are many esteemed panelists coming up, and we can put those questions to those panelists. One final very quick intervention from Trevor Kaunda, I beg your pardon, Trevor Kaunda, who's the Permanent Secretary Ministry of National Development Planning in Zambia. Just a minute, sir, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And as I take the floor, just allow me to highlight two issues that come to the fore as we deliberate on this timely theme. Firstly, market integration in itself, we're saying is not enough. Though acknowledging that the African Continental Free Trade Area is a huge milestone towards attainment of the Africa we want, it is only a building block, and all the benefits it promises to Africa, we are hoping will be realized steadfastly. Pursue our industrialization agenda and put it in the place of a requisite infrastructure to support sustainable industrialization and diversification. And on this point, just allow me to say that we think that with this infrastructure, we need to go beyond thinking about brick and mortar. We're saying intra-Africa trade will flourish when we improve our productive capacities and everyone has something to trade. Africa needs more than ever to strengthen the focus and discourse on industrialization and structural transformation. This is a conversation, so therefore, this conversation is very timely. Then on the second point, and I think a number of speakers have said much about it, it's the opportunity that digitalization presents to the continent, especially in the advent of COVID. So this point, you had said short intervention. Let me keep it here in keeping the theme. I had a longer submission to make, but I think I'll just end here. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Your intervention is welcome, and also the brevity of it, given the time, is also welcome. Now, I think I'm going to have to end this session. Sadly, there were so many questions I had and so many questions coming in, but I want to thank all those excellent panelists for kicking us off on the first session. There are 2 more sessions after the break. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break, but the program doesn't pause. Please join us for the 2021 Adebayo Adedeji lecture. This annual event is in honor of the late ECA Executive Secretary, Professor Adebayo Adedeji, who was one of Africa's foremost proponents of regional integration and African self-determination. Our esteemed speaker this year is going to be Rob Davis, former Minister of Trade and Industry for South Africa. You can join us by logging into the separate Zoom link you would have been sent when you registered for the lecture. If you haven't and you want to register, just click on the link that's been put in the chat function. I think it's also on the screen as well. Now, as we go to the break, we have some very interesting videos produced by the ECA sub-regional offices to show you. They're called SDG Moments. So I'm going to ask the technical people to please roll the film.
Thank you very much, Mark. If I may just intervene, for those, as you have just heard Mark say, there's the Adedeji lecture that is taking place in the banqueting room, which is upstairs. I encourage you to ask the ushers to help you find your way for those who are not familiar with it. Again, the Adedeji lecture, for those who are here in person in Addis Ababa, would be watched from the banqueting room. It is also an opportunity to have lunch. For those who do not want to eat and would rather stay in the conference room, there would be also a screening of the lecture, but be mindful that it would only be in English here in the CR1 room. So just to repeat, please, if you would like to watch the lecture from ECA in all 3 languages, please make your way to the banqueting room. If you would rather stay here, it would be provided for you, but just in English. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll see everyone in the Adebayo Adedeji, which starts in just a few minutes.
In 2015, world leaders agreed to achieve a set of sustainable development goals and make significant changes to all countries. The 17 SDGs were focused on ending poverty, building a peaceful world, protecting the planet, and ensuring a new prosperity for everyone over the next 15 years, leaving no one behind.
Eastern Africa has made significant strides toward improving living standards over the past decades, although these have been uneven across countries. The GDP per capita of all but one country trended upward from 1990 to 2018. The most impressive results were seen in Tanzania, Kenya, and Djibouti, where the GDP per capita increased 6-fold, 5-fold, and 4-fold respectively. However, progress has not been shared equally and poverty is still widespread. The poverty rate is estimated at 46% in 2021, which corresponds to 213 million people living in extreme poverty. 5 countries have a poverty rate above 70%, and the COVID crisis has made the situation even worse.
On the goal of gender in East Africa, current indicators show a promising path. However, some gaps are yet to be sealed.
Rwanda continues to be a trailblazer in the region and beyond in relation to women's representation in parliament. Rwanda and Uganda, they have female speakers of parliament. In addition, we are seeing countries like Ethiopia, where the president and the chief justice are female.
East Africans continue to build resilient economies anchored on regional trade.
With a population of over 450 million, Eastern Africa's workforce is growing extremely rapidly, with an additional 8 million people joining the labour market every single year. There are consequently a lot of pressures on the private sector and on government to create the necessary employment opportunities, even more so in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic.
This region is overflowing with human capital. Hence, the need to link up job seekers with suitable frameworks.
So the demographic pressures continue to grow in East Africa. And in countries like Ethiopia and DRC, they will see around 2 million youth entering the working age population every year between 2015 and 2030. And the rate of job creation has been much slower than the rate of economic expansion in the past decade. This raises the specter of jobless and non-inclusive growth.
Efforts to achieve Goal 8 are underway. However, some issues need to be fast-tracked to ensure the 2030 agenda is met.
The East African region is a tremendously dynamic economy. It has been the fastest growing sub-region in Africa since 2013 and was expanding at over a rate of 6%, representing more than double the continental average up to 2019. 3 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies in 2019 were in East Africa: Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania.
Eastern Africa Office understands that the aspect of tourism development has to be fortified through diversification to produce more jobs and lasting economies.
Tourism is now an important sector in Eastern Africa, given its contribution to growth and job creation. Our office has been actively supporting tourism development. And we can't ignore how the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the sector. In Seychelles, the vibrant tourism industry typically contributes 64% of GDP, but last year, their tourism revenues dropped by over 70%. Beyond coastal tourism, there is the blue economy, which refers to economic activities around aquatic spaces, such as our oceans, our rivers, and our lakes. In countries such as Seychelles, the blue economy has great potential to promote and sustain long-term growth, create jobs, and ensure environmental protection. In Djibouti, we estimate that the blue economy contributes 18% of GDP and 20% of employment.
Achieving all the 17 SDGs targets cannot be possible without ensuring that our planet is safe from disasters.
So flooding experiences in countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, and also the locusts in the Horn of Africa, they are already aggravating the challenges of the region. So building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic, it requires the development approach that is green, sustainable, climate resilient, but also informed by the best available science.
Trade and regional integration can be a powerful engine of long-term growth and prosperity. Our office seeks to improve the prospect for trade and regional integration, including through the AFCFTA, with a view to have a direct impact on growth, jobs, gender empowerment, poverty, and several other SDGs. By no means, peace and security is paramount.
Adoptés par la communauté internationale en septembre 2015, les objectifs du développement durable visent à éradiquer la pauvreté, protéger la planète et garantir la prospérité de tous. Jusqu'en 2019, l'Afrique du Nord a également connu une évolution positive sur le plan des ODD 1, 7, 12 et 13. En revanche, des retards ont été observés au niveau de la mise en œuvre des ODD 2, 5 et 9. Les efforts de lutte contre la pauvreté et pour l'éradication de la faim menés par l'Afrique du Nord au cours des dernières décennies lui ont permis de réaliser 82,7% de ses objectifs d'éradication de la pauvreté. En 2019, moins de 4% de la population nord-africaine vivait en dessous du seuil de pauvreté extrême. Cependant, aujourd'hui, la pandémie menace ces progrès. La Covid-19 a causé une crise économique qui a fait chuter les prix des matières premières, perturbé les chaînes d'approvisionnement internationales et les différents secteurs économiques. L'Afrique du Nord, caractérisée par un taux de chômage structurel élevé et un faible taux de participation au marché du travail, a connu d'importantes pertes d'emplois et baisse des revenus du travail, en particulier dans les zones urbaines et chez les travailleurs de l'informel. À l'instar du reste du continent, la vulnérabilité des jeunes nord-africains a été accentuée par la fermeture des institutions éducatives, ce qui menace encore davantage leur avenir. Jusqu'en 2019, les progrès de l'Afrique du Nord en faveur de l'égalité entre les sexes sont restés modestes. L'accès des filles à l'éducation, par exemple, restait inférieur à celui des garçons. Sur le plan de l'emploi, le taux de participation des femmes au marché du travail était inférieur à la moyenne africaine, avec 33 femmes employées pour 100 hommes. La pandémie Covid-19 est venue creuser encore davantage l'écart entre l'accès aux opportunités des hommes et des femmes. Elle expose ces dernières aux aléas de la crise économique de manière disproportionnée, aussi bien sur le plan de l'emploi que de leur charge de travail à domicile. La fermeture sans précédent des écoles et la réduction des services de santé disponibles ont entraîné une augmentation spectaculaire des charges de soins à domicile pour les enfants, les personnes âgées et malades, autant de tâches qui échouent traditionnellement aux femmes. Aujourd'hui, l'ODD 13 pour la lutte contre le changement climatique est celui sur lequel les pays africains présentent les meilleures performances. Mais si en ralentissant l'économie mondiale, la pandémie Covid-19 a entraîné une baisse des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, la récession qu'elle a engendrée menace aussi la concrétisation des engagements africains pour la lutte contre le changement climatique. D'ici 2030, il est attendu que le changement climatique coûte annuellement 3 à 5% du PIB des pays africains. S'il est à présent nécessaire de réagir aux graves implications sanitaires et économiques de la pandémie, les pays africains devront s'assurer que les programmes de relance prennent en compte la protection des économies contre les aléas du changement climatique. Heureusement, l'Afrique dispose de nombreux atouts et opportunités, comme son immense potentiel pour le développement de l'énergie renouvelable ou la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange économique africaine, le plus grand marché commun du monde depuis la création de l'OMC.
Grâce à la réforme, le système des Nations Unies au Maroc bénéficie d'un appui renforcé de la CEA qui fait partie intégrante de notre équipe pays. Au tout début de la crise, un apport très important du système des Nations Unies a été l'analyse de l'impact socio-économique de la Covid-19 qui a été faite dans le cadre du Maroc en partenariat avec le gouvernement, avec comme chef de file le Haut Commissariat au Plan, mais aussi avec la Banque mondiale et la CEA. Nous bénéficions également de l'expertise de la CEA pour l'élaboration de notre bilan commun pays qui servira de base au programme d'action du système des Nations Unies à travers notre cadre de coopération pour le développement durable dans les années à venir.
We at ECA work hand in hand with our member states in order to achieve the SDGs. For example, in 2020, we have been working with Mauritania in order to integrate the SDGs into the National Development Strategy for Al-Hawd al-Sharqi province. Also, we supported the High Commission for Planning in Morocco and the Ministry of Planning in Egypt to use our new designed toolkit to assess their SDG performance and to compare their performance with other countries.
Les économies où les taux d'emploi des jeunes dans la population active sont les plus élevés et celles où le plus de jeunes et de femmes auront accès à l'éducation, la formation et l'emploi seront les mieux armés pour rebondir. toute stratégie de renforcement de la résilience des économies africaines devra porter une attention particulière aux jeunes et aux femmes, ainsi que la mise en place de systèmes complets de protection sociale. Pour y parvenir, la CEA recommande plusieurs mesures à court et à long terme, telles que le soutien financier aux groupes les plus vulnérables, l'investissement dans la santé pour tous, qui permettrait de renforcer la résilience des économies tout en créant des emplois dans le secteur de la santé. La conception de politiques actives qui prennent en compte les travailleurs informels et vulnérables. Saisir les opportunités offertes par la ZLECAf et privilégier l'investissement dans les énergies renouvelables, moins chères et favorables à un développement sobre en carbone.
As the clock ticks away the 2020-2030 decade of action to deliver on the SDGs, the road looks rather bumpy for Central African states on SDG 1 on ending poverty, SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 8 on economic growth and decent jobs, and SDG 13 on action to reverse climate change. Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe are slow or stagnant on most of the four goals as shown by the amber traffic lights, while regressing on a good number of them as shown by the red traffic lights. The only goal on which just one of the 7 Central African countries under review is on course is SDG number 5 on gender equality, and that is Cameroon. In terms of target 5.5 on the full participation of women in leadership, Cameroon's parliament currently counts a 31.11% representation of women MPs. However, next door in the Central African Republic, women occupy only 8.57% of seats in parliament. Quality education for all would be a good driver of gender equality.
Sur le domaine éducatif, nous voyons que les filles ne s'adonnent pas aux sciences. Elles pensent que les sciences sont réservées aux hommes, alors qu'on est sur le même pied d'égalité intellectuellement parlant. Et donc, du coup, une fille peut également se démarquer même là où se trouvent les hommes.
With fewer than 10 years to go in achieving the SDGs, more than half the people of Central Africa struggle below less than $1.90 per day. That is under the international poverty line. As COVID-19 threatens to throw more Central Africans into poverty if their countries do not build forward better and quicker in 2021, SDG 1 may only be a pipe dream.
All the SDGs are interlinked. What we do contributes to ending poverty, which is SDG 1. And of course, we cannot do that without taking into consideration gender issues. So SDG 5 becomes important, as well as SDG 13 on climate action. So to date, we've been supporting our member states to implement economic diversification strategies, which are essential for this region to break its dependence on the export of commodities. So accordingly, we've already helped Chad to formulate its economic diversification strategy. We are working with Cameroon to implement its industrial development plan.
To sustainably fight poverty, it is critical for Central African countries to achieve at least a 7% yearly inclusive growth rate, move that rate into double digits, and stimulate the creation of decent jobs. But between 2011 and 2019, the average annual growth rate in the sub-region has been just about 2%. The Economic Commission for Africa estimated that due to COVID-19, growth was to plummet to minus 4.1% in 2020.
And with structural transformation, so we are working with our member states. We've launched on the 12th of June a process together with CEMAC and ECAs to formulate a regional economic and diversification strategy for the entire Central Africa region.
The majority of workers in Central Africa are in vulnerable jobs, often characterized by inadequate earnings, low productivity, and difficult conditions of work. During a review of progress on SDG 13 on action against climate change at the 7th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development ARFSD in March 2021, it was noted that African countries, including those of Central Africa, have made progress towards the emission reduction target and have increased the proportion of key biodiversity areas by 4.5% between 2010 and 2020. However, the sub-region, like all others, is disproportionately impacted by climate change, especially with regards to agricultural yields. Central Africa's Congo Basin forests and their peatlands represent the second lung of the world in terms of soaking up greenhouse gases to mitigate climate change. The region therefore needs international financing and capacity building support to maintain these assets and deal with adaptation to climate change.
Une découverte a été faite, une découverte qui s'appelle les tourbières du bassin du Congo, sur une superficie de près de 145 500 km², répartis entre la République démocratique du Congo et la République du Congo, capturant pas moins de 30 milliards de tonnes d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre et pas moins de 3 années d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre de la planète.
To accelerate action on the goals, governments and the people of Central Africa are called upon to create social safety nets to support the most vulnerable out of poverty on the way to SDG 1 and level the playing field for both men and women in quality education, justice, leadership, and other opportunities in pursuit of SDG 5. The sub-region must also intensify its efforts at horizontal and vertical economic diversification and overhaul training in science, technology, and innovation to generate decent jobs and build more resilient economies en route to meeting SDG 8. The sub-region is also called upon to continue managing its ecological assets while attracting support for such an effort to mitigate climate change and attain SDG number 13. This is the route to travel towards people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships for the world we want by the year 2030.
The Decade of Action is a global effort aimed at accelerating and delivering on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called on all sectors of society to mobilize for an inclusive and participatory decade of action to reduce poverty, ensure gender equality, protect the environment, create decent jobs, and ensure economic growth. According to the 2020 Africa Sustainable Development Report, Southern Africa displayed second-best performance on the continent regarding the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Overall, SDG 3 was at 83%, SDG 5 gender equality at 67%, showing moderate improvement. About half of the countries in the region are making moderate progress on SDGs 2, 6, 8, and 11. Progress is moderately increasing or on track for 51% of goals, while it's stagnating or off track for 46%. The best performing goal is SDG 13 on climate action, where 58% of countries are on track. Southern Africa has been promoting green jobs and new technological initiatives. Overall, Southern Africa is not on track to meet SDGs. Whatever progress was made has been reversed by COVID-19. The pandemic has caused an economic crisis, impacting the regional economy as factories closed, manufacturing, mining, and other commodity supply chains are being disrupted. Tourism, transportation, retail, and restaurant are also affected. Statistics from the 2020 Africa SDG Index and Dashboards report for Southern Africa show how women, youth and children are affected in Southern Africa. In the SADC region, for instance, women constitute about 70% of the informal traders. Jobs have been lost, while access to job opportunities has diminished. Where is Southern Africa on SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13?
Most countries in Southern Africa are off track when it comes to achieving SDG 1, with a mixed performance on SDG 5 and 13. Mauritius, for instance, is on track towards achieving SDG 1, whilst Lesotho and Malawi are on track towards meeting a few targets on SDG 13. Financing the SDGs requires significant public and private investment to bring these goals to life for all people everywhere. The COVID-19 pandemic, as you can imagine, has compounded the challenges for the region to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Due to the pandemic, Southern African countries continue to face SDG financing gaps, and this has inadvertently undermined progress towards the achievement of these goals.
How helpful has the Economic Commission for Africa been in the quest to attain SDG 1, 5, 8, and 13 through inclusive industrialization? In Zambia and Zimbabwe, SAO-SA has supported the government to elaborate their national AfCFTA strategies and opportunities emanating from cross-border trade between Zambia and Zimbabwe. SAO-SA has supported the government of Malawi to elaborate its national AfCFTA strategy. The objective of this strategy is to unlock the full economic potential of women, youth, and the disadvantaged. In South Africa, SAO-SA has contributed to a study on the governance of state-owned enterprises. State-owned enterprises play a pivotal role in the socio-economic development of South Africa and contribute to poverty reduction, gender equality, and climate action. In Eswatini, as a result of the technical support provided to the government of Eswatini, the financing framework for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, has been developed to promote their growth and facilitate the integration of MSMEs in the industrialization process. In Mauritius, SAO-SA has supported the government with a study looking at strategic options for the textile and apparel industry. This study was done in collaboration with UNDP Mauritius and the Africa Development Bank. To bounce back better, ECA is supporting governments in Southern Africa achieve inclusive industrialization for reducing poverty and inequality through a better alignment of their national industrial policies with a SADC industrialization strategy and increased private sector engagement. The support that ECA provides to its member states on industrialization strategies contributes to the achievement of SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13 to meet the 2030 agenda.
In the year 2020, the United Nations commemorated its 75th anniversary in a disrupted global context marked by COVID-19, which has quickly become a combined health, human, and economic crisis. While developing regions such as Africa registered fewer cases of COVID-19 in the first wave, they have been hit harder by its economic impact, leading to shrinking physical spaces and making it difficult to cope with the pandemic. Responding fully and effectively to the pandemic should leave no one behind, as the virus has affected all human beings irrespective of their race, gender, class, and location. Such dynamics bring to the fore and reiterate the most urgent need to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, the pandemic reinforces the urgency of achieving the goals.
One of the popular remarks I kept hearing was, as a girl, you need to learn to do all the house chores. And in fact, you need to work hard so as to sustain your marriage. But for the boy, someone will do it for him.
These words kept echoing in mind, and it pushed me to work. And it really hurts. After a few years, I realized these remarks are limitations to girls' progression in various endeavors. In our part of the world, most women and girls are faced with an array of problems such as injustice, inability to own lands and to acquire loans, deprivation of means to take up leadership roles and to participate in decision-making, abuse, and gender-based violence.
Despite many strides registered in West Africa, a lot still needs to be done to achieve greater progress on many SDGs. The 2019 estimate of the Sustainable Development Goals Center for Africa suggests that West Africa is the third sub-region in terms of performance, scoring a 52.6% average of progress towards the achievement of the goals by 2030. With regards to achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, according to ECA's West Africa 2020 Sustainable Development Report, in West Africa, even though its evolution remains volatile, the proportion of women in parliament has steadily increased in 7 countries of the sub-region, namely Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, the Gambia, Niger, and Senegal. This, with a proportion of more than 20% in 2019 in 3 countries, namely Cape Verde, Guinea, and Senegal. The average Human Development Index score for women is 6% lower than that of men.
You know that there has been progress in the course of the SDG 5 that aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls by 2030. For instance, we've observed over the past 2 decades an increase in women's political representation, and also countries are working on their commitment of a 30% women representation in decision making. For instance, in Rwanda, the national legislature is composed of 62% of women. And this is similar in Nordic region as well as some countries in Europe.
Regarding poverty and inequality, the 2019 report on World Sustainable Development said 56% of the world's population living in extreme poverty, that is, on less than $1.90 per day in 2015, came from Africa. This could reach 90% by 2050 if nothing is done.
La lutte contre la pauvreté, c'est une préoccupation pour le gouvernement. Il y a des statistiques qui montrent que le taux de pauvreté, ça s'est beaucoup amélioré et passé de 55,1% en 2015 pour aller à 73,5% en 2017.
Regarding climate change, despite the lack of statistical data for assessing progress, Goal 13 is one of the SDGs where countries in the sub-region have made significant progress.
Par rapport à 2013, en 2015, là, le Togo a élaboré ses CDN, qui sont les contributions déterminées au niveau national, dans lequel les pays montrent un peu leurs efforts de façon un peu chiffrée pour pouvoir atténuer les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Le Togo a estimé sa contribution à 31,14% de façon conditionnelle.
With less than 10 years to go, strong global, national, and regional efforts are critical to delivering the 2030 promise by mobilizing more governments, civil society, and businesses for greater impactful action. West African countries should place the SDGs at the center of their responses to COVID-19 and their agendas to building forward better.
It is against this backdrop that the ECA Sub-Regional Office for West Africa provides tailor-made support to its 15-member state to accelerate the pace and path of implementation of the SDG within the decade of action.
Je voudrais profiter de l'occasion que vous m'offrez pour remercier la Commission économique pour l'Afrique au nom du peuple nigérien pour l'appui technique et financier que cette institution a eu à apporter à notre pays depuis 1963, parce que c'est en 1963 qu'a été mis en place le bureau régional de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique à Niamey. La Commission économique pour l'Afrique joue un rôle central dans le processus de mise en place de la zone de libre-échange continentale.
We do so by reviewing with them their national planning processes in a way that address the SDG goals. We do so by supporting to make a more appropriate and more strategic transformative allocation to the various sectors that actually have direct impact on the SDG. Using the ECA integrated reporting and monitoring tool, we support each of our 15 member states to do the self-assessment of progress made toward achieving the SDG. We do so within this COVID-19 era with a view to turning the crisis into opportunity, to be able to respond to the crisis by building forward better, informed by the SDG framework.
In 2015, world leaders agreed to achieve a set of sustainable development goals and make significant changes to all countries. The 17 SDGs were focused on ending poverty, building a peaceful world, protecting the planet, and ensuring a new prosperity for everyone over the next 15 years, leaving no one behind.
Eastern Africa has made significant strides toward improving living standards over the past decades, although these have been uneven across countries. The GDP per capita of all but one country trended upward from 1990 to 2018. The most impressive results were seen in Tanzania, Kenya, and Djibouti, where the GDP per capita increased sixfold, fivefold, and fourfold respectively. However, progress has not been shared equally and poverty is still widespread. The poverty rate is estimated at 46% in 2021, which corresponds to 213 million people living in extreme poverty. 5 countries have a poverty rate above 70%, and the COVID crisis has made the situation even worse.
On the goal of gender in East Africa, current indicators show a promising path. However, some gaps are yet to be sealed.
Rwanda continues to be a trailblazer in the region and beyond in relation to women's representation in parliament. Rwanda and Uganda, they have female speakers of parliament. In addition, we are seeing countries like Ethiopia, where the president and the chief justice are female.
East Africans continue to build resilient economies anchored on regional trade.
With a population of over 450 million, Eastern Africa's workforce is growing extremely rapidly, with an additional 8 million people joining the labour market every single year. There are consequently a lot of pressures on the private sector and on government to create the necessary employment opportunities, even more so in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic.
This region is overflowing with human capital. Hence, the need to link up job seekers with suitable frameworks.
So the demographic pressures continue to grow in East Africa. And in countries like Ethiopia and DRC, they will see around 2 million youth entering the working age population every year between 2015 and 2030. And the rate of job creation has been much slower than the rate of economic expansion in the past decade. This raises the specter of jobless and non-inclusive growth.
Efforts to achieve Goal 8 are underway. However, some issues need to be fast-tracked to ensure the 2030 agenda is met.
The East African region is a tremendously dynamic economy. It has been the fastest growing sub-region in Africa since 2013 and was expanding at over a rate of 6%, representing more than double the continental average up to 2019. 3 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies in 2019 were in East Africa: Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania.
Eastern Africa Office understands that the aspect of tourism development has to be fortified through diversification to produce more jobs and lasting economies.
Tourism is now an important sector in Eastern Africa, given its contribution to growth and job creation. Our office has been actively supporting tourism development, and we can't ignore how the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the sector. In Seychelles, the vibrant tourism industry typically contributes 64% of GDP, but last year, their tourism revenues dropped by over 70%. Beyond coastal tourism, there is the blue economy, which refers to economic activities around aquatic spaces, such as our oceans, our rivers, and our lakes. In countries such as Seychelles, the blue economy has great potential to promote and sustain long-term growth, create jobs, and ensure environmental protection. In Djibouti, we estimate that the blue economy contributes 18% of GDP and 20% of employment.
Achieving all the 17 SDGs targets cannot be possible without ensuring that our planet is safe from disasters.
So flooding experiences in countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, and also the locusts in the Horn of Africa, they are already aggravating the challenges of the region. So building back better from the COVID-19 pandemic, it requires a development approach that is green, sustainable, climate resilient, but also informed by the best available science.
Trade and regional integration can be a powerful engine of long-term growth and prosperity. Our office seeks to improve the prospect for trade and regional integration, including through the AFCFTA, with a view to have a direct impact on growth, jobs, gender empowerment, poverty, and several other SDGs. By no means, peace and security is paramount.
Adoptés par la communauté internationale en septembre 2015, les objectifs du développement durable visent à éradiquer la pauvreté, protéger la planète et garantir la prospérité de tous. Jusqu'en 2019, l'Afrique du Nord a également connu une évolution positive sur le plan des ODD 1, 7, 12 et 13. En revanche, des retards ont été observés au niveau de la mise en œuvre des ODD 2, 5 et 9. Les efforts de lutte contre la pauvreté et pour l'éradication de la faim menés par l'Afrique du Nord au cours des dernières décennies lui ont permis de réaliser 82,7% de ses objectifs d'éradication de la pauvreté. En 2019, moins de 4% de la population nord-africaine vivait en dessous du seuil de pauvreté extrême. Cependant, aujourd'hui, la pandémie menace ces progrès. La Covid-19 a causé une crise économique qui a fait chuter les prix des matières premières, perturbé les chaînes d'approvisionnement internationales et les différents secteurs économiques. L'Afrique du Nord, caractérisée par un taux de chômage structurel élevé et un faible taux de participation au marché du travail, a connu d'importantes pertes d'emplois et baisse des revenus du travail, en particulier dans les zones urbaines et chez les travailleurs de l'informel. À l'instar du reste du continent, la vulnérabilité des jeunes nord-africains a été accentuée par la fermeture des institutions éducatives, ce qui menace encore davantage leur avenir. Jusqu'en 2019, les progrès de l'Afrique du Nord en faveur de l'égalité entre les sexes sont restés modestes. L'accès des filles à l'éducation, par exemple, restait inférieur à celui des garçons. Sur le plan de l'emploi, le taux de participation des femmes au marché du travail était inférieur à la moyenne africaine, avec 33 femmes employées pour 100 hommes. La pandémie Covid-19 est venue creuser encore davantage l'écart entre l'accès aux opportunités des hommes et des femmes. Elle expose ces dernières aux aléas de la crise économique de manière disproportionnée, aussi bien sur le plan de l'emploi que de leur charge de travail à domicile. La fermeture sans précédent des écoles et la réduction des services de santé disponibles ont entraîné une augmentation spectaculaire des charges de soins à domicile pour les enfants, les personnes âgées et malades, autant de tâches qui échouent traditionnellement aux femmes. Aujourd'hui, l'ODD 13 pour la lutte contre le changement climatique est celui sur lequel les pays africains présentent les meilleures performances. Mais si en ralentissant l'économie mondiale, la pandémie Covid-19 a entraîné une baisse des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, la récession qu'elle a engendrée menace aussi la concrétisation des engagements africains pour la lutte contre le changement climatique. D'ici 2030, il est attendu que le changement climatique coûte annuellement 3 à 5% du PIB des pays africains. S'il est à présent nécessaire de réagir aux graves implications sanitaires et économiques de la pandémie, les pays africains devront s'assurer que les programmes de relance prennent en compte la protection des économies contre les aléas du changement climatique. Heureusement, l'Afrique dispose de nombreux atouts et opportunités, comme son immense potentiel pour le développement de l'énergie renouvelable ou la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange économique africaine, le plus grand marché commun du monde depuis la création de l'OMC.
Grâce à la réforme, le système des Nations Unies au Maroc bénéficie d'un appui renforcé de la CEA qui fait partie intégrante de notre équipe pays. Au tout début de la crise, un apport très important du système des Nations Unies a été l'analyse de l'impact socio-économique de la Covid-19 qui a été faite dans le cadre du Maroc en partenariat avec le gouvernement, avec comme chef de file le Haut Commissariat au Plan, mais aussi avec la Banque mondiale et la CEA. Nous bénéficions également de l'expertise de la CEA pour l'élaboration de notre bilan commun pays qui servira de base au programme d'action du système des Nations Unies à travers notre cadre de coopération pour le développement durable dans les années à venir.
We at ECA work hand in hand with our member states in order to achieve the SDGs. For example, in 2020, we have been working with Mauritania in order to integrate the SDGs into the National Development Strategy for Al-Hawd al-Sharqi province. Also, we supported the High Commission for Planning in Morocco and the Ministry of Planning in Egypt to use our new designed toolkit to assess their SDG performance and to compare their performance with other countries.
Les économies où les taux d'emploi des jeunes dans la population active sont les plus élevés et celles où le plus de jeunes et de femmes auront accès à l'éducation, la formation et l'emploi seront les mieux armés pour rebondir. toute stratégie de renforcement de la résilience des économies africaines devra porter une attention particulière aux jeunes et aux femmes, ainsi que la mise en place de systèmes complets de protection sociale. Pour y parvenir, la CEA recommande plusieurs mesures à court et à long terme, telles que le soutien financier aux groupes les plus vulnérables, l'investissement dans la santé pour tous, qui permettrait de renforcer la résilience des économies tout en créant des emplois dans le secteur de la santé. La conception de politiques actives qui prennent en compte les travailleurs informels et vulnérables. Saisir les opportunités offertes par la ZLECAf et privilégier l'investissement dans les énergies renouvelables, moins chères et favorables à un développement sobre en carbone.
As the clock ticks away the 2020-2030 decade of action to deliver on the SDGs, the road looks rather bumpy for Central African states on SDG 1 on ending poverty, SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 8 on economic growth and decent jobs, and SDG 13 on action to reverse climate change. Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe are slow or stagnant on most of the four goals as shown by the amber traffic lights, while regressing on a good number of them as shown by the red traffic lights. The only goal on which just one of the 7 Central African countries under review is on course is SDG number 5 on gender equality, and that is Cameroon. In terms of target 5.5 on the full participation of women in leadership, Cameroon's parliament currently counts a 31.11% representation of women MPs. However, next door in the Central African Republic, women occupy only 8.57% of seats in parliament. Quality education for all would be a good driver of gender equality.
Sur le domaine éducatif, nous voyons que les filles ne s'adonnent pas aux sciences. Elles pensent que les sciences sont réservées aux hommes alors qu'on est sur le même pied d'égalité intellectuellement parlant. Et donc du coup, une fille peut également se démarquer même là où se trouvent les hommes.
With fewer than 10 years to go in achieving the SDGs, more than half the people of Central Africa struggle below less than $1.90 per day. That is under the international poverty line. As COVID-19 threatens to throw more Central Africans into poverty if their countries do not build forward better and quicker in 2021, SDG 1 may only be a pipe dream.
All the SDGs are interlinked. What we do contributes to ending poverty, which is SDG 1. And of course, we cannot do that without taking consideration gender issues. So SDG 5 becomes important, as well as SDG 13 on climate action. So to date, we've been supporting our member states to implement economic diversification strategies, which are essential for this region to break its dependence on the export of commodities. So accordingly, we've already helped Chad to formulate its economic diversification strategy. We are working with Cameroon to implement its industrial development plan.
To sustainably fight poverty, it is critical for Central African countries to achieve at least a 7% yearly inclusive growth rate, move that rate into double digits, and stimulate the creation of decent jobs. But between 2011 and 2019, the average annual growth rate in the sub-region has been just about 2%. The Economic Commission for Africa estimated that due to COVID-19, growth was to plummet to minus 4.1% in 2020.
In which structural transformation through economic diversification and industrialization are key. So we are working with our member states. We've launched on the 12th of June a process together with CEMAC and ECA to formulate a regional economic and diversification strategy. for the entire Central Africa region.
The majority of workers in Central Africa are in vulnerable jobs, often characterized by inadequate earnings, low productivity, and difficult conditions of work. During a review of progress on SDG 13 on action against climate change at the 7th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development ARFSD in March 2021, it was noted that African countries, including those of Central Africa, have made progress towards the emission reduction target and have increased the proportion of key biodiversity areas by 4.5% between 2010 and 2020. However, the sub-region, like all others, is disproportionately impacted by climate change, especially with regards to agricultural yields. Central Africa's Congo Basin forests and their peatlands represent the second lung of the world in terms of soaking up greenhouse gases to mitigate climate change. The region therefore needs international financing and capacity building support to maintain these assets and deal with adaptation to climate change.
Une découverte a été faite, une découverte qui s'appelle les tourbières du bassin du Congo, sur une superficie de près de 145 500 km² répartis entre la République démocratique du Congo et la République du Congo, capturant pas moins de 30 milliards de tonnes d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre et pas moins de 3 années d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre de la planète.
To accelerate action on the goals, governments and the people of Central Africa are called upon to create social safety nets to support the most vulnerable out of poverty on the way to SDG 1 and level the playing field for both men and women in quality education, justice, leadership, and other opportunities in pursuit of SDG 5. The sub-region must also intensify its efforts at horizontal and vertical economic diversification and overhaul training in science, technology, and innovation to generate decent jobs and build more resilient economies en route to meeting SDG 8. The sub-region is also called upon to continue managing its ecological assets while attracting support for such an effort to mitigate climate change and attain SDG number 13. This is the route to travel towards people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships for the world we want by the year 2030.
The Decade of Action is a global effort aimed at accelerating and delivering on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called on all sectors of society to mobilize for an inclusive and participatory decade of action to reduce poverty, ensure gender equality, protect the environment, create decent jobs, and ensure economic growth. According to the 2020 Africa Sustainable Development Report, Southern Africa displayed second-best performance on the continent regarding the implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Overall, SDG 3 was at 83%, SDG 5 gender equality at 67%, showing moderate improvement. About half of the countries in the region are making moderate progress on SDGs 2, 6, 8, and 11. Progress is moderately increasing or on track for 51% of goals, while it's stagnating or off track for 46%. The best performing goal is SDG 13 on climate action, where 58% of countries are on track. Southern Africa has been promoting green jobs and new technological initiatives. Overall, Southern Africa is not on track to meet SDGs. Whatever progress was made has been reversed by COVID-19. The pandemic has caused an economic crisis, impacting the regional economy as factories closed, manufacturing, mining, and other commodity supply chains are being disrupted. Tourism, transportation, retail, and restaurant are also affected. Statistics from the 2020 Africa SDG Index and Dashboards report for Southern Africa show how women, youth and children are affected in Southern Africa. In the SADC region, for instance, women constitute about 70% of the informal traders. Jobs have been lost, while access to job opportunities has diminished. Where is Southern Africa on SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13?
Most countries in Southern Africa are off track when it comes to achieving SDG 1, with a mixed performance on SDG 5 and 13. Mauritius, for instance, is on track towards achieving SDG 1, whilst Lesotho and Malawi are on track towards meeting a few targets on SDG 13. Financing the SDGs requires significant public and private investment to bring these goals to life for all people everywhere. The COVID-19 pandemic, as you can imagine, has compounded the challenges for the region to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Due to the pandemic, Southern African countries continue to face SDG financing gaps, and this has inadvertently undermined progress towards the achievement of these goals.
How helpful has the Economic Commission for Africa been in the quest to attain SDG 1, 5, 8, and 13 through inclusive industrialization? In Zambia and Zimbabwe, SAO-SA has supported the government to elaborate their national AfCFTA strategies and opportunities emanating from cross-border trade between Zambia and Zimbabwe. SAO-SA has supported the government of Malawi to elaborate its national AfCFTA strategy. The objective of this strategy is to unlock the full economic potential of women, youth, and the disadvantaged. In South Africa, SAO-SA has contributed to a study on the governance of state-owned enterprises. State-owned enterprises play a pivotal role in the socio-economic development of South Africa and contribute to poverty reduction, gender equality, and climate action. In Eswatini, as a result of the technical support provided to the government of Eswatini, the financing framework for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, has been developed to promote their growth and facilitate the integration of MSMEs in the industrialization process. In Mauritius, SAO-SA has supported the government with a study looking at strategic options for the textile and apparel industry. This study was done in collaboration with UNDP Mauritius and the Africa Development Bank. To bounce back better, ECA is supporting governments in Southern Africa achieve inclusive industrialization for reducing poverty and inequality through a better alignment of their national industrial policies with a SADC industrialization strategy and increased private sector engagement. The support that ECA provides to its member states on industrialization strategies contributes to the achievement of SDGs 1, 5, 8, and 13 to meet the 2030 agenda.
Hello, I hope you can all hear me. I'm going to now begin the big debate. Now, this is the big debate with the question, was the multilateral system prepared for COVID-19 crisis, and did the private sector do enough? I'm Mark Edo. I'll be your traffic warden for this next hour or so. Now, with government debt ballooning, inequality rising, and digitalization impacting traditional routes to development, the world appears poised for greater uncertainty. And it would seem remiss not to take COVID-19 as a wake-up call for how we prepare for crisis of the future. So it poses the question, is the multilateral system prepared for a crisis like COVID-19 and crisis? The big debate brings together thought leaders, policymakers, and international finance executives to interrogate this question and strategically chart a sustainable recovery from COVID-19 in the digital era. The deep disruptions generated by this pandemic have opened up opportunities to remake society. They may be subtle, but they are there. These are times that test policymakers' vision, they test their leadership. Our lead speaker for this big debate has been the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning for Nigeria since August 2019. That makes her the de facto economy minister for the biggest economy in Africa. I'm pleased to welcome Her Excellency Zainab Ahmed to help us set the scene by giving her thoughts on the steps policymakers in African countries like Nigeria could take to build resilience to future shocks, particularly to foster sustainable growth. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edo. Thank you very much for the introduction. I want to say good day, good afternoon to all excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking UNECA and congratulating them for organizing this hybrid event. It's going on extremely well. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I've been invited to this forum to shed light on the big debate of whether the multilateral systems are prepared for the COVID-19 crisis and if the private sector has done enough. I wish I could just say a yes or a no, but I don't have the luxury to do that because that would have been too easy. Unfortunately, there's no short answer to this question. We cannot address the adequacy or otherwise of the response of the multilateral system and the private sector to this crisis, especially the COVID-19 pandemic, without first taking stock of the crisis so far on our population, on their livelihoods, and on our economies. Let me begin by seizing the opportunity to again acknowledge and commend Madam Vera Sowange and her team for the leadership of the ECA and for this platform. Congratulations indeed, you have done an excellent job. I would also like to acknowledge the multilateral community for the unprecedented solidarity and response to the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in Africa. The experience so far supports the conclusion that no level of preparation is ever enough to avert a pandemic like the COVID-19. The onset of the pandemic caught all countries unprepared. Today, we count the toll of this lack of preparation in human lives lost, economic opportunities and livelihoods lost, growth trajectories lost, as well as rising debts, suboptimal progress, and the percentage of the population that has fallen back into extreme poverty. Africa's unpreparedness for the pandemic is evidenced in many ways, and this includes its broken public health system that could not contain a pandemic of the magnitude of COVID-19, but also the lack of physical headroom for rapid response to this crisis. Its health system capacity is not only weak, but grossly underfunded and underdeveloped. It also is reflected in the absence of relevant research resources and cutting-edge technology needed in managing health crises such as this one. The multilateral system mobilized financial resources to support countries' health responses to the health and economic challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The World Bank has responded with a $12 billion financing across Africa to help countries respond to the crisis. This has been deployed to health, social protection, and economic stimulus. In the wake of the pandemic in Nigeria, the United Nations launched one UN COVID-19 response basket. The fund pooled up to 61.3 million US dollars. It is also we also launched the Africa Anti-COVID-19 Fund. The UN Secretary General repeatedly called on G20 leaders to adopt a stimulus package for developing countries, including African countries. The World Health Organization is working with the African Center for Disease Control to effectively fight the pandemic through the training of health workers in surveillance, case management, and laboratory diagnostics, also to help member states develop national response plans, exchange of expertise, and establishment of incident management systems. The IMF made available up to $1 trillion facility in rapid response to help countries fight COVID-19. This most unprecedented response from the multilateral system has really made a lot of difference. Funds were released very quickly in a matter of days. And I must pause to say that Nigeria is one of the largest recipients of this response, rapid response facility from the IMF with a $3.4 billion facility. In addition, the IMF also pleaded with the G20 countries to suspend debt payment through the end of the year 2020. In respect of the private sector, like the multilateral institutions, the private sector could and should do more for Africa to build back better post-COVID-19. The pandemic did not only throw up challenges, but has offered opportunities for investment in health systems, in infrastructure, and in technology across the continent. The private sector needs to become more predictable in its response to major reforms by government aimed at enabling businesses. The impact of the COVID-19 in Africa has thrown up a lot of serious challenges against achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063. It has threatened Africa's growth in several ways, including worsening hunger and vulnerability. According to the African Development Bank, this year alone, about 39 million Africans stand the risk of joining the more than 30 million already in extreme poverty bracket occasioned by this COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, the pandemic has raised the levels of government borrowing significantly from 0.02% to 10.4% of the GDP across Africa. Estimates from the African Development Bank indicate that additional financing of $154 billion is required to fund the gap in the year 2020 and 2021. The surge in public borrowing to respond effectively to the pandemic has brought in itself another type of challenge. We have seen various implications to national budgets, and also we have seen significant surge in national public debts. Given this scenario, countries must proactively take another look at sovereign debt restructuring, including macroeconomics, as well as fiscal policy reforms, and take steps to improve liquidity and support growth enabling to be able to help us sustain the recovery that we all strive for. Going forward, the toll of human and economic losses suffered by African countries so far because of this pandemic points to the reality that without additional integrated support, recovery to pre-crisis period and restoration of growth is still a long way to come. Africa needs further support from multilateral community to effectively contain the pandemic, to build resilience, and to support the attainments of the SDGs, as well as the Africa Agenda 2063. We need equity also in Africa in respect of the COVID-19 vaccine distribution and administration. All of Africa, like the rest of developed and world population, must be vaccinated. All of the systems, all of the world needs to be vaccinated for us to be able to get the herd immunity that is necessary to prevent the spread of this pandemic. We call for an integrated, targeted, and well-coordinated approach that will guarantee access to vaccines to all. On the domestic front, our response must include debt restructuring to allow some headroom for jobs and growth to be created. We also must review our macroeconomic and fiscal reforms and enhance them so that we're able to grow back better. We must strengthen
Minister, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think your audio is getting a lot of feedback and it's getting worse. I don't know if there's a headset perhaps that you can connect. Is that possible? We're getting a kind of a funny echoey sound when you speak, and it's hard to hear you.
Fortunate.
Is it possible to do anything? Can you speak? Sorry, maybe it's better now. Actually, it might be a little bit. Okay.
Okay. So, is it better now?
Yes, magnificently. You did something. You have some magic, because I think it's better. Continue. Carry on.
Okay. So I was just saying that to be able to recover and build back better, we need to fix energy in Africa because there's a very significant deficit in energy. Energy is required to provide opportunities for jobs for the 2 million population of the continent. The energy agenda in Africa remains a gold mine for private capital, yet international private investment in the sector is very, very low. Reliable energy supply is necessary to increase productivity. Africa remains committed to the global agenda on climate change and the move towards sustainable, renewable energy. Most African countries are endowed with natural resources, and some of these resources are just being exploited. In this regard, Africa needs to have a favorable energy transition policy that will support the continent's quest for not only diversifying its energy mix, but moving towards the development of renewable energies. I'm joining my colleagues in the African continent to appeal to the global community to list gas as one of the energy transition that Africa should be allowed to adopt. This transition arrangement will enable the continent to utilize its rich natural energy resources through appropriate technology to develop newer renewables and alternatives. So for our country, Nigeria, it is important for us to be allowed to develop gas so that we have a chance of rapid development in our country. Nigeria is committed to ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth and achieving the SDGs as well as the Africa Agenda 2063. Our SDG strategy has been focused on early domestication, integration and implementation through subnational mainstreaming, through interagency coordination, as well as institutional strengthening. We have benefited from the support and collaboration of the UN system along with other development partners. We are also working to address the large financing gap, in part through development of an integrated national financing framework, INFF, with support from the EU and the UN, among other development partners. The INFF is a tool to help countries strengthen planning processes and overcome existing impediments in financing sustainable development at the national level. But even with the progress that has been made so far, our analysis and data modeling using the domesticated ISDN tool estimates that an SDG financing gap of $100 billion exists over the next 10 years for Nigeria to cover. As we continue our efforts to build back better post-COVID-19, we're working to proactively close this gap, in part through ongoing reforms aimed at enabling business environment, creating the right fiscal space for investments, supporting our diversification efforts away from oil and gas, but also working towards specific interventions which we have encapsulated in a Finance Act in 2019 and also in a follow-up Finance Act in 2020. This Finance Act supports the realization of our 2021 revenue projections. It has also helped us to adopt appropriate counter-cyclical fiscal measures, which is covered by law, and also enhance the efficiency of fiscal incentives to support our 2021 budget of economic recovery and resilience. Additionally, we're working at deepening private sector engagement and working towards the support and the deployment of development funds. We call for the establishment of government-led integrated national financing frameworks as very crucial steps to take, particularly in the context of the response that we need to take on COVID-19. In Nigeria, the INFF is on course to help us operationalize sustainable development in Nigeria, and it is also helping us and enabling us to identify opportunities to mobilize resources required to finance the SDGs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Zainab Ahmed, Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning for Nigeria. Obviously, there are a lot of people on this call and listening on social media around the world. We have over 310 people currently just on Zoom alone. So I would recommend that those people that have questions, if you have a question for Her Excellency the Minister, type that question into the Q&A box. She's willing to answer any questions any relevant questions you have. I will now move on to the next speaker before we go back to the Q&A section. Now, earlier you might have heard at least two of the interveners mention that the Director General position of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, or UNIDO, will soon be open to candidates from around the world. When the African Union and its 55 member states had to choose who they wanted to endorse from Africa's pool of sterling talent, they endorsed just one candidate, Dr. Akebe Okube. Dr. Okube is currently the special advisor to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. He joins us now as our next intervener. Sir, your first question is, what lessons can be shared from Ethiopia's industrialization drive for fostering sustainable development in other African countries? Go ahead. I don't know if you're on mute. Are you muted? We can't. Okay, please go ahead. We can hear you now. So please go ahead.
in the last 6-7 years has been an outcome of studying 6 countries, 2 from Africa, Nigeria and Mauritius, and 4 from Asia, including Singapore, China, Vietnam, and South Korea. So the learning and industrial policy has been the core. And lastly, I should mention, industrialization does not progress without a comparable investment in infrastructure, human capital, and also ensuring macroeconomic stability. So these have been the key aspects that Ethiopia has focused in pursuing industrialization and economic transformation. And COVID-19 has also offered us new lessons which we need to learn and revisit some of the policies we have been following. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Arkebe Okoboy, the Senior Minister and Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and also Africa's choice for UNIDO Director General in the forthcoming election. Next, we turn to Masood Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed is the president of the Center for Global Development, or CGD. This is a much respected non-profit think tank based in Washington, D.C. and London that focuses on international development. I guess your opening question is, what does it take for Africa's private sector to fight COVID-19 and really be part of this recovery? And what sort of constraints do you think that they face? Masood, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, I think you started off by asking the question, were the multilaterals prepared? And I think the simple answer is no one was prepared for this crisis. It was really something that came, we had talked about it, but we weren't ready for it.
Sorry, sir, I have to interrupt you before you begin. Your camera is off. Can you switch it on? Can we see you?
My camera is on.
Oh, your camera is on.
I can see it.
I stand corrected. Continue.
Okay. Continue. No, I was saying, the second thing is, the private sector didn't do as much as people had hoped, but the private sector has to be the central feature of the recovery, because that is where the jobs are, that is where growth will come from. But the relationship between government and the private sector has to become more nuanced. And what I mean by that is that, instead of asking for general responses from the private sector to do things they can't do, for example, we said the G20 asked the private sector to provide debt relief to all countries. Well, the private sector really wasn't going to do that. It became clear during the course of the year that they weren't in a position to do that. And many countries didn't want that because they wanted to have a relationship with private creditors that they wanted to sustain. Other countries needed it. Now you look at the national level. In the first phase, the countries tried to help every firm in the private sector because it was an emergency. But now during the recovery, some firms are going to be viable, others are no longer going to be viable. Because in fact, the landscape for the economies is going to change, the global system of supply chains is going to be impacted. So now there's going to be a much more complex conversation that has to take place about which kinds of firms should be supported, how, and how do you create a partnership that recognizes that the future is not going to be simply a return to the past. And that requires a degree of more common understanding of what the outcomes are going to be, more than exists now, a bit less of a sort of us and them between the public sector and the private sector, which has been the case in a number of countries. Mr. Okupe just laid out that Ethiopia has had a very active approach to thinking about industrial policy. But it's a very different kind of industrial policy that Ethiopia has followed from the traditional ones of the 60s and 70s that people thought of. And I think going forward, many countries will need to think about how can you engage in working with your own private sector, as well as the international private sector, to try and create a more nuanced framework for them going forward. The last thing I would say is that, you know, we tend to think of the crisis of last year. I'm sitting in Washington, D.C. right now. And in Washington, people are beginning to talk already of the post-crisis. What will it look like? What will the world be like once this phase of the crisis is over? Same thing applies to many other rich countries where the combination of vaccines and of economic recovery this year, people are beginning to sort of think this is over. But if you are in the middle of many countries in developing world, including many countries in Africa, this is going to be a long haul. This is not going to be over in terms of the vaccination will take longer to complete, the recovery will be slow and prolonged. And the important message that I have for my friend Abe, who is going to be on this panel as well, is that the IMF, the World Bank did a very nice job in the first year of stepping up quickly, but really it is sustained engagement and sustained support from the multilateral institutions that will be needed for the next at least 5 years in both volumes of financing and kind of engagement to help African countries come through this period of recovery with the least amount of scarring and best prepared to be able to deal with the future. So think of this as a marathon rather than as a sprint. And actually it's a marathon that's going to be run at a time when in fact the course on which the marathon is being run is being changed by global circumstances. So I guess my final plea really to all is to start thinking of how best do we use the next few years to deal with the scars of last year and to rebuild a better economy that is going to be more resilient going forward. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now turn from Masood Ahmed to Alistair Wilson. Alistair is the Managing Director of Moody's Sovereign Risk Group, and in this capacity, he leads Moody's global team of sovereign risk analysts with responsibility for maintaining the quality of Moody's sovereign ratings and for the analytical leadership Moody's aims to provide to investors and issuers through the research that it gives. Alistair, you're very welcome to COM 2021. I guess your first question is, you can answer the main question of this big debate, or more specifically, I could mention that around, I think, 12 African countries have had their debt downgraded since COVID-19. So how can governments finance the recovery? And is there an increased, I guess, responsibility for the private sector to step in lieu of government stimulus funding? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Can I just check you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I think to pick up on what Mr. Ahmed said, and actually the part of the question that deals with what governments can do, because I think a lot of this will come back to institutions and the governments. The things that Mr. Ahmed helpfully did was distinguish between the international private sector and the domestic private sector, because both are important, both will play key roles, and what joins them is the quality of institutions and the quality of policy making. The international private sector is needed because capital will be needed, will continue to be needed to support the stabilization, the recovery, and the development of economies across Africa. That's not new. We've seen the growth of private capital inflows into Africa. Now, I think they account for something like 40% of external debt is privately sourced, 20% of overall debt. So it's a very sizable amount that cannot be replaced. However helpful the IMF and the World Bank and the multilateral community have been and will continue to be, the private sector will still be needed in the coming years. And of course, if you look domestically within countries, a lot of what is needed, I think I think I got this from one of the African development banks, and the 4 words that summarize the recovery will be institutions, infrastructure, human capital, and technology. And the domestic private sector will sit at the heart of all of those, financed by, generally speaking, at least 50% by overseas capital, a substantial proportion of which will come from the international private sector. What will facilitate that is the quality of the domestic institutions. It's the government's footprint, it's the capacity of the government to stimulate the private sector to orchestrate investment, overseas investment, domestic investment, whether it's in the infrastructure, whether it's in education and human capital, whether it's in technology, whatever that means, whether it's the growth of the internet. What we tend to find most, to get back to our rating, the plan ultimately will deliver returns to them and allow them to get their money back. If that is present, then the domestic private sector will be released to develop beyond agriculture through production into the services economy, and we see a rosy future. If not, and we see many, many instances of shocks where institutions are too weak to allow a strong and rapid recovery, then the fear is that growth will remain low, debt will continue to remain a burden on investment, and the picture is less rosy. You're on mute, Mark.
Mark, I'm afraid we cannot hear you. You might want to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I had unmuted it, but it didn't. Amro Selassie, who is the director of the Africa Department for the IMF, International Monetary Fund. We've heard a lot about the IMF, many comments today on the IMF. You're welcome. And I guess more broadly, your question is that we see that the IMF projections for growth in Africa are sobering figures at best. So how is the IMF helping African countries and businesses within those countries to finance a sustainable and resilient recovery from COVID-19?
Thank you, Mark, and very honored to be part of this distinguished panel of speakers. I think from our vantage point, of course, and as ministers on the ground know all too well, last year was by far the most difficult economically, but also in terms of the health threat that our people faced in the region. We estimate that growth contracted by the order of 3% last year, which would make it by far the worst reading for the last 50, 60 years in the region. So it's as bad a year economically as our countries have seen in at least a couple of lifetimes. Clearly what the time called for was as supportive a policy stance as possible by countries. This is a time when the sovereigns needed to step up and provide as much support as they could. And we, of course, as international part of the international community, and our raison d'etre very much is to help countries provide counter-cyclical policy response. We're very happy to have stepped forward as much as we could. We provided last year financing about 10 times what we would in a normal year. And I think this is consistent with what the IMF needs to do for Africa as a whole. Close to about 30 billion in financing, emergency financing last year, with a dual purpose, first and foremost, to protect lives and livelihood, and then, of course, importantly also to support economies. This was a year when revenues collapsed, governments didn't have the resources that they needed to have to fund health and education, but importantly also support small and medium enterprises and the like. But as Masood said, that was, I think, just the first chapter of what's likely to be a multiple chapter episode. I think our region, as elsewhere, frankly, but acutely in some cases because the impact has been hardest and the scarring most difficult, is going to face quite a difficult few years. And what will be important is for the international community, the multilateral institution, and the private sector to lean forward in the coming years. I want to make a couple of points related to this. First, I think, really important to recognize that the pandemic continues to affect countries quite severely. I mean, there are a couple of countries at least where infection levels are still at their highest levels over the last couple of years, mercifully lower than elsewhere in the world. But, we cannot take this for granted, and how this pandemic continues to roll across the region will be an issue to contend with, particularly given vaccines. Vaccine access has been very limited to our country. So I think, I don't want to be the sense that this is behind us by any means. Second, I think, for the next year and a half in Africa in particular, economic policy, vaccine policy is going to be economic policy. Okay. Question for the panel was, has the multilateral community, multilateral institutions lived up to the scale of the crisis? And I would argue that on the financial side, I think a reasonable effort has been done. But where there hasn't been as good a multilateral effort, I think, is in getting vaccines out to frontline workers more equitably, as the WHO has been pointing out. And the reality is that most of our countries are going to be at the back end of the queue in terms of getting access to vaccines. So I think this, is by far the most live agenda for multilateral institutions, for the international community at the moment. And this is something that has us very worried. But beyond the pandemic and turning a little bit more to the economic side, I want to make a couple of points. First is, the region faces really very significant financing gaps over the next few years in terms of being able to recover and revert back to the growth path that most countries were in ahead of the crisis. And the reality is that, the enormity of the financing gaps means that, extraordinary efforts need to be made by international financial institutions in particular, but also creditors that have exposures to the region to be able to bridge this financing gap. Now, it's really difficult to give a holistic and single picture for the 54 countries in the region, but country by country, it's going to be very important to look at what the sources of the financing gap are and identify ways in which this can be addressed. The solutions are going to range from, in some countries, some debt treatment, whether that's rescheduling in a net present value neutral way or haircuts, to in other countries, basically more of the financing gap can be closed simply with greater access to more concessional financing. So I think that whole gamut of policies and leaning policies by the international community will be important. Second, though, I think I want to buttress a number of the points that my compatriot I was making about the need to our countries to think about how to engender structural transformation, how to facilitate more diversification, as Minister Zainab Ahmed also pointed out. Because if we are to revert back to the old norms, the old ways of economic activity, I don't think we will be in a position to generate the millions and millions of jobs that our countries need in the coming years, nor indeed, the age-old quest to close the income gap with the more advanced countries. Last point I want to make is, what in Africa, what will be happening over the next 5-8 years in Africa is in the deep interest of the international community, and the demographic transition that's unfolding in the region means that, at least demographically, but in my view, economically, the 21st century is the African century. And I cannot think of, much more important investment that needs to be made, whether it's in greening Africa's economies or engendering more demand than supporting African countries in the next few years. So for all of those reasons, I think it's important that the international community focuses attention on addressing the needs that are evident in Africa. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. I'm going to break convention a little bit since I have you in my sights at the moment, Abebe, and I always enjoy talking to you. I want you to very quickly look backwards and then also look forward. So I want you to look back, and then I also want you to crystal ball gaze. When I say look back, I want you to answer the question. In some quarters, there are arguments that the IMF hasn't done enough. I want to know what your thoughts are with regards to financing, and it could have done more, and others could too. And then in terms of looking forward, the spring meeting's coming up, and I saw that ES Songwe even mentioned it in her opening speech about asking for IMF at said spring meeting. Perhaps you want to comment on that as well. Go ahead.
So looking backwards, if you had asked me a year ago whether we would be able to do as much financing as we ended up doing, I would have said there's no way. Of course, given how significant the scale of the crisis is, we can always debate about whether that was enough or not. But relative to where we were a year ago, I think we've moved incredibly in a very agile and nimble way to adjust our financing envelope. A lot of very difficult decisions that had to be taken. But importantly, also, like everybody else, we were subject to the same restrictions and incapacitation in terms of getting support out to countries. And I think, we have tried to live up to the moment. And, as I mentioned earlier, provided financing about 10 times the amount of financing that we normally provide to the region. So that's the backward-looking forward process. Again, I think more can be done, and we will endeavor to do that. Forward-looking, I think it is indeed very encouraging that recent G20 meeting, G7 meeting, are all showing that the authorizing environment for even more support to the region is now much more positive. We, are very much looking forward to decisions that will be taken in the next few weeks. One of those, of course, is with regard to a new general SDR allocation, which is really, really important in terms of supporting, as I noted earlier, a lot of the financing needs that countries will be facing this year, particularly in Africa. So this is something that we're very much looking forward to. And I don't want to front run the board decisions, but, with a number of governments having come out speaking positively about it, it looks promising. I think even more important will be considerations that could be given to not just general allocation, but also finding ways in which more of the SDRs that advanced countries are getting and are not needed right now can be redirected to more needier countries. That work also lies ahead, and hopefully political decisions can be taken to facilitate that also.
Thank you, Abebe, the IMF. Before I go to the last speaker, I just want to go quickly back, because this leads me to think, from what you're saying, I want to go back to Masood. I think Masood is still with us, I hope. I know that he had to leave. Yes, Masood, before you do go, because I know that you have to run off, that's why I want to ask you. So the problem seems to be that the multilateral development want everyone to go back to the IMF, but countries want to go to the market where there's more money. That's what seems to happen. That's what it seems that you're saying. So are there ways then that the private sector and the multilateral development banks can work in harmony better together?
So I think the multilateral development banks and the IMF have a role to provide financing in counter-cyclical terms when the market is basically pulling out. And as Alistair said, if you look back last year, it was like a seesaw. First few months of the pandemic, huge amounts of money coming out of emerging markets. Then towards the end of the year, money going back into the emerging markets. Now, at the beginning of this year, again, interest rates begin to rise. People think they might rise, and so money starts coming out again. So this is fairly volatile money, and it's very difficult to plan development on the basis of volatile money. What you need is more predictable, stable financing from the private sector. The role of the multilateral development banks, one important part of their work going forward will be to do different instruments like credit enhancement or other ways of de-risking the investments from the private sector in these economies, in a way that will encourage more stable, predictable private financing. They've all done a little bit of that through guarantees, through other mechanisms. Institutions like the IFC and other development finance institutions have a big role to play in that. But that part of their business of being the conduit, the facilitator of bringing private money into developing countries, into Africa, is going to become more and more important. It has to be done carefully so that you don't end up having private financing with private returns, but the risk ends up sitting in the public sector balance sheet. It's important to do these things using best practice, but there is clearly huge scope, in my view, for the institutions, the multilateral development banks, to play a more active role as facilitators of bringing that extraordinarily sized pool of private money into developing countries, into Africa on a more sustainable basis. Thank you, Mark. And I'm sorry I have to drop out.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Masood. Thank you for your very, very interesting interventions. And thank you for staying past the time that you, I know that you have another meeting now, so we'll let you go. We have a final speaker, and I welcome the thoughts of Gabon's Minister of Economy and Recovery. Speaking of Gabon, it makes me think that the debt service suspension initiative of the World Bank, I don't know that Gabon was supported by the DSSI. This is the World Bank's facility to help countries concentrate their resources on fighting COVID-19. So I'll welcome the Gabon's Minister of Economy and Recovery. She is Nicole Janine Lidi Roberty to the Great Debate. So we're asking in the Great Debate, Your Excellency, if the multilateral system was prepared for the COVID-19 crisis, and did the private sector do enough? So perhaps I should ask you, from your vantage point, what the lessons that we've learned, what lessons have we learned from this? You have the floor, madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Roboti, Janine Lidi Epse Roboti, and I'm the Minister of Economy and Recovery in Gabon. With regard to the pandemic in general, what we can say is that the international financial institutions have also been contacted, like most of our countries, to help us fight against COVID-19. Now, the question that is asked, could they have done more or better? Generally speaking, we noted that the countries were not ready, but also the financial institutions were neither ready in order to be able to face such a violent pandemic, which has had global impact on the extent of our respective economies. First of all, we analyzed this issue on the basis of three areas, if I may say so. The first one is to say that indeed that the crisis did not spare any country or any continent. All countries were strongly affected by the pandemic, and everybody introduced barrier measures. And these were translated as a return to protectionism, whereas for many, many years, we have been talking and advocating globalization. So the multilateral system was faced to implementing again a policy that they had dropped by the wayside. The multilateral system had learned to manage crises only in some regions of the world. So the globalization of the crisis was a huge crisis, and this was the case in the distribution of masks at the beginning of the pandemic, and now the rollout of the vaccine. The second area against which we were able to analyze this crisis was that it had triggered off a series of uncertainties at the beginning. Uncertainties still remain today, despite the advent of the vaccine. We are announcing the second and third wave a bit everywhere in the world, and especially the multiplication of variants, which means that the efficiency of the policies that have been implemented, especially economic and social ones, have been very strongly tested by the crisis. So the uncertainties still insist in the economic area. So what were we able to do in Gabon? Like many other countries, together with the support of the international financial institutions, we were able to implement a series of instruments which helped us to respond to the health emergency. My country, Gabon, for example, benefited of the financial support of the IMF as well as the World Bank, also the African Development Bank and the French Development Agency, and generally speaking, of the European Union. So discussions are being held currently, and we are still holding conversations with the Development Bank of the Central African States to see if they can accompany us and support us to reduce the impact of this crisis. The responses that have been found to combat the crisis have not been sufficient, but be that as it may, we have been able to benefit from donations, and Gabon literally was excluded from the world system, whereas it was facing the same constraints, namely a reduction of resources and an increase in expenses, since it is a country of a medium income earning country. And also, even worse, we're not entitled to a particular or special treatment like many other countries in the context of the G Plan initiative. We felt that the initiative on the debt was going to help us to sort out some problems in the short term, pending some solutions to try and solve this debt servicing. So in the medium term, we feel that we should talk about the problem of the green economy. We feel that the development of this green economy, in our opinion, seems to be the answer to the future for some countries just like ours. It is interesting also at the same time to have available a clear legal framework and also incentives in order to be able to recover our economy. We have also begun thinking and discussing about this problem with the assistance of international organizations and the donors in general, as well as our technical partners, to be able to promote and to see how we can draw some potential from this green economy, which could be translated in putting in place a policy, for example, a carbon credit or the emission of green bonds on the international financial market. So what measures could guarantee the availability of the accumulated debt by the African countries, generally speaking, whereas they still continue to fight against the pandemic? And all the more so, we know that African countries do not play an important role, or up until today, haven't received sufficient offers for vaccine rollout in order to curb this disease. The debt of African countries has strongly increased because generally speaking, has decreased. And this, in its turn, has contributed to also reduce our financial resources. Now, in order to improve these economic problems and the debt servicing, we would like to convert the debt, the ones that we have with the development institutions, into development investments. So we would have to reconvert this debt in order to be able to fill the gap
We need to promote the best. Are you able to listen to me now? And we have to promote a better well-being of our population in general. Regarding my country, Gabon, we have put in place a transformation plan which has 3 main pillars. We believe that the multilateral system can address the future crises that may occur in our respective countries. Currently, we have COVID, but we can also imagine that we may have other crises that can happen or occur in the future. So this is in a nutshell the experience of Gabon regarding the response that we made regarding COVID-19 pandemic. We thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, the Honourable Minister from Gabon there. If I could ask the Minister from Nigeria, Zainab Ahmed, to switch on her camera and her microphone, because there's quite a few questions coming in for you. I'll try to kind of ask you these questions sort of all at once, but I suppose the first question is, hearing all this, Your Excellency, what are you expecting from the markets going forward? And also, if you had one ask of the private sector, which is a very powerful engine in Nigeria, what would it be? There is also a question that comes in about how you feed back to the people of Nigeria. I'll just bring that question up. It was actually from the Nigerian Television Authority. And the question is, what is the feedback mechanism in place to gauge the impact of fiscal interventions on the incomes of the common citizens, of the regular citizens of Nigeria? What are the post-COVID scenarios? So maybe there's quite 3 questions in one there, Your Excellency, but if you could attempt to tackle those, we'd be most grateful.
Thank you very much, Mark. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, let me start by also on this subject that we are discussing today. What we're expecting from the markets, at least in Nigeria, is that the markets should be more favorable, more predictable. From us last year in 2020, we could not attempt to go out to the international capital markets because the market was very volatile, not surprising due to the COVID-19 crisis. And we do have interest in Nigeria to go out to the capital markets. And we do hope that the rating agencies, as they appear to have been committed to, will not be doing their assessments with negative leanings towards the impact that is clearly COVID-19 induced. We have seen at the beginning of the crisis some countries and actually some institutions whose ratings were downgraded, and we felt that that was really not necessary to do, because it's a crisis that is out of the control of any particular institution or any country at that time. So we do hope that the rating agencies and the markets will be more favorable to our countries as we go out to seek for funding to bridge infrastructure deficits that we need to raise funds for. And for the private sector, I just want to ask is that there's immense opportunities in our country. Yes, there are risks, but if you look at the businesses that have stayed and have lived in this country for generations and for decades, they are doing extremely good businesses. So, and I guess really in business, the higher the risk, the higher the returns. So there is great opportunities in our country for investments in the health sector, for investments in the education sector. We are welcome potential investors that want to come and really set up and grow businesses in Nigeria. We do also welcome FDIs that want to come in and go out. It's important for every country to have that. But we are looking for businesses that will come and partner with local businesses to to actually grow in Nigeria. And we have some greenfield opportunities and brownfield opportunities that are available for investors to consider. We have in the financing, let me now say that the feedback mechanism from that citizens can provide information or get information from government is, first of all, we have one of the freest press in the world. I can say that. A citizen can publish and say anything. There's no restrictions as to what you can say. We also have the Freedom of Information Act that by law, an agency of government that is requested for information must provide that information within a certain period of time. And if they don't, there's a legal recourse that a citizen can take. But on our part, in the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning, what we did is we put up a transparency portal that a citizen can visit and actually see every transaction of government, every payment of government above a 5 million naira limit. You can drill down to the particular, to a single line item of transaction. So, and you can also, as a citizen, send back inquiry for any transaction that you want further explanation for, and the agency is mandated to respond to. Also, in the budget office, we have a citizens feedback mechanism on our budget implementation process that actually interactive. The citizens can provide information or ask questions, and then they get responses. So we have this, and we're trying to do a little bit more than this.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Finance Minister of Nigeria. We welcome some interventions now from your esteemed colleagues from the floor. We have three interventions from three different esteemed speakers. Mambari Nje is the Minister of Finance in the Gambia, and you have the floor to make the intervention. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Excellencies, dear colleagues, Executive Secretary, UN ECA, distinguished delegates, good afternoon to you all. I wish to thank the UN ECA Executive Secretary, Ms. Vera Zangwe, and the UN ECA team for this opportunity, and also to congratulate them for the excellent work that has gone into hosting this conference under the difficult circumstances of COVID-19. As always, it is an immense honor and pleasure to be together with colleagues, ministers, although virtual, and I continue to pray that we will keep safe and well during these challenging times. Reflecting on the question up for discussions, I would like to state that from the onset, that yes, the multilateral system was prepared for COVID-19 pandemic. However, over the past years, there has been persistent erosion on the core tenets of multilateralism, and this has diluted the effectiveness and efficiency with which the system would have ordinarily dealt with shocks like COVID-19. From the moment COVID-19 descended on the world, we noted that by leveraging its inherent characteristics, multilateralism was able to galvanize international action around urgent essentials such as international scientific collaboration to understand the novel coronavirus, research to develop vaccines as soon as possible and in record times, the debt service suspension initiative, and the provision of liquidity to power health and social safety nets. Through the course of multilateral institutions, the world also benefited from other support elements such as COVID-19 related knowledge products, data to guide our intentions, and of course, we also benefited from robust coordination and collaborative policy platforms. Notwithstanding these successes of multilateralism against COVID-19, it is worth to note, however, that there is a caveat to this position. This caveat is that over the past years and in a snowballing manner, the core of multilateralism has been weakened from both within and outside by challenges arising from globalization, unilateralism, xenophobia, nationalism, protectionism, as well as tokenism to multilateralism. For instance, at the time when it was last thing that the world needed, we witnessed during this COVID-19 era, the rise of unilateralism, fragmented global leadership, distrust for the multilateral institutions, and in essence, the crumbling of our common values that brought us together at the multilateral landscape. Moreover, persistent blurring of lines between multilateralism and globalization, coupled with an increasing inclination towards a version of globalization that is exacerbated inequalities for the weakened, the ability of the multilateral system to deal with fallouts of COVID-19. But then a question worth exploring is what brought us to this point where multilateralism is confronted by such huge challenges. In response, I would like to remind us all that key among the reasons are for the perceptions that globalization in its current form only benefits a powerful few, although the prosperity envisioned from globalization has not been widely shared, and multilateralism in many ways enable this undesirable state of affairs, and that multilateral institutions are not far and agile enough to respond to rapidly emerging challenges confronting the world. Having said that, what is the way forward and how can we diminish, eliminate the fragility of the multilateral systems? To this, I would say the solution could lie within a measured approach where we do not throw away baby out with a bath water. In other words, this could require rolling out smart reforms in our global economic systems within the framework of renewed commitment to multilateralism. Indeed, if we do wish to ever to question whether multilateralism was prepared for pandemics like COVID-19 and other challenges of a similar nature, I submit that multilateralism in its current posture would not deliver its full potential unless the criticisms meted against it, as well as opportunities for the reorientation, are addressed in a comprehensive and urgent manner. By the same token, and reflecting on whether private sector did enough response to COVID-19, the reality is that the potential of a private sector to combat the pandemic was not fully displayed. Again, if one reflects on the positive, it could be noted that private sector came through for the continent in many ways, including supply of health-related goods and services and the use of 3D printing supportive of preventive measures, delivery services, telecommunication, as well as supply of basic commodities. That was very to the ability of many businesses to post and restructure for continuing in the context of pandemic associated lockdown. So the absence of research, the potentials for many businesses.
Minister,
compatibility.
Minister, I'm going to start.
To conclude, it must be said that although I'm just concluding.
Yeah, but you're also breaking up. So
this will promote only.
Yeah, we can't hear you. No, you're breaking up. I
am concluding.
Yeah, but you're breaking up. Okay, go ahead. No, we've completely lost him. Okay, let's move on. If I could ask Alistair Wilson, Managing Director and Head of Moody's Sovereign Risk Group, if you could switch on your mic and your camera, because there is a question that has come in from Edwin Ikoya that I'd like to see what your comments on this are. Can you hear me, Alistair?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear and see you. Alistair, listen to this. Edwin Ikoria has put a question in the Q&A box, and it says the role of CRAs, credit rating agencies, has been really overwhelming for LICs, for low-income countries, in the face of exogenous shocks like COVID-19. Downgrading a country's rating for seeking debt restructuring through the common framework of the G20 to enable to recover is insensitive to the external driver of liquidity needs of African countries, says Edwin. You say?
I say, on the one hand, I understand the question. I think my basic answer, though, is that to achieve what Edwin, probably himself, and policymakers want, rating agencies, credit ratings are not the problem. It's investors are the problem. Getting back to what we discussed earlier, a very significant share, both in terms of the stock and the flow of capital investment in Africa, comes from the international capital markets. And we've seen the impact of the shock on investment flows. We've seen, as we discussed earlier, very significant outflow, somewhat of an inflow, outflow again. That's what happens during a shock like that. And that is not motivated by credit ratings. The loss of finance, the increase in cost of debt, is not driven by credit ratings. What are these investors doing? Well, they're looking at a number of things. They are looking at ratings, to be fair. They're also looking at other credible measures of default risk, including the IMF's own debt sustainability analysis, which the IMF has been updated most recently, including identifying those countries that it considered to be most at risk of default. So there are plenty of other very credible measures out there which are being updated. But what investors are mostly looking at is each other. That's what they do. Investors act like a herd in these kind of crises. Credit ratings aren't causing that. I think the Minister Ahmed, raised this. She asked that we act in a measured way and look through. And actually, I think Nigeria is a good example of where we've done precisely that. It was in April last year that we looked at Nigeria's own rating and left it and the outlook exactly where it was, because we felt we could do precisely that. And actually, in the face of a significant shock like this, the actions that we, at least, I don't know the actions of the other agencies, but the actions that we at least have taken have been pretty measured. Most of our ratings have been left where they are. We even upgraded one recently, Benin. We had 10 downgrades, of which 8 were only 1 notch. And those took place over the course of the year. Contrast that, and you see this if you look at the IIF's numbers, with the mass outflow of capital very quickly, which is the investor reaction, and that's the problem. And actually, I think what I believe is that ratings are actually not part of the problem. They are actually part of the solution, because in that kind of market, you need 2 things. You need the voice of sanity, which is calling out measure. And ratings are one of those, one voice that calls that. Again, others do the same. The IMF does the same. But they're the measured voice that says, it's not that bad. We're not acting. We're moving our ratings on the margins. You need that voice of measure to bring about a measure of stability. Then you need recovery. And what we typically see in these crises, and we've seen it in this crisis, we've seen it in past much smaller crises, the taper tantrum, for example, which we may see again as US rates or as long-term interest rates start to rise. We see a mass outflow of capital and then a gradual sinking back of capital as the market picks out those that it believes are the winners and the losers. And how do investors do that? They look at credible commentators on credit, like the ratings. Ratings are a way of getting capital back into the market because they give investors a sense of confidence that they know what's going on. Don't need to look at their peers either side to have a guess what's going on. They can look at credit ratings and they can say, okay, we can spot the winners and the losers. Now, part of that is identifying those that are under most pressure. And that for us is defined as those where the loss expected on an investment in debt is the greatest. And that is where the rating is the lowest. Consistent with that, where we see a default, we have to call it. I mean, we're regulatorily required to for a start, so we can't not do it. So it's not a question of our choice. We are required to do this, but we would do it anyway because it's our role. It's our role in the capital markets. It's how credit ratings support the gradual stabilization and the gradual recovery in those capital markets. And that is so important for Africa. Now, I'm not pretending we're a preeminent driver of this, but we're an important part. The credit ratings are an important part of the functioning of the domestic and the international capital markets, and the signals that they send are an important sense of measure and an important driver of recovery as well.
Thank you very much, Alistair. It seems we're out of time, but I'm just going to go back for the final thoughts, and it's a little bit to sort of look forward. And for that, I'm going to go to Akebe Okube, the Senior Minister and Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia and Africa's choice for the UNIDO DG. Akebe, look forward to me. What do you think can be changed in the multilateral system to better support Ethiopia as you go forward, as we leave here?
The first thing we need to recognize is that the crisis we are facing now is not going to be the final one. First, this crisis is unprecedented in terms of scale, in global scope, and also rising volatility and uncertainty. We have seen two crises in 10 years. This is a critical issue we need to consider. So if we need to be prepared in the future, for the future, and Africa gets to be aligned its activities with the multilateral system, the first thing we need to recognize is we are now coming into a new reality, into a new world. The current multilateral system was designed in the mid-20th century, as we all know, and the reality has changed in a fundamental way. So first, we have seen that the global coordination of economic recovery was weak. Many governments acted independently with coordination, which was not the case in 2009 economic crisis, where the multilateral organizations and G7, G20 coordinated. The other aspect was we have seen weak scientific collaboration, and we have seen also uncoordinated effort in terms of bold protective measures. We have also seen the weakening of multilateralism and also posturing and populism increasing, which was evident in vaccine and trade war. And we also see this within the context of basic fundamental issues linked with globalization, which is not all regions, and also global threats like climate change. So we need to see the way forward from this perspective. So the first one is the need for global collaboration. What Africa would need above all is a more predictable decade ahead of it, a unified response globally and regionally, and also a redefined multilateral system where independence and interdependence are basically addressed. So this is, for me, very, very fundamental, because in a situation where unpredictability and also uncoordinated responses are evident, it will be difficult to fight to cope with crisis. The second aspect is, in terms of the economic recovery, which we need to deal immediately, issue of debt stress, and also the issuing of SDR as part of the solution, financial supports, and also the medical support requires the multilateral system to help. The third aspect is Africa needs to use this as an opportunity. We need to deal with two major responses. First, responding to the current crisis, but also focusing on the fundamental issue, which will help us to respond to the future crisis. We also need to bring into, to manage our expectation. We shouldn't expect all solutions from multilateral system or external support. So we need to believe on ourselves. We need to focus on economic transformation, building capacity, building our export capability, building our human capability. And this is central to responding future crisis. Lastly, I also mentioned that what we have learned during COVID-19 is countries that have in a better way managed were countries that have good experiences in industrial policy, better government effectiveness. This has been the key element. So the policy capability needs to be focused. And I should also highlight that Africa needs to engage with all emerging and advanced OECD countries so that it can accelerate its growth. These are my few suggestions.
Thank you very much. And those are the closing thoughts to what was a very big debate. The big debate, the point was the multilateral system prepared for COVID-19 crisis? And did the private sector do enough? You panelists certainly did enough to shed some light on those subjects. I'm afraid we're out of time, and we'd love to stay on, and there are questions flooding in, but we have to move on. We're going to have a short 15-minute health break. I will say to the two ministers who I didn't get to, apologies, sirs, but in the next session, if you want to hold on, then I can bring you in the next session, because we're having a session on the sticky and contentious issue of debt and liquidity, one that you don't want to miss. But first, we'd like to show you a video, and then we'll go to a 10 or 15-minute break, and then we'll be back. The video highlights some of the achievements of the Economic Commission for Africa. Whilst before we take the break, I want to say thank you to all the panelists, all the ministers, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Please roll that video.
As the clock ticks away the 2020-2030 decade of action to deliver on the SDGs, the road looks rather bumpy for Central African states on SDG 1 on ending poverty, SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 8 on economic growth and decent jobs, and SDG 13 on action to reverse climate change. Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Sao Tome and Principe are slow or stagnant on most of the four goals as shown by the amber traffic lights, while regressing on a good number of them as shown by the red traffic lights. The only goal on which just one of the 7 Central African countries under review is on course is SDG number 5 on gender equality, and that is Cameroon. Cameroon's parliament currently counts a 31.11% representation of women MPs.
Nous voyons que les filles ne s'adonnent pas aux sciences. Elles pensent que les sciences sont réservées aux hommes alors qu'on est sur le même pied d'égalité intellectuellement parlant. Et donc du coup, une fille peut également se démarquer même là où se trouvent les hommes.
More than half the people of Central Africa struggle below less than $1.90 per day. That is under the international poverty line.
All the SDGs are interlinked. What we do contributes to ending poverty, which is SDG 1. And of course, we cannot do that without taking consideration gender issues. So SDG 5 becomes important, as well as SDG 13 on climate action. To date, we've been supporting our member states to implement economic diversification strategies, which are essential for this region to break its dependence on the export of commodities. So accordingly, we've already helped Chad to formulate its economic diversification strategy. We are working with Cameroon to implement its industrial development plan.
To sustainably fight poverty, it is critical for Central African countries to achieve at least a 7% yearly inclusive growth rate, move that rate into double digits, and stimulate the creation of decent jobs. The Economic Commission for Africa estimated that due to COVID-19, growth was to plummet to minus 4.1% in 2020.
Structural transformation through economic diversification and industrialization are key. We've launched on the 12th of June a process together with CEMAC and ECA to formulate a regional economic and diversification strategy for the entire Central Africa region.
The majority of workers in Central Africa are in vulnerable jobs, often characterized by inadequate earnings, low productivity, and difficult conditions of work. during a review of progress on SDG 13 on action against climate change at the 7th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development ARFSD in March 2021, it was noted that African countries, including those of Central Africa, have made progress towards the emission reduction target and have increased the proportion of key biodiversity areas by 4.5% between 2010 and 2020. Central Africa's Congo Basin forest and their peatlands represent the second lung of the world in terms of soaking up greenhouse gases to mitigate climate change.
Une découverte a été faite, une découverte qui s'appelle les tourbières du bassin du Congo, sur une superficie de près de 145 500 km², répartie entre la République démocratique du Congo et la République du Congo, capturant pas moins de 30 milliards de tonnes d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre.
To accelerate action on the goals, governments and the people of Central Africa are called upon to create social safety nets to support the most vulnerable out of poverty on the way to SDG 1 and level the playing field for both men and women in quality education, justice, leadership and other opportunities in pursuit of SDG 5. The sub-region must also intensify its efforts at horizontal and vertical economic diversification and overhaul training in science, technology and innovation to generate decent jobs and build more resilient economies en route to meeting SDG 8. To this end, setting up special economic zones such as the one in Kok near Libreville in Gabon and creating industrial clusters along spatial development corridors such as the Kribi-Edea-Douala corridor in Cameroon are of the essence. Undertaking rigorous natural capital accounting, as is now the case of Gabon, with its 23,000 square kilometers of forest canopy and only a 0.54% deforestation rate is a way to go. Capitalizing on Chad's high solar irradiation levels to transition to green energy would also be handy for the sub-region. This is the route to travel for the world we want by the year 2030. In the year 2020, the United Nations commemorated its 75th anniversary in a disrupted global context marked by COVID-19, which has quickly become a combined health, human, and economic crisis. While developing regions such as Africa registered fewer cases of COVID-19 in the first wave, they've been hit harder by its economic impact, leading to shrinking physical spaces and making it difficult to cope with the pandemic. Responding fully and effectively to the pandemic should leave no one behind, as the virus has affected all human beings irrespective of their race, gender, class, and location. Such dynamics bring to the fore and reiterate the most urgent need to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Indeed, the pandemic reinforces the urgency of achieving the goals.
One of the popular remarks I kept hearing was, as a girl, you need to learn to do all the house chores. And in fact, you need to work hard so as to sustain your marriage. But for the boy, someone will do it for him. These words kept echoing in mind and it pushed me to work. And it really hurts. After a few years, I realized these remarks are limitations to girls' progression in various endeavors. In our part of the world, most women and girls are faced with an array of problems such as injustice, inability to own lands and to acquire loans, deprivation of means to take up leadership roles and to participate in decision-making, abuse, and gender-based violence.
Despite many strides registered in West Africa, a lot still needs to be done to achieve greater progress on many SDGs. The 2019 estimate of the Sustainable Development Goals Center for Africa suggests that West Africa is the third sub-region in terms of performance scoring a 52.6% average of progress towards the achievement of the goals by 2030. With regards to achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, according to ECA's West Africa 2020 Sustainable Development Report, in West Africa, even though its evolution remains volatile, the proportion of women in parliament has steadily increased in 7 countries of the sub-region, namely Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, the Gambia, Niger, and Senegal. This with a proportion of more than 20% in 2019 in 3 countries, namely Cape Verde, Guinea, and Senegal. The average Human Development Index score for women is 6% lower than that of men.
We know that there has been progress in the course of the SDG 5 that aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls by 2030. For instance, we've observed over the past 2 decades an increase in women's political representation, and also countries are working on their commitment of a 30% women representation in decision making. For instance, in Rwanda, the national legislature is composed of 62% of women. And this is similar in Nordic region as well as some countries in Europe.
Regarding poverty and inequality, the 2019 report Welcome back. I hope you all can hear me from that health break. Now, roundtable 2 is what we're going to next. And the theme is a contentious one, which is managing debt and innovative finance for fiscal sustainability and the role of the private sector. So in essence, COVID-19 will be just under $100 billion US, and we can expect to see a significant reversal in the gains made in reducing poverty, with close to 8 million people probably pushed back into poverty. Developing countries have been...
Hello? Sorry, if I may just interrupt for a moment. Can you kindly restart? We missed you for the first few seconds. Please, please start again.
A connection issue. Okay. Let's start again. Sorry about that. That was a connection issue, as it does happen with these virtual conferences. So we're talking managing debt and liquidity and the role of the private sector. Now, the global health and economic crisis that's gripping Africa has hurtled the region into its first full recession in over 20 years, as we heard. And if you read any of the figures are grim. The ECA reckons that the continent's output losses due to COVID-19 will be about just under $100 billion US. Now, while developing countries have injected trillions of dollars into social safety nets, healthcare and income support and economic stimulus responses, Africa has lacked the fiscal space to respond similarly. In particular, Africa is hamstrung by 4 challenges. First, heightened debt levels. The current is estimated to be around 64% of GDP. Second, high fiscal deficits at an average of 3% of GDP. Third, high cost of borrowing, which we heard about in the previous letter. And fourth, currency depreciations against major currencies. This is a big one. African governments are also under pressures to keep up payments on debt service and avoid stigmatization in financial markets associated with debt relief. It's such a big worry that African finance ministers only called for temporary standstill on debt servicing and not debt forgiveness. For African nations, healthcare expenditure is rising as revenues are shrinking, exerting strong budgetary pressures on government financing, with a total fiscal deficit of Africa almost doubling from 4.7% of GDP in 2019 to 8.7% in 2020. And those are ECA estimates. And now,
The shape of the economic recovery in Africa will depend on downside risks, including the potential emergence of financial crisis and debt instability as a result of weakened economies. Now, before we move on to this, we'll begin with a presentation to discuss all these things on a new lending vehicle, a special purpose vehicle that's being proposed by ECA in cooperation with the asset management firm PIMCO. This could help African countries access new liquidity and entice private sector investors to re-enter or indeed enter the market for the first time. It's called the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, or the LSF, and Thomas Vernon is here to tell us more. Thomas Vernon is a partner at 18 East Capital. Please go ahead with your presentation, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for affording me the opportunity to provide you with what will be a brief overview of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility initiative championed by UNECA. So we have a slide deck, which is probably tempting the technology size, but let's see how we go. So access to global capital markets is today a reality for many African nations, as we discussed earlier today. I mean, just in the Eurobond segment, about $150 billion are in issue from over 20 countries. And this is an achievement that we think we should strive to consolidate and build on, rather than retreating to the historical reliance on bilateral and multilateral sources of funding. But we do have a knowledge, as you pointed out in your introduction, Mark, that notwithstanding some recent improvements, the cost of private sector debt remains too high for many African sovereigns. And so to bring this cost down, it is necessary to make African sovereign debt more attractive to private sector investors. And whilst reform to improve governance and financial management will continue to be key. Can you hear me, Mark? There's an echo.
Bear with me a second. I just want to make a housekeeping announcement. If anyone has their microphone on, please switch it off, unless your name is Thomas Vernon. Go ahead.
Well, thankfully mine is. So just continuing on that front. So whilst reform, as I was saying, leading to improve governance and financial management is very important and will continue to be key. There are, in addition, a number of capital markets tools that can be brought to bear. And in particular, repo markets have become a linchpin of modern global capital markets. They exist, for example, for the sovereign debt of OECD countries, and they enhance its liquidity, its attractiveness, and therefore its affordability. So the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, or LSF for short, from now on, it is simply designed to extend the benefits of repo markets to African nations. And simply put, repo markets provide private sector investors with a flexible, competitively priced source of lending secured by the posting of eligible collateral, typically government bonds. So the LSF will offer investors with this attractive lending, but by making bonds issued by African governments the key that unlocks this funding, it will make these bonds much more attractive to investors. And by offering even more attractive terms for, say, in bonds or SDG-linked bonds, it can further incentivize the mobilization of private capital towards the sustainable development goals. And on aggregate, it's estimated that the LSF is capable of delivering cost of debt savings of somewhere in the region of $11 billion over a 5-year period for African sovereigns. If we can move on to the next slide, please. And just want to take a minute to illustrate the path through which the LSF will effect change. So the LSF will initially focus on Eurobonds issued by African governments. Why? Because these issues are the most obvious concentration of foreign private sector investor involvement at this stage. The scope will be extended once proof of concept is achieved. And by making these bonds more attractive, the LSF will enhance demand and therefore liquidity for these issues. This will cause the market price of these bonds to rise, which in turn will reduce their yield. Now, this will translate into lower interest rates when new bond issuance on the part of these nations takes place, a decrease in the cost of debt that we expect will be at least partly transmitted to other African countries and eventually to the private sector. And the resulting enhanced debt sustainability, resulting from these lower costs, will shift investors' perception of risk, eventually leading to higher investment levels across the board, both public and private. So next slide, please. Now, just want to quickly explore how the repo process works. And I do apologize in advance to those for whom this will be painfully obvious and oversimplified, but we have a wide and diversified audience today. So repo refers to repurchase agreements, and effectively repo amounts to collateralized lending, but it's done in a very specific fashion. So let's just use a fictitious transaction between the LSF and a private sector investor. So let's say an investor holds $10 million of an African sovereign bonds. And what it does at the beginning of the transaction is it sells this amount of bonds to the LSF. Now, the LSF pays the investor $9 million in cash, and we will get back to why these numbers are different. The agreement between these two stipulates that the investor agrees to repurchase, hence repo, these bonds from the LSF at the end of the transaction, for example, in 12 months, for $9 million plus an agreed amount of interest, for argument's sake, say 20 basis points. So at the end of the transaction, the private sector investors pays the LSF $9 million plus interest, $18 million in our example, and the LSF returns the bonds to the investor. So although there are sales and purchases, what this really amounts to is a 12-month loan of $9 million at 20 basis points secured by $10 million of sovereign bonds. It's important to note that throughout the transaction, the economic risk, as in the risk of the underlying country defaulting, and the benefits, as in the coupon payments of the bonds, remain investor, but the legal ownership is with the LSF. If we can move to the next slide, just to explore the reason why there is a difference between the value of the bonds and the loan amount. So the LSF is exposed during the transaction to the risk of the investor defaulting on the agreement. And if this happens, because it has legal ownership of the bonds, it can choose, doesn't have to, but it can choose to sell the bonds into the market. And because the price of the bonds is subject to volatility, to mitigate the risk of the loss to the LSF, it asks the investor to post collateral in excess of the value of the loan. And the difference between these two amounts constitutes an initial margin, also confusingly referred to as haircut, but we'll leave it there. So to ensure that this initial margin remains constant throughout the term of the transaction, there will be daily or weekly resets that may lead to margin calls. So for example, if the value of the bond drops by 5%, so just to use an easier number, the price of the bonds falls and the value of the collateral drops from 100 to 95 million. The investor will have to send another $5 million worth of bonds to the LSF to bring the margin level back to its original level. And this feature really greatly reduces the risk that the LSF itself is exposed to. In addition, the LSF will be, rely on an administrator, which will be a commercial bank with appropriate processes and extensive experience of repo transactions, which will vet the investors that are allowed to use the LSF. So all this means that the risks faced by the LSF are mitigated, and in turn, that means that it can offer an attractive rate, which is at the core of the concept. So next slide, please. Now, the real power of the LSF resides in its leverage potential. So what investors tend to do is not to stop at one transaction. So let's use a concrete, if still fictitious example. So an investor holds $100 million of Ghana 2027 bonds. What it can do is use these to borrow $90 million from the LSF for a year. It then uses the $90 million it has borrowed to buy, say, $45 million of Egypt 2022 and $45 million of Green Bond 2025. So you can already see that instead of the $100 billion at the beginning, the investor now has exposure to $190 million of African sovereign debt. It can then decide to use the $45 million of Egypt Green Bond and borrow another $40.5 million from the LSF, particularly because the LSF offers even more attractive terms if the collateral is made of green bonds. So at the end of these transactions, the investor now holds a leverage position of $230.5 million of African sovereign debt as opposed to 100 at the beginning. And I hope this will give you an idea of what the LSF could mean for the demand for the price of African sovereign debt. Now, next slide, please. The result the research that has been conducted by the LSF project team suggests that the LSF could deliver spread compression of 25% for BB countries, for example, or 40% for B or CCC countries, which in turn translates in potential savings in the range of $11 billion over the 2021 to 2025 period, using a couple of specific examples that would represent roughly $2.7 billion for Egypt or $220 million for Cote d'Ivoire. Next slide, please. It's important to just say a few words about the governance. So the LSF will be an instrument of public good, and its governance will be reflective of that. So it will be governed by a board representing its public sector stakeholders, both on the funding side, donor countries, and on the beneficiary side, as in the governments that issue the bonds that are used as collateral. So this will ensure that it remains true to its mission, that it is running good intelligence with the policies of African nations, and that it maintains the highest standard of transparency. Now, it will invite representatives of the private sector to ensure that it is effective. It will retain private sector service providers to leverage off their resources and their expertise, but it will not be controlled by private sector entities, and that's a key element. It's also worth mentioning that it will, in the first instance, prioritize countries with a strong track record of reform and good governance to build onto the achievements made today. So, final slide, please. So now, somewhat importantly, where will the money come from? So sourcing funding for an innovative venture of this scale is no easy task, as you can imagine. And the issuance of additional SDRs, that has been referred to on multiple occasions today, to IMF members, presents us with a once-in-a-generation opportunity that we simply cannot afford to allow to pass us by. And the LSF presents donor countries with a low-risk, transformational, flexible opportunity to put new and idle SDRs to work and to deliver system change for Africa's access to global capital markets. The way it's done, very briefly, so willing countries can enter voluntary trading arrangements with other IMF member countries to exchange their SDRs for what the IMF refers to as readily usable currencies, which they can in turn deposit with the LSF for a fixed term. And the LSF then will use these funds to enter into repo transactions, and the revenue it will thus generate will be used to cover its own costs and to partially offset the interest costs associated with the voluntary trading arrangements. And this is where I need to turn to the panel and to the audience, because there is urgency to this opportunity. It is urgent for us to seize the opportunity afforded us by the new SDR issuance program. It is urgent to set up the LSF to deliver lower cost of debt for African nations in a timely fashion, and therefore it is urgent for us to identify willing donor countries to get the LSF going. And it is in this last respect that your help would prove invaluable, and that we would be very grateful for the opportunity to discuss how we can work together to bring about the advent of the LSF. So I think to everyone's relief, I will now conclude my remark, hand back to you, Mark, and thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Thomas Vennen, for that. It's not a relief to hear you stop talking. That was extremely interesting, to most everyone listening. And I would encourage all the speakers, all the commentators, to perhaps give their opinions of what they've just heard. I'll now move on from Thomas's presentation to the first of 5 panelists that we have for this session, looking at debt and liquidity and the private sector's role in said debt and liquidity. The first speaker is from the French Development Agency, or the Agence Française de Développement, which is AFD, known as AFD for short, financial institution that implements the policies defined by the French government, and it works to fight poverty and promote sustainable development. They're very active across Africa. Rémi Riot is AFD's Chief Executive Officer and is with us right now. You're very welcome. Your question is, how can international partners and financial institutions best support the financing of Africa's recovery, especially with regard to issuances and something about the distribution of IMF special drawing rights and this possible extension of the G20's debt suspension initiative. There's a lot for you to chew on there, so I'll give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you see me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thanks a lot.
We can see you clearly and we can hear you clearly.
Great. And maybe I will talk in French, because I see there's an interpreter, if okay for you.
Absolutely.
And I'll be relatively short because there's a lot of panelists, and I will have to leave you to join another meeting. D'abord, bien sûr, remercier Vera Songwe.
First of all, I'd like to thank Vera Songwe from the ECA, and thank you, Mark, as well, and welcome all participants today. I have the honor of speaking before the ministers. I should have come afterwards, of course, and react to what they say. I won't go into sovereign financing issues too much, because they will be touching upon that. As you know, we are preparing a summit that's going to be held on the 18th of May on the financing of African economies. Vera Songwe is heavily involved in that, and she'll be putting forward proposals on behalf of the ECA. So this follows on from a statement made by President Macron and other African leaders back in 2020. And we hope that progress will be made on the 18th of May, and decisions will be taken when it comes to setting up the common framework on debt, and perhaps also on the DSSI and on the restructuring of debt. And you also talked about the issuance of SDRs and the start of a reallocation mechanism. A number of proposals have just been put forward, so there are things on the table, and this should lead to the reform of financial governance in order to make sure that debt in Africa becomes sustainable over the long term. And we must make sure, of course, that we're talking about $350 billion needed by the end of 2023. So we need to free up a significant share of those as quickly as possible. Now, I'd just like to touch upon the issue of the liquidities, how we free them up, and how we make sure they finance the right investments. They will finance imports. They will help with public expenditure in some countries. But I want to focus on public investment and the strengthening of financial mechanisms in respect of the private sector. In November of last year, and we got help from ECA for this, they made a specific contribution to the role of public development banks in Africa. And I think that we need to take this opportunity now, and we need to be very ambitious, and we need to strengthen African financing institutions so that we can finance the fight against climate change and eradicating inequalities. You know, we defined the climate agenda in 2015 in this respect. We need to focus on sustainable development. So obviously governments and public banks and regional banks, for example, the African Region Development Bank, are all involved in this. There are 94 such banks that provide $28 billion of investment each year. So these instruments need to be mobilized for private sector, and they need to make or plug the financing deficits that exist at the moment, so that we can provide help to micro companies and help SMEs, give them swifter help. So that is the work of DFIs. There are such bodies in Africa. We need to strengthen them. We're talking about social accommodation, agricultural companies. This is where we need to focus on developing employment and developing growth. So we've been working together with a number of institutions in Africa, and we've been working together with ministers, and I will now hand over to them so that they can talk about how we're going to draw on and create new resources over the next few weeks to meet the objectives I've just mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Remy Liu, who is AI's Chief Executive Officer. Now, as Remy said, let's hear from some ministers. We'll go to Ilyas Dawale. Ilyas is the Minister of Finance for Djibouti. Could you, Your Excellency, give us some examples from Djibouti of the financing challenges that you're facing there, and perhaps the innovative solutions and programs that you're pursuing? I think you may be on mute. You may have to unmute your microphone because we can't hear you, Minister.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Est-ce qu'on m'entend?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Merci, merci.
Thank you.
Je suis très heureux de participer.
I'm very happy to be
durant cette session pour
taking part in this session.
L'expérience de Djibouti et au passage,
and I'd like to share our experience with you.
Remercier pour le leadership de.
And I'd like to thank ECA for their leadership.
Pour l'organisation de la conférence annuelle,
I'd like to thank the ESA for
différents débats thématiques.
Organizing these various different roundtables, these debates.
Laissez-moi rapidement situer un peu la situation de Djibouti et Djibouti plus généralement.
I'm just going to give you a general overview of the situation in Djibouti.
Donc un pays de l'Afrique de l'Est avec
we're in East Africa, of course. Unfortunately, the sound is very poor, so the interpreters finding it difficult to interpret.
Can you follow me for the interpretation yet?
The sound is breaking up sometimes, so it's quite difficult.
Okay. Yes. Okay. But just keep talking, and we'll do our best.
We have a population of 1 million. GDP of approximately $3 billion. We are one of those countries that have or are vulnerable in terms of debt. Since 2015, we have been experiencing growth when it comes to state debt. About $2.5 billion. That was in 2021. In 2015, we had a 45% debt ratio, and now it's about 70%. And this is due to the situation, the context in Djibouti. This debt relates to the development of infrastructure in Djibouti that's been ongoing, and it's enabled our country to strengthen its geostrategic position and to develop itself as a continental and regional hub so that it can serve the whole region and to push forward regional integration, especially with our big neighbor, Ethiopia. So we've seen a swift increase in our level of debt, but it's due to our characteristics, a small economy, only 1 million inhabitants, compared to 120 million in Ethiopia, for example. So you can well imagine the budgetary restrictions that we're faced with, especially when it comes to a small country like Djibouti. All the investments over the last 10 years have been almost exclusively focused towards regional integration. So we've invested using our own capacities in order to help the region For example, our railway lines, telecommunications. We develop various different fiber optic cables that is going through to Ethiopia, for example. And we hope that they'll be serving other countries in the region, right the way through to Kenya. The main underwater cables that exist at the moment all start or end in Djibouti, so that we're investing in the digital sector as well as telecommunications, railways, electrical communication between Djibouti and Ethiopia, and also port infrastructure. These are all significant investments, and the aim is to serve the whole region, and even you could say the whole continent. So they are large projects compared to our GDP. And therefore, they've had an impact on our debt ratio. So that's linked to our constraints as a small state. And that explains our high debt ratio. Small countries like island states have always asked for differential treatment in this respect. Now, what's happened since the onset of COVID? First of all, we'd like to thank all partners, the G7, G20, under the leadership of Macron, for example, which from the start of the crisis launched a number of programs or debt suspension programs so that the countries affected could focus on tackling the pandemic. So focusing specifically on the health sector. This debt suspension initiative is obviously an ad hoc initiative, and it's going to run for a certain amount of time only. I think that in the medium and long term, the issue of debt and financing development has to be looked at. If you look at Djibouti with its population, its small size, and its own specificities, well, despite this, it can serve the whole region. And therefore, when we finance large infrastructure projects, it's going to have an impact on our debt. So we need to come up with new solutions, I think, to tackle this. We're already in the second round of the debt suspension initiative. So we really need to start looking beyond this interim period. So we have to look at how we can restructure our debt. As I said, most of this debt has been accrued by public enterprises, which are companies that are capable of reimbursing the debt.
Okay.
We're talking about 23% of overall debt, and we would like to work together with the ECA and our partners and other countries in Africa. And we would like to think about how we can continue to invest in development, because there are many constraints, restrictions. I'm talking about diversifying our economy, finding jobs for young people. We talked a lot about digitalization this morning and the moving towards this new dynamic, because if Africa is to be saved, then we're going to have to invest in these different areas. So we've got significant needs and requirements.
Okay.
There are macroeconomic fundamentals that we have to keep an eye on. So we need to find the best way of helping this part of Africa, as well as other parts as well, of course.
Okay, Minister, please. Minister, I'm going to have to stop you because I need to move on. We have several other speakers.
Voilà,
I need to bring some of the other speakers in. I'd like to go now to Alistair Sato. Alistair is the Director of the Cabinet for the Minister of Planning for Benin Republic, for Benin. I would like, if I could ask Alistair, we saw this presentation at the beginning of this session, and I would really like to see, Benin has gone to the market, so I want to see how you respond, what you think of that presentation. Alistair, can you hear me? Maybe you're...
Oui, merci.
Okay, great. Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Before answering your questions, I'd like to bid a warm welcome to the various different ministers who are here. The interpreter apologizes, the sound is very poor. My colleague, the minister, sends his apology. He was unable to be here today. Benin is present on the financial markets. As you know, we did go to the market last year, and we've been looking at how we manage our debt. And I would like to just touch upon a couple of points that are very important for our country, to give some food for thought to the panelists. You know, you need to have the possibility of accruing debt in order to manage it. The interpreter apologizes, the sound is very, very poor. It's very difficult to hear. As regards African countries and developing countries, there are high levels of debt and a number of risk assessments have been carried out to look into the issue of debt. And we have to take account of all the various different factors at play, so that we really have a holistic approach to how we manage debt. We need to have much more dynamic systems in play. So that's our position. And we also think you need to have a certain amount of leeway and freedom when you contract debt. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot interpret what the speaker is saying. I'm very sorry, I'm trying, but it's absolutely impossible. The sound is too poor. I'm very sorry. So we think, no, sorry, it's impossible. So we have been able to try to manage our debt better. We do, or we are aware of the market constraints. That's why we had to carry out very difficult reforms in order to meet the market requirements when it comes to servicing debt. And we have decided that we need to use the debt we accrued in order to focus on development. Sorry, the interpreter can't interpret this.
We can position this debt on development expenditure. The interpretation is there. The interpretation is on.
Yes, yes, thank you.
English interpretation is on.
Yes, thank you, Lala. We'll try and come back to you if we get a clearer sound, but I think one who's a non-French speaker won't be able to hear what you're saying from here because it's too muffled. So I'll have to move on to the next speaker, but thank you very much for that. I will now move on to Sandra Ablamba Ahufavi Johnson. She is the Minister of Planning, Development and International Cooperation for Togo. Madame, you're very welcome. Hopefully we can hear you a little clearer. Looking ahead in the medium term, what are your plans in Togo for bouncing back from this pandemic-reduced recession? And also, let me ask you this, what's your strategy for using the opportunity of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which launched in January of this year, January 1st of this year? You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi tout d'abord.
Thank you. Let me first thank and congratulate the organizers of this roundtable and also the ES of the ECA for all the support we have received for the last few years in terms of managing credit and others. So what is our strategy to manage the crisis? First, I would like to recall that this is unprecedented in terms of impact. It had an economic impact, especially on debt. We had a decline in the GDP of 58%, and so we had a budget deficit. But we came up with emergency measures, especially coming up with an emergency fund. And this fund was to support social measures as well as the private sector. So did not panic. We came up with a program to support vulnerable populations. That is to come up with a digital platform through mobile money where we could provide some assistance. In addition to that, we came up with tax or fiscal measures. We realized that all these measures have a very heavy cost for us. In order to attain the reforms that we have put in place, because we are all aware that this might take longer, we need to think otherwise to come up with a better response to this crisis that is sustainable. So we came up and adopted a roadmap with 3 pillars. The first one is social inclusion. Like you know, this is to take into account the impact and to ensure that we will manage the crisis. The second pillar is on employment creation, because the crisis had an impact on the economic sector. And of course, this will be based on our assets, our geostrategic positioning. We are a good entry point for West Africa, and we'll also ensure that agriculture creates wealth. And also to try and work on the economic sector. We may come back to this. In terms of funding these initiatives, we have to think of innovative financing measures. So we don't have a lot of support from partners. So we have to find other solutions. Maybe to have debt cancelled. And of course, this varies. And so we may also have to borrow more. But in addition to that, we have to think of local, mobilizing locally. So for us, we know that the driver of growth is the private sector, and we have a reforms agenda that is in place. So we will invite the private sector to the table so that we can come up with the necessary actions to work together and to achieve these objectives. And so our new vision, we also ensured that we improved the business climate, and we are working on improving it further, because the reforms have contributed to the resilience of the economy. Of course, we have lost 5% of our GDP growth, but fortunately we are still we are not yet in the red in terms of growth. So the other process that we are doing is, from the last report of the World Bank, Togo is not doing very badly. And we have actually gained a lot of positions in terms of different indicators. So we have been congratulated, and most of our partners are happy to work with us in terms of the changes that we have put in place. The other strategy is to ensure that we industrialize our economy. We are working to support the manufacturing sector by supporting our local companies. But from the statistics that we have, we realize that from the 12,600 companies that have been created, 23% were created by foreigners, which means that Togo is a very open economy, and we are very glad to announce that. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Minister. Before you go, can we emphatically say that you support the LSF, the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, the principle of it? Just to hear from you quite emphatically that this is something that is attractive to you as Togo, because I mean you want to keep market access at cheaper rates, of course.
Merci beaucoup. Nous venons de prendre connaissance de
Thank you. We have just learned about this facility, but since we are ready to adopt innovative measures, anything that would help member states to find cheaper debt, then definitely we would come up with other measures apart from suspending debt repayment. I think the other thing that I never mentioned is the AFCFTA. We think that implementation of the AFCFTA is an opportunity for African member states with a potential market of 1.7 billion customers, and we should work on this and ensure that we create more wealth, and we will be working closely. I did talk about our geostrategic position and our port, which is very strategically positioned, and we will therefore build on that so that we can benefit from the positive impact of the AFCFTA. We are also working on setting up different free trade areas in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I know that one person definitely that's listing as president for the Institute of International Finance. This is a global association of the financial industry. They've got close to 450 members from 70 countries. Now, the IFF estimates that the COVID-19 response, it's increased the government debt by over $12 trillion. So I guess the question is, what is the risk that this sows the seeds of a subsequent debt or financial crisis across Africa? And secondly, as you hear these ministers, not just the minister from Togo, but we've heard a lot of the ministers be quite blunt about the situation, the challenges and potential sort of opportunities. What's your reaction to these African countries in their efforts to keep market access, to keep access to market for capital that is reasonably priced? Clay.
Thank you. Mark, I just want to make sure I can be heard.
Yes, loud and clear. Yes, okay. You can. I can hear you.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I answer your questions, let me also give thanks to the ministers and your other audience members today, and for UNECA. When the G20 came to IIF about a year ago with the DSSI initiative, we in the IIF worked with bankers and asset managers, insurance companies, pension holders, different types of investors to try to understand exactly what this meant for the private sector. One of the ideas that we had was it might be a good idea for us to actually talk to some of the borrowers. And so thanks to the very, very strong efforts of you, we've been able to have those conversations over the last year. And I want to them because they were actually quite practical and pragmatic. And even if we had disagreements, we tried to find ways to get solutions as opposed to arguing. And so I thought that I just wanted to give extra thanks for that. Let's go to your question. So you're correct. Over the last year, there's been $12 trillion added into debt on the government side. There's been another 12 trillion if you add on the non-government type of external debt. Very importantly is you have to then disaggregate that number. So roughly a little less than 11 of that 12 trillion has been in developed markets. So that means about a little more, only about a little more than $1 trillion has been in emerging markets, and probably even less so in the lower income countries. And what that means is how to actually, what type of risks can come from that. So let's take a look just first at, I'd say there's a few risks, but let's take a look just what's happening here in the United States. So in the United States, we've increased our debt levels to points that have not been seen since World War II. And there's a good chance that within the next few years that we will be at an historical high in the United States in terms of our debt level. This has been probably done for very necessary reasons, which is that we needed to spend money on the recovery and also on finding vaccines, and to help with consumption issues. But it's also this risk you're starting to see reflected in bond yields in the United States. And so you're seeing bond yields start to increase significantly. Now, part of that is about fiscal policy and part of it is about monetary policy. But it is led towards a spillover or potential spillover effect to emerging markets and lesser developed countries, being referred to by some people as could we be in for what's called a second taper tantrum? For those not aware, back in 2013, the United States had, through rhetoric from our central bank president, our Federal Reserve president, had basically started talking about easing back and taking more tougher stance on monetary policy, actually created much volatility around the world. And so that type of volatility could, again, come out of the United States. It could come out of Europe, which is actually borrowed even heavier than the United States, or it could come from other things. But what it starts doing is basically suggesting that there are risks to taking on all of this debt. Let me give you a second type of risk, which is that while governments are taking this debt, it basically could lead towards risk in the corporate sector. So corporations are also taking on debt, but sometimes they're taking on debt and it's shielding them because there's so much liquidity coming out from the Fed, from the ECB, from the Bank of Japan, et cetera, that they're able to get into the markets at a fairly low rate. But sometimes their business models are not actually necessarily working. And so there's this thing which we call the zombification. So they become zombies and they're walking around, they're being supported by the government when they should be getting resolved over time through a variety of different means. And thirdly is just a political risk, which is when you start spending money like this from a fiscal side, it's hard to actually start pulling it back. And so that creates its own kind of risk internal. And so how do you actually start pulling those type of things back? All of this then has a spillover effect, as I was mentioning, to emerging markets and to lower income countries. And so that is kind of some of our fears. That said, it's very understandable what has been happening to use the fiscal side and monetary to try to improve economic growth, to make sure that financial stability stays as best as possible. In terms of kind of some of the questions and comments that I've been hearing this morning from your excellent panelists, let me just a couple of things right off the top. One, like the Minister of Finance from Benin was talking about, like, it's complicated. We need to make sure it's not just as simple as a DSSI initiative. So DSSI was an excellent idea from the government, the G20, but it's not easy to do in practice. And the reason it's not easy to do in practice is because and we heard this just the last panelist from the Minister of Togo. Countries have worked very hard to reform their economies, to provide macroeconomic and financial stability, to provide greater transparency. And they've done this in many respects, not totally, but in many respects, in order to attract foreign investment. Now, if you unwind that attractiveness by basically doing a debt workout that's based on essentially political criteria, a few things could arise. And that's what we saw last year, which is rating agencies start to get nervous about whether or not the countries can pay their debts back. Investors start to get nervous about whether or not they should continue to keep their investments in more risky investments. And borrowers start to get nervous about, is a small amount of cash flow relief, liquidity that you receive from DSSI, is it worth trading that off for potentially medium-term market access with investors? And that's a conversation that is a difficult conversation, but it's one that I think ministers in Africa have really tried to think about very carefully. At the same time, I think private sector investors and bankers are willing to have conversations about that to try to see what they also can do to make things a little bit better. And we have seen some positive indications. Bank inflows into most African countries actually were on a net positive in Q2 and Q3 of 2020, despite the fact that we were in the middle of this pandemic. So there is some positive news, but there's obviously a lot more to go. I think I touched upon your issues. I know we have a lot of panelists, so I don't want to keep going, but I'm happy to do follow-up questions.
Thank you. No, there was a lot to digest there. In fact, there's a question that just came in on the DSSI that I'd like to put to the panel, see if anyone is interested in answering this question. As we know, the debt service suspension initiative has delivered, I think, about $5 billion in relief to 40 of about 75 or 70 countries that were eligible for it, for this temporary suspension of debt service payments owed to bilateral creditors. Now, a participant, Yegeta Telila, is asking in the Q&A facility, and please sit up, panelists, because I'd like to see what you think about this. Yegeta says, could the argument be made that the dynamics that have ensued due to African countries announcing that they will adopt the DSSI be a clear illustration of the failure, or at least shortcomings, of the global system, that the global system is not fit for purpose, and that by adoption of the DSSI, that's proof? Who wants to come in, and the floor is open to anyone.
I'm willing to take a shot at it. I certainly don't want to talk for any of the ministers.
Go ahead.
So the DSSI initiative was unique in one huge respect. And so I'm not sure that it is a situation of basically saying it is a failure of the system, to answer the specifics. What is unique, most unique about it was, I guess, 2 points. One, obviously, it was in response to the pandemic. I mean, that's what this was. All right, so that's one thing. The main part of how it's unique is that it was done on essentially, and I don't mean this as a negative, but it was done without any analysis whatsoever. It was done, as you said, there's 73 countries that were eligible. We're going to try to provide the same thing for 73 countries. Well, that's great, except for there are 73 countries who have very different ideas and different ways of managing their debt. There are some set of countries within Africa and actually outside of Africa that have almost nothing. They don't owe anything to the private sector. And so because of that, the DSSI initiative basically provided bilateral relief from official creditors, the United States, France, China, what have you, where it's kind of a good thing. Basically, you didn't get your credit rating hurt because you don't have one really. You get some liquidity relief, and you're able to work with these bilateral creditors who can do this fairly easily on their own budgetary terms. There's a second set of creditors that does have market access, is like we heard from Benin earlier. I know the Cote d'Ivoire, that they have to be very concerned about how do they make sure they maintain that market access. And so I think they came forward, and was their idea, much more so I think than the G20s. Look, the bilateral relief is helpful to us. Don't force us to do things that are going to hurt our market access. And so in that respect, I think that it was positive, but it took 9 months of arguing and for that kind of to come about. And I think that finally it was the leadership of the borrowing countries and the debt managers throughout Africa and other parts of the world that actually led that process. And then there's a third set of countries, which is kind of in between. They've had market access in the past, but now they were actually running into debt problems before the pandemic ever hit. And so because of that, they now, the problem doesn't exist as the same way. So they don't have to worry about losing market access because frankly, they've already lost it, or they're so close to losing it. It's almost a distinction without a difference.
Okay.
And so because the DSSI initiative is helpful, but it probably doesn't address the sustainability of their debt, because remember, it's just a cash flow relief for a small period of time. That's where the common framework starts to come into play. And I don't want to keep going on because I know there's others that I want to address.
Clay, I do want to stop you there because these questions are coming thick and fast now about the DSSI. So Edwin Ikoria is asking, in wartime setting like COVID-19, how else could political leaders respond to liquidity issues that would not have implications on credit rating agencies and investors if DSSI would make them jittery and nervous? I want to actually bring in Ibrahim Mayaki. I see that Ibrahim Mayaki is still with us, Chief Executive, African Union Development Agency. Ibrahim also is the co-chair high-level panel on international financial accountability, transparency, and integrity. Ibrahim, can you hear me? Can hear you?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I want your big brain to wade in on this question, some of these questions coming in. You've got the floor, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And let me thank Executive Secretary Vera Songwe for inviting me. Fundamentally, I will focus on an issue which doesn't seem to be urgent, but which is extremely important. And I think in addition to raising far more resources for debt relief, it is also vital to plug the leaks but divert vast amounts of funding from where it is needed most. We know that many efforts have been done by the international community on illicit financial flows, but they still remain a chronic and a big future problem for both developed and developing countries. And African countries really suffer the most. The illicit financial flows not only deprive of development dividends and social and economic benefits, but they also undermine human rights, peace, and security. In 2015, we had the Becky report elaborated, coordinated by former President Becky, and 6 years later, the fact panel was created by the President of the General Assembly and the President of ECOSOC, and I was co-chairing with this panel with former President Grybauskaitė of Lithuania. And what we offer in this report is a blueprint for a better financial system that works for all. That's why we called it financial integrity for sustainable development. So we went beyond the diagnosis of a problem, and we called for a global action, which is a global pact for financial integrity for sustainable development. And we make the case that a systemic approach is needed. We no longer can look at a minimal common approach with tax issues, corruption challenges, money laundering being considered together systemically rather than in separate policy silos. So in that regard, we defined 14 recommendations for reforming, redesigning, revitalizing the global architecture so it can effectively foster financial integrity for sustainable development. I won't bother you with figures, but it's important to know that you have $7 trillion of private wealth in haven countries. You have between $500 and $6 billion in profit shifting from multinationals. In the case of Africa, it's around $100 billion. Of $40 to $50 billion estimated in bribes received by public officials. So this is really important. So these recommendations were broken down by policy area, not by policy area, but instead by values, policies, and institutions. And I will just go through very quickly a few of the recommendations. Bolstering transparency and exchanging data will be crucial in tackling the enablers. And in the enablers, you have bankers, lawyers, etc. Evidently, not all bankers, not all lawyers, but you understand what I mean. Stopping wrongdoings by accountants and lawyers, which are, critical elements in transforming. If we stop that, it's a critical element for transforming the global economy for the universal good. And we propose stronger laws and institutions, which also calls for greater transparency around company ownership and public spending. It is time to seriously question the role and the very existence of tax havens. So we propose that what is needed is an overall international tax norm and institutions. And we call for an international minimum corporate tax and the taxing of digital giants. But these new tax norms must be designed with the needs of developing countries in mind. And the report says these norms must be decided in an inclusive setting, not with exclusion, an inclusive setting, so that the African countries are part of a solution. And we propose a UN tax convention to address the many shortcomings of the international tax system. And I think the time is right for that. So I want to go further into these aspects. I think it's very important to have them in mind because their solutions will have an impact, an important impact in the mid and the long term. And African governments have the most to gain because of their low institutional quality. So it's not only about reforming the global financial system, but it's also about improving national governance. So let me end here. Thank you, Mark.
But when I have you in my sights, I don't let you go that easily. You know that by now. You've been on enough panels with me to know that I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. You were NEPAD boss. Now you're African Union Development Agency boss, UPIDA boss. Let's talk about programs for infrastructure investment, because we're talking about money. Look, there is money out there. It's looking for bankable projects. That's the term you all the time. Sit in an AFC meeting or an Afrexim Bank meeting, bankable projects, development, bankable projects. How do we identify attractive bankable projects that investors will find too good to resist? So how do we do that? How do we connect those?
Okay, thank you, Mark, for this question. Three issues. The first one is an anecdote. 5 years ago, we gathered at NAFAC a certain number of pension funds and U.S. pension funds in order to enhance some quality infrastructure projects that we had, essentially regional projects. And one CEO of a Texas pension fund asked me a following question, which was very embarrassing. He said, why do you want us, US pension funds, to invest in Africa's infrastructure while your own pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, which have over $1 trillion in assets under management, are not investing in your own infrastructure? You see, so that led us to an agenda that we call the 5% agenda, and to an interaction with African pension funds and African sovereign wealth funds in order to move them from that ratio that we had, investing less than 1% in Africa's infrastructure, to at least 5%. But in order to do that, we had to work with them on all the de-risking dimensions and bring bankable projects. So a lot of progresses have been made, essentially through PIDA. And we have moved from the era where we had idea of projects. And as you know, one of the key weaknesses of most of our countries is a weakness in project preparation capacity. So we have worked on this issue. And now we can say that through PIDA, we have serious bankable projects that can be flagged and which are becoming more and more interesting for African pension funds and sovereign wealth funds who could invest in Africa. That's my third issue. Instead in investing in a US highway or in UK rails or in Australia.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Mayaki, the Chief Executive African Union Development Agency. I'm going to take some interventions from ministers. I know that they're coming in thick and fast now. Let me start with Aieza da Silva. Aieza da Silva is Secretary of State for Budget and Public Investment for Angola. You have the floor. If we could keep these interventions very short, please, given the fact that we're over time, maybe just a few remarks, 1 or 2 minutes. Aieza da Silva, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Well, I have heard all panelists and there is not much to say. 10 days ago, we were with ADB and we were talking about exactly this topic, liquidity versus debt. And Angola is in this dilemma now for the last year or so, where the situation just got worse with conditions we have heard from everybody at this point. So I was very happy to hear that it's not just there that we fought and we concluded that DSSI, it's a good initiative, and as a country we have really benefit also, but it's probably time to start thinking further, to start thinking about a platform where we can have more than just what is involved in the DSSI platform, and also to bring in the private sector. So this presentation that was given to us in the beginning about the LSF initiative, I believe it was a brief presentation, so maybe the details of it are not well perceived by us at this point, but I believe this is something that will help us very much, because it definitely brings some liquidity to the sovereign debt that some of us have already issued. So other than that, and because you mentioned we are at the end of this very interesting topic, we should not delay us further on this. I just would like to maybe say something that it's very important. Yes, liquidity is very important at this time, because as the other ministers have mentioned, we are lacking fiscal space. The debt service is just so huge and it absorbs most of our budgets. So we need fiscal space available in order to provide for our population in order to keep us growing, so that we are able to repay also these debts. So wherever we go as conclusions, we do need to come up with innovative solutions, and I believe LSF is one of it, so that we are able to better brief, even though we have the debt and we are fully aware that we have to pay, and we are paying, but we do need to have additional space to breathe, so that we can keep on this path of growth that we have to do.
Thank you very much. Let me move now on to Pauline Zore Kabore. Pauline Zore Kabore is the Minister Delegate in charge of Regional Planning and Foresight for Burkina Faso. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a real pleasure for me to speak to this issue. We're a country that is very fragile, so this gives us an opportunity to talk about these issues. COVID-19 has been an extra shock which has exacerbated a decade of efforts to bring our people out of poverty. Now, 20% of our overall budget is going towards security. And now, if we have to spend additional monies to fight the pandemic, then our budget is going to be very restricted, and it's going to make it very difficult for us to push forward development. Now, when it comes to public debt, this is a real issue for us. And we think that the debt suspension initiative needs to be extended beyond June and through to the end of the year, because given our level of debt and given the financing needs that we have, we think that this initiative does really need to be further extended. And we also need to develop forms or solutions that enable us to manage our debt viably. We have to look at how we issue the SDRs, how we work with the IMF and the World Bank, and so that we take into account all aspects of vulnerability that are affecting countries like ours. So that would be our contribution to the debate. And we think that there should be greater solidarity in order to face up to the effects of the pandemic, but also in order to relaunch our economy. If we're to be able to find jobs for our young people and further develop our country. Thank you very much.
And thank you for that. Now move on to the final intervention from the floor. That intervention comes from, bear with me, Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed. Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed is the Minister of Finance of Sudan. You have the floor, sir. No. Okay, then we will go to, if the representative from Djibouti is here, perhaps we could go to the representative from Djibouti. If our representative from Djibouti is still with us, you have the floor. I think you're on mute. You need to unmute yourself.
Oui, je suis...
Yes, I'm here.
Merci à vous.
Thank you once again for giving me the floor.
Vraiment ici, comme dernier mot, peut-être faire passer ces messages. Il y a eu un travail formidable qui a été fait à travers et autour de la CEA et avec un travail exceptionnel fait par notre sœur Vera.
I think Vera's done some great work
créer un peu une plateforme de dialogue, de discussion et d'échange
set up a platform of dialogue and exchanges, not only on the DSSI, but also on freeing up liquidities. So I would really call upon Vera and the ECA, and I'd call on all partners to continue with this initiative and to think about the follow-up to this DSSI. What do we have to do in the wake of this initiative? Obviously, managing COVID-19 is still a challenge. We're still in the midst of a crisis.
We
know that we have the issue of vaccinations to solve. That was mentioned. We have to make sure that we have some sort of equity and fairness when it comes to vaccinations. And we need strong public policies to be able to relaunch our economies. A lot of vulnerable people have been affected by this.
Pendant de longues années, sinon des décennies, commencent à connaître des difficultés majeures.
Our countries that are going through serious difficulties at the moment, serious difficulties in terms of social insecurity and all the repercussions that this can have. So we have to relaunch the economy. And we need to have strong strategies to do that. And to do this, the international community needs to give us the requisite aid through the DSSI. For example, it's not this initiative is not working for everybody, so we need to think of other things as well.
Parce que voilà le phénomène que nous observons. Un pays comme Djibouti, avec un currency board, donc des contraintes structurelles liées à sa politique de currency board, des politiques publiques, n'est pas en mesure de pouvoir faire fonctionner la planche à billets comme beaucoup d'autres. Et je parle surtout pour le pays développé, le G7, et qui ont au jour d'aujourd'hui cette possibilité à travers leur banque centrale de pouvoir mobiliser tant de trillions.
It's not so easy to mobilize funds for our central bank.
La stabilité financière mondiale.
Because we don't want to compromise
l'Afrique encore davantage.
Financial stability.
Et donc, tous les pays en voie de développement qui ont pu connaître une croissance continue pendant ces dernières décennies.
There are a number of developing countries that have experienced growth for a number of years, and now they've been impacted by this pandemic. Of course, they did have other vulnerabilities apart from the pandemic, but all they can do now is to make use of mechanisms that give them a little bit of breathing space. For example, the DSSI, but I think we need to better define this initiative. The ECA needs to provide advocacy for all African countries. So that's my message to Vera, and it's my message to all member states who are listening today. So really draw on all opportunities, all mechanisms, so we can try to mitigate the effects of this crisis, which is going to be affecting us for some time to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Minister from Djibouti. Now, and I'll go back. I called on Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed, the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning from Sudan, to be the final intervention from the floor. Sir, you have the floor. We can't hear you. Perhaps your microphone, if you're speaking, could you unmute yourself, please, sir? No. Are you with us, Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed?
Hello? Huh? It's better.
No, I don't hear Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning for Sudan. If we can't reach you, I'm going to move a second. Okay. Then I think it sounds as if we're having some problems getting through to our last intervener, so apologies for that. I'll just quickly move on. I think I'm going to have to round up what's been a very interesting session for everyone. This session has been looking at managing debt and liquidity with some excellent speakers. The program continues tomorrow. We have a whole day, and we also have a panel on Is Africa Ready to Finance Its Own Vaccines? But for this panel, I want to say thank you very much for some very, very insightful interactions there. Before we move on and hear from the new chair who will close us out, I just want to hand over to my colleague Lanla Kamara, who's in the room there from the Secretariat. They need to make an intervention on some important announcements. Lanla, you can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mark. Delegates, just to advise you that the final report of the experts session is now in the ECA PaperSmart portal in all languages, English, Arabic, and French. Again, the final report has been concluded, and the Secretariat wishes to extend its gratitude to the Bureau Drafting Committee that have worked extremely hard in the past few days to get this done. So please kindly access the report. For those who are here in the conference room, if you scan the QR code, which is on the screen as I speak, you would be able to have direct access to the reports in all 3 languages. For those online, we are about to share the links of the report in the chat box, so you can again click on those links and have immediate access to the reports. Again, the Secretariat would like to extend its gratitude to all the hard work that has been done by the Bureau Drafting Committee in the past few days. Tomorrow, we would work on the resolutions, finalize and adopt the resolutions. We would also work on the ministerial statement and adopt that. And we would also have an opportunity to finalize and to adopt the communique, which has now been shared with all member states. Once again, thank you very much. And Mark, back to you.
Thank you very much. I understand that actually we do now have Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed, our final intervener, the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of Sudan. Minister Mohammed, if you are there, please, if you could now speak and take the floor, if we can hear you and see you.
No, es señor Jibril. ¿Ah? Sí, hola. Sí, bonjour. C'est pas.
We cannot hear you. I don't know if your mic is, could you unmute your mic, please? Is this the... Okay, so we were expecting to see Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed. There's some confusion here because that's okay. 1 second, please. Before we go to you, we have some announcements, and then I will come to you, Chair. Come to the chair. It looks like we do not have Jibril Ibrahim Mohammed. That's the second attempt. I think I'm going to take that as an indication that we should move on. Now, without much ado, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Lanla, who's standing by to ask Lanla to make some important announcements from the floor, from the Secretariat, and then I will then come back and hand to the new chair to close us out. So, Lanla.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis la secrétaire d'État chargée du Trésor.
I'm Secretary of State in charge of the Treasury from Equatorial Guinea. I would like to send the apologies of the Minister who could not make it today. She was involved in the Emergency Response Committee meeting today. On behalf of our ministry, I think that this first day of work has been very productive when it comes to the exchanges and the diversity of the panelists. We've raised a number of important issues in this area. During the opening session, we heard from a number of ministers from the Minister of the Economy, Finance and Administration Reform from Morocco. We heard relevant comments from Mrs. Vera Songwe, who is the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. And we also heard from a number of guests, such as the Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta from Ghana, the Director of the London School of Economics. We heard from the Prime Minister of Barbados, and we also heard from the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Ahmed. We then elected a new bureau and we adopted the agenda and the program of work. I would like to thank the members of the bureau and congratulate them on their being elected. And then we moved on to the high-level ministerial policy on the theme of the 53rd session of the Commission. We heard from the Minister of Finance from Rwanda, and then we heard from a number of distinguished panelists. We received a number of comments from, for example, from Mr. Albert Muchanga, the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining. During the lunch break, we followed the 2021 Adedeji lecture. That speech was given by Robert Davis, the former Minister of Trade and Industry from South Africa, and we had a response from the Minister of Trade and Industry from Rwanda, Mrs. Beata Habyarimana. And then we had the first roundtable on whether the multilateral system was prepared for the COVID-19 crisis, and did the private sector do enough? That was panel one. The main speaker was the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning from Nigeria. And then there were a number of eminent or distinguished panelists that spoke afterwards. And then panel two, this was devoted to managing debt and liquidity. We heard from the Minister of Finance from Côte d'Ivoire, and we heard from a number of distinguished guests afterwards. On behalf of my Minister, Mr. Valentin, I would like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent organization of this session, and the African ministers for their active participation and contributions. Tomorrow, we will continue our work as per the program adopted today, subject to the amendments that were made. If the Secretariat could send us the modified or the amended program of work. I would like to thank all participants for their active participation, and I would like to wish everybody a happy afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. at Addis time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ceci dit, je pense que la session, on peut la donner.
I think we can adjourn the meeting for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No se escucha.
Sí. Sí, bastante escuchado.